It is my duty to inform the House that the following vacancies have occurred in the membership. Madame Lucien Robillard, member for the electoral district of Westmount Ville-Marie,
51A of the Parliament of Canada Act. I have addressed my warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill the vacancy.
I have the honour to inform the House that the Senate has sent a message to the House to inform it that it has passed the following bill that it submits to the House for its consideration.
An act to protect heritage lighthouses. It being 11:03 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. The second reading of Bill 469, standing in the name of Mr. Andre, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, use of phosphorus. Mr. Andre, seconded by Mr. Lucier, moves that Bill C469, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, use of phosphorus, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. On debate,
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, it is with great pride that I rise in the House today to introduce Bill 469 in second reading. It is an act which is intended to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act to prohibit the manufacture, the sale, and the use of detergents, laundry detergents and dishwater detergents that contain phosphorus. The bill has been brought in by the bloc for a reason. It is because some of us, the member for Shefford included, have noted last summer the extent to which there was a proliferation of bacteria of blue algae in the lakes and waterways of Quebec. We know that the presence of blue algae represent a risk for public health because they can irritate humans. They are toxic and they are allergy causing. But in addition to that particular threat for public health, the proliferation of the blue algae has an important impact on the dynamic and the quality of the waters in the lakes without neglecting its negative impact as well on flora and fauna. This is a problem that is not new, but it has increased in proliferation in recent years and is becoming of greater concern. There is need for action, concerted action, to be taken to combat this phenomenon. Indeed, the phenomenon has grown. In Quebec, the problem has hit some 50 lakes in 2005, but is now 107 in 2006 and almost 200 in 2007. In the riding that I represent, Berthier-Masquinongé, 5 lakes and rivers have been affected by blue algae in 2007 alone. And this is very important for our region, like many other regions in Quebec. But it's not just Quebec that is being affected by the deterioration of its lakes and rivers. Other provinces in Canada are not going unaffected. Blue algae also are affecting the lakes and waterways in Ontario, Manitoba, Nova Scotia, and even in Alberta. Mr. Speaker, this rapid proliferation of blue algae is a risk, I believe, and it's not something that goes unexplained. I believe that it's very important for us to explain how this appeared and how it has been spreading in our lakes and waterways. This excessive growth can be explained by a number of factors, and it is having a very, very negative effect on our lakes. As I said, the excessive growth of the blue algae can be explained by the abusive presence of nutritional elements in their environment. Amongst that, phosphorus is probably the greatest factor. Phosphorus is a natural source of food for algae and for aquatic plants, but the proliferation of blue algae occurs when the quantity of phosphorus in the waterway exceeds the capacity for absorbing phosphorus by the plants that live in that environment. And that phosphorus is directly related to human activity. That excess of phosphorus is related to human activity. Human activity that provides for this excessive phosphorus arises from non-treated agricultural waters, from the use of fertilizer on lawns or in septic fields, in tourist areas, and it also arises from deforestation. Amongst all these factors, we know that detergents for dishwashers and for washing machines contain phosphate. They contain components of phosphorus that, if used in too large quantities, will contribute to the development of blue algae. For some years now, had there been regulations to limit the quantity of phosphorus in detergents, that is in certain detergents, for example, washing machine detergents for laundries, but this has not been the case for dishwashers. There really should be not just limitation, but a total ban. It is important to point out to the House that, in fact, it was the Bloc that undertook the initiative in this area. In the spring of 2007, the spokesperson for the Bloc Québécois for the environment, the member for Rosemont-Petite-Patrie, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for the work that he has done in this matter, scolded the Minister of the Environment for not dealing with the problem quickly enough. My colleague was right in saying that Ottawa just had to amend its regulations. It didn't have to pass legislation, and it could quickly protect the waters of this country, the lakes and waterways. Since Ottawa is responsible for the regulation of imported products, we feel that there had to be cooperation between Ottawa and Quebec and the provinces to deal effectively with the problem. On June the 12th, 2007, given the indifference of the government and its lack of action on blue algae, the Bloc Québécois brought in and had passed, despite the opposition of the Conservative members, brought in a motion in the Standing Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development recommending that the federal government should act to eliminate the concentration of phosphorus in dishwasher detergents and laundry detergents. Like other environmental groups, we have criticized the decision of the Conservatives to oppose the motion that I've just described. It was something that could have been done very easily, and it certainly would have contributed to the fight against the proliferation of blue algae in the lakes. But I think this reflects everything that the Conservatives do with respect to the environment. Given the inertia of the Conservative government, I, in September 2007, launched a petition that was intended to make the federal government move and to amend its legislation to eliminate phosphorus in dishwasher and laundry detergent. In October 2007, I brought in the House a first series of petitions that contained more than 1,200 signatures, and I will bring this week a new series of petitions that will contain more than 2,000 signatures. people who are asking the government to act. I would like to thank all the voluntary organizations, the non-profit organizations, and the municipalities that organize to get these petitions signed, because we depend on them for action. Unfortunately, the government has refused to assume its responsibility in the matter, and this is why we have brought in the bill. The bill, C-469, seeks the prohibition of phosphorus in dishwasher and laundry detergent. Indeed, the present legislation, the Environment Act of 1999, contains a section that is supposed to be a ban in Section 117, where it explains that certain products, cleaning products or conditioning products, cannot be manufactured, sold, or imported into Canada if they contain a nutritional substance or a concentration of that higher than that designated in the regulations. The Bill 469 adds, after 117, a ban on dishwasher and laundry detergents, which should trigger the prohibition. Indeed, the bill would prohibit the manufacture, use, or sale in Canada and the importation and sale of any other type of detergent containing phosphorus. Secondly, the bill would adapt Section 119, Sub 1, so that it would fall in line with the amendments that were made in Section 117. Mr. Speaker, I would say that this is a small action that could be taken by the House to combat blue algae. Mr. Speaker, we are asking the federal government to act as quickly as possible in an area of jurisdiction that belongs to it, to preserve the quality of the waters in sources of water, lakes and waterways in Quebec and elsewhere. This legislation would support the various measures passed by the government of Quebec and would represent an efficient way to fight the threat to our ecosystem, our aquatic ecosystem. Indeed, in the fall of 2007, the Quebec Minister of the Environment consulted with the various stakeholders on the measures that should be undertaken to combat this plague. Further to the consultation, the Government of Quebec announced in December 2007 the adoption of a series of regulations in the government framework that deals specifically with fighting blue algae. The Government of Quebec plan deals specifically with a series of regulatory tools to prevent and to sensitize municipalities to the threat, and therefore to limit the proliferation of the blue algae. What's more, the plan provides for the passage of regulation that would prohibit the sale in Quebec of phosphorus dishwasher detergent containing phosphorus in excess of 0.5% by 2010. It is very important to understand that the question of jurisdiction in the area of the environment means that in practice, a policy that attacks an environmental issue could fall under any level of government's jurisdiction. In other words, given an environmental problem, there can be a variety of solutions and a variety of areas in which intervention can be made. With respect to the use of phosphates, the National Assembly of Quebec acted in its jurisdiction, and we are asking the federal government to act in its area of jurisdiction to move to preserve the health of our lakes. Since Ottawa is responsible for regulating imported products, the federal government must also act to have a valid effect on manufacturers and force them to amend their practices. Adoption of similar standards by Ottawa with respect to the manufacture of dishwasher detergent and laundry detergent would make manufacturers comply and adapt their products, those products that they put on the market in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. As this market is important for manufacturers, they would be more likely to offer a product that would meet and comply with Quebec standards and federal standards of elsewhere in Canada. The Government of Quebec is asking the federal government to change its regulations to increase the commercial effect of the ban on those detergents and thus strengthen and make more effective the legislation of Quebec. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is very aware of the ban on products containing phosphorus in detergents will not suffice in itself to remove the threat of blue algae from all the lakes and rivers in this country. The problem of blue algae is a major problem. It's complicated, has existed for some time, and cannot be solved on the short term. But despite what has been done by the government of Quebec, we need the support of the government here. We need the support of the producers, the municipalities, the associations, all the people. However, the federal government can move very quickly to support the ban. By acting quickly in this matter, the federal government will strengthen the intervention plan that the government of Quebec has set up for itself by supporting Bill C-469. The federal government will establish a clear consensus with respect to the presence of phosphorus in detergents. I ask all members of the House to support this bill.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank my colleague from Berthier, Masquinongé, for his presentation on this bill. It is a bill that deals with some of the factors, one of the factors that can contribute to the problem of blue algae. Any effort to settle this problem is certainly welcome. I have a question, though, for the Honourable Member. The use of detergents, dishwasher detergents in recreational areas outside of agricultural areas can represent up to 10% of the problem. I know the issue well. I worked on it with the representatives from Vermont. You know, both areas have to work together because these blue algae don't respect borders. In the member's enumeration, he mentioned agriculture as an important source, a significant source. The Quebec plan deals indirectly with this, perhaps not very well. We in the NDP are looking for, we are putting forward an idea of compensation for the producers, which could perhaps work. There is Ontario, Quebec, and Prince Edward Island that are presently interested in this. And with respect to the surplus that we have now, given the fact that Fisheries and Oceans Canada could perhaps work in this area as well. In the past, they have worked well with us. Is it the official position of the Parti Québécois that there could be a role to be played, or I excuse myself, I must apologize here, that I apologize. 6 of one, half dozen of the other, Mr. Speaker, that's it. Would the separatists, Mr. Speaker, feel that it is inconceivable that while respecting a provincial jurisdiction through agreements, would they not agree with us that it is possible for the federal government to play a constructive role in this matter? They could respect provincial jurisdiction.
Any plan that does not deal with agriculture will fail, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from the NDP for his question. To begin with, agriculture certainly does play a major role when it comes to blue-green algae, but I would point out to my NDP colleague that there are a number of lakes that have blue-green algae problems, yet there is no agriculture around those areas. People have built cottages in recent years, and live around those lakes, and of course they use the water, they use detergents and so on that do pollute the lakes. And phosphate gets into the lakes that way. And I agree with my colleague that we cannot deal with the whole problem if we just regulate detergents, but a major part of it. Questions and comments?
Resuming debate, the Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by saying that I welcome this opportunity to turn our attention to discussion on phosphorus. The need for attention on this issue is evident this past summer, but the challenge has not diminished with the change of the seasons. This government is very concerned with any environmental problem that affects our freshwater systems and which can compromise the things that we value: access to high-quality, safe drinking water, or the ability to swim or fish in a lake on a hot summer's day. We know that phosphate contamination on surface water is a concern because phosphates can act as a nutrient that supports the growth of certain blue-green algae. Under conditions of high nitrate inputs, blue-green algae can form what is known as blooms, which dominate the natural community as they outgrow other benign forms of algae. These blue-green algae blooms are capable of producing toxins that can harm humans, livestock, pets, wildlife, fish, and shellfish. These toxins may also cause skin rashes, throat and eye irritations, or gastrointestinal disorders. Although toxins themselves are odorless and tasteless, other compounds produced by these blooms can cause foul taste and odor problems that impair drinking and recreational use of the water and also cause beach closures. So it's important that we minimize the risk of these toxins by reducing the incidence of blue-green algae blooms wherever possible. In most cases, this can be best achieved by reducing the phosphate levels. However, because each water body and its drainage basin is unique, the best approach to phosphate control and management differs for each system, and thus the major phosphate sources need to be carefully evaluated in each case. While it may seem that these pollution sources are obvious, in reality, the problem is complex because there can be numerous sources. In a given watershed, some of these phosphate sources can be difficult to locate and measure because they are spread out, as it is in the case of phosphates entering waterways from multiple sources such as fields, small tributaries, and so on. According to our current scientific information, the largest primary sources of phosphates at the national level in Canada are agricultural and wastewater. Mr. Speaker, this government recognizes that blue-green algae growth in our lakes and rivers and streams is a serious problem. The problem is that dishwater detergent is only a small part of the problem, between 1% and 2%. We need to do more to have a real impact. And that's why on September the 24th of last year, we announced a plan to get tough on sewage drainage and bringing in tough new regulations on sewage treatment across Canada. These new rules will bring Canada in line with some of the toughest rules in the world, like those found in the European Union. The regulations will set out new national baseline standards that will apply to over 4,000 wastewater systems in Canada. These actions will lead to real water quality improvements. Phosphorus is used in certain detergents and cleaning products to soften the water, to reduce spotting and rusting, to keep dirt particles in suspension, and to enhance the performance of the cleaning. However, as noted, phosphorus is a nutrient, and when released into the aquatic environment, it can promote the growth of blue-green algae. For this reason, phosphorus concentration regulations were put in place for the laundry detergents in the 1970s, when the treatment of municipal water effluent was much less advanced than it is today. Some European countries and some American states have also moved to surface water. There are already a number of cleaning products on the market that have low or negligible concentrations of phosphorus. Further, the Canadian Consumer Specialties Product Association, whose member companies produce 86% of all automatic dishwasher detergents sold in Canada, announced in October an industry-wide led initiative to voluntarily limit phosphorus concentrations to 0.5% in dishwater detergents by 2010. Ultimately, science is needed to inform policy decisions so that actions are taken that tackle the right sources at the right time in the most efficient manner. In short, we're focusing on enhancing the science based upon which informed decisions can be taken to reduce the inputs from the major phosphate sources and better manage the risks. I mentioned earlier that data shows agriculture and sewage to be the main sources of phosphorus in Canada. Environment Canada scientists have worked with their counterparts in Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada on the development of a National Agri-Environmental Standards Initiative. This is a set of non-regulatory standards that, when met, will help to protect the freshwater ecosystems from the harmful effects caused by excessive amounts of phosphorus and other pollutants from agricultural activities. Implementing the National Agri-Environmental Standards Initiative will also identify watersheds that should be targeted for beneficial management practices as a component of farm plans. Proper implementation of farm plans will help lower inputs of phosphorus and other agricultural contaminants to acceptable levels. Scientists from Environment Canada have been working with provincial and international partners using the science-based approach to remediate the Great Lakes since the 1980s. We have strived to stay ahead of this issue elsewhere, working with local watershed groups in other areas of Canada. I'd like to share with Parliament some new projects that demonstrate how this government is collaborating with the provinces on integrated water resource management and agriculture watersheds. Scientists from Environment Canada and Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, along with their provincial counterparts and stakeholders, have reached agreement to assess the impacts of current agricultural practices on water quality and aquatic organisms in the LaSalle and Little Saskatchewan River basins in Manitoba. This work will lead to a better picture of the contribution of agricultural activities to water quality and other nutrient-related problems in Lake Winnipeg Basin. We'll continue to work with our provincial, territorial, and municipal counterparts to protect our watersheds and drinking water sources. In short, Mr. Speaker, it's critical that we focus our energies on actions that are truly effective in addressing the main sources of pollution to our watersheds. That is why this government supports a comprehensive, multifaceted approach, a strategic approach which integrates our efforts and which is done in a manner that is collaborative with provincial, territorial governments that will clearly deliver the most effective results. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable the Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my honourable colleague for introducing this bill. I imagine that I have the floor right now to give my remarks? Yes. I would like to thank him for introducing this legislation to solve an important issue that has an impact on Canadians' health. I would like to begin by emphasizing that I support the objective of the bill, Bill C-469, and I will support it at second reading so that it can go to committee for consideration. But a number of changes would have to be made before it is passed. And I would like to take a few minutes to present a few logical and necessary amendments that should be brought in to change the bill at committee stage.
It's important to understand why it's necessary to regulate phosphorus. Scientists have known for a long time that phosphorus, a naturally occurring substance, contributes significantly to the growth of blue-green algae, which contains cyanobacteria that is toxic to aquatic life as well as to humans when we drink it. Boiling the affected water does not destroy cyanobacteria, so it is vital that we stop phosphorus pollution at its source. To give you an idea of the severity of the problem and of how blue-green algae is becoming an increasingly serious threat to the health of our communities, I note simply that last summer a record number of Canadian lakes and rivers were contaminated with this algae. In Quebec alone, 156 were affected and 90 were closed to swimming and boating. That's more than double the number of closures from the summer of 2006. While the primary cause of blue-green algae is runoff from farm fertilizers and septic systems, together accounting for 98% of the problem, the member from Berthier-Masquinongé is correct that the phosphorus levels in certain kinds of detergents, where it is added as a stain remover and cleanser, are also a significant concern. However, Bill C-469 goes too far. It calls for a complete ban on phosphorus when regulating the amount of phosphorus in detergents is all we need to do. And it does not adequately distinguish between laundry detergents and different types of dishwashing detergent. Mr. Speaker, allow me to make 4 points that will help clarify these issues for the House. Tout d'abord, le projet de...
First of all, Bill C-469 calls lightly for the elimination of phosphorus in detergents. But laundry detergent has phosphorus to dissolve minerals like magnesium and others in hard water. The bill that has been introduced does not take into account the fact that for many years Canada has had regulations limiting phosphorus concentrations in detergents, and these limits in the Canadian Environmental Protection Act limit the amount of phosphorus to 2.2% in laundry detergents, and this rule works well. The regulation reduces considerably the amount of phosphorus that is going into the Great Lakes, but provides for a minimum amount of phosphorus necessary for the cleaning of laundry. Another ingredient could be used to help soften hard water. We have a very high percentage of detergents that no longer use phosphorus, and we find phosphorus used most and primarily in commercial and industrial uses. Therefore, this the information in the bill would go against what we already have.
All dishwashing detergent. In truth, we only need be concerned with automatic dishwashing detergent. Phosphorus is added to automatic dishwashing detergents so it can break up dried or greasy food soils, remove calcium lime film, sanitize dishes, and help keep the dishwasher's jets and pipes free from obstruction so the machine can operate using less water and less energy. This is very different than liquid hand dishwashing detergent, which is surfactant-based and does not contain phosphorus. In my view, it makes no sense to regulate all dishwashing detergent in general when we only need be concerned with one specific kind. The problem dates back to when the original phosphorus control regulations were drafted, which was long before automatic dishwashers became a popular household appliance. Accordingly, while the phosphorus concentration of laundry detergents in Canada can be no more than 2.2% by weight, today most major brands of automatic dishwashing detergent have phosphate levels ranging from 3.3 to 8.7%. Some are as high as 20%. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, the challenge is therefore not that these products contain phosphorus, it's that we are not controlling how much they contain. Fortunately, Canadian industries are well aware of the problem. They're moving to correct it. The Canadian Consumer Specialty Products Association, whose member companies produce 86% of all the household automatic dishwashing detergent in Canada, sold in Canada, is leading an industry initiative to limit phosphorus in automatic dishwasher detergent to a maximum of 0.5% by weight, effective July 2010. This would be the toughest standard in the world, and I believe we should support them in this initiative. Banning phosphorus outright would seem to unnecessarily and unduly punish an industry that is already adapting to address our concerns. Et c'est là le troisième problème.
And this raises the third problem in the bill, which does not take into account that phosphorus is always a necessary ingredient in industrial and commercial dishwashers, where they have to clean a large number of dishes with a short cycle. Unlike hand detergent, the commercial detergents and machines allow for sterilizing, and this helps protect Canadians' health. Right now, there is no replacement product that is satisfactory for phosphorus and that will give the results that consumers expect. One of the possible replacement is an alkaline chemical that has not yet been thoroughly tested and is not being made in sufficient quantities. My fourth point is that Canada, in order to decide what it really should do, should look at other jurisdictions like the United States and the European Union.
Of Arizona, because in the United States, regulating phosphorus as a state and not federal issue, began to phase out phosphorus. In response, its citizens started driving across the border into neighboring states to get better automatic dishwashing detergents because the ones available to them did not work. As of today, most jurisdictions in the U.S. are working with industry and moving to the standard of 0.5% in household automatic dishwashers by July 2010. Across the Atlantic, only a few countries in the European Union even have regulations on phosphates, and none of them have implemented a complete ban. I mention this to underscore that North American industries are already moving to a standard that is equal to or better than anywhere else in the world. Je suis d'accord avec l'honorable.
I agree with the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. The government certainly has dragged its feet on this issue. Just recently, the government did indicate that it would study possible changes to the regulations before Bill C-469 was introduced. My colleague, the member for Lac Saint-Louis, introduced another private member's bill, and I hope that we will take into account the factors that I raised today and that we will work to reduce the maximum phosphorus levels to 0.5% by weight.
Regulations across the North American market, and the Parliament should seek to implement regulations in line with the rest of the international community. It's my hope that if C-469 is sent to committee, it can be amended in a way that reflects the wisdom of C-464. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I already had an opportunity to pose a question to my colleague opposite. I'd like to thank him for this bill. This is Bill C-469, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act with respect to the use of phosphorus.
To amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act on the use of phosphorus. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, you will have understood from the question I asked of my colleague that we in the NDP feel that any attempt to put an end to this problem, this plague, yes, or my colleague talked about a flow. Yes, it is a flow when you think of the water, but there is a whole agricultural aspect that has been not taken into account. Even though we agree with prohibiting the use of phosphates in detergents, we believe that the federal government could do a lot more, particularly with the huge amounts of money that it has at its disposal. But in Quebec, we're prepared to compensate the agricultural sector when they take steps to protect the environment. We had calculated that on average there should be compensation of about $1,000 per acre, and we have hundreds of shoreline to protect, and 1 linear kilometer means 1 hectare of land. And when you think of $1,500 per hectare, well, that is $15 million for Quebec. We thought that it would be that Canada should be putting in millions of dollars to really offer good protection of fisheries and oceans. Canada is already working on this issue. We think that the federal government should not impose conditions. It should learn to work with the provinces and and make arrangements. And I'm sure that if our mutual goal is to obtain good results, well, we'll be able to come up with a solution, Mr. Speaker. We've already had the experience with Bloc Québécois, which voted against an NDP bill aimed at enforcing pesticide regulations throughout Canada, as if having a pesticide that gets into the Great Lakes water basin in Ontario would never have any impact on the health of people living in Quebec. And that's the proof, that's evidence that in order to have a good global vision in the environmental protection, when you look at sustainable development and environment, you have to look at the overall effect, and you have to understand also that political boundaries simply don't count for much when it comes to the environment. I accompanied Mr. Gary Doer, who was Premier of Manitoba, when I was a minister in Quebec. We went to the United States. There were governors from the northeastern part of the United States that were worried about Devil's Lake, which was going to in turn empty into Lake Winnipeg and the Red River, which already is suffering from other sources of pollution. So we felt, and perhaps it's interesting to point out, that the Boundary Waters Treaty, which has been in existence for over 100 years now in the United States and Canada, is being diverted by the American administration. We managed to come up with a solution with the Americans for this problem, and I'm simply saying the following. If we're capable to work internationally on these files, we certainly should be able to work within various government levels here in Canada and come up with a solution, because this is what it's all about. We have to find a solution. When I was a minister in 2003, there was a real problem with blue-green algae in Missisquoi Lake. This is a lake that is just north of Champlain Lake. The river of the same name goes through the United States before it winds up back in Canada in the Missisquoi River. And we calculated that most of the algae problem came from the United States. So it was pointless to come up with a bill that would not include an international aspect to it. That is why we try to sit down and attack with the problem. And every time that I raise this issue, I always took the trouble to say that we're not trying to blame the agricultural sector. That's something I've understood for a long time. 85% of the farmers already spend a lot of money in order to respect agricultural standards. But the problem is that when you only have a 3-meter buffer zone, it's almost impossible to really do proper enforcement. Enforcement is a real problem. So it's by using the PEI example, we could perhaps get better results here in Canada. In my work with the UPA, the Union of Agricultural Producers of Quebec, it was always very clear that we never had any. We always wanted to have a larger buffer zone, but we want to ensure that farmers want to be ensured of proper compensation if they increase the buffer zone in the interests of the general public. There are lawyers who are going to say yes, but we don't have the right to ask for compensation when we're simply abiding by laws. But this is something special because today we realize that there are some things that we did in the past with are producing results that are undesirable today. So if we want to ask these farmers to refrain from using land within a certain buffer zone, let's say 35 feet, well, we have to compensate them. And that's what we in the NDP are suggesting. My colleague who sits on the Environment Committee, he is focusing on detergents, and we're simply saying we think that it would be very interesting to be able to do something with the Department of Agriculture. An anecdote, if I may. When I was in the Saint-Valien-de-Milton region of Quebec, it was very interesting because there were representatives. There was Richard Marois from the Montérégie Environmental Council. There were representatives from the agriculture sector. And that was the best testimony of the work done by the NDP. Instead of having a bill that divided people, we were coming forward with a measure that rallied people around it. So people from the agriculture sector and the environmental sector really rallied to what we were trying to do. And that's what we have to do with the environment, Mr. Speaker. I carefully listened to the intervention made by my colleague from Ottawa Centre, representing the Liberal Party of Canada, and I must confess that I couldn't believe what I was hearing, because as far as he's concerned, and I quote him because I'm not inventing this,
Quel incroyable réflexe.
What a strange reflex. There's a roundtable. There's a roundtable, national roundtable on the environment and economy, and he's simply trying to drive up between the two. We're talking about protecting the environment here. He talked about the bill presented by his colleague from Lac Saint-Louis. I know this colleague quite well. I have a lot of esteem for this particular individual. But it's not about supporting industry, and that's what he said, word for word. And when the colleague from Lake St. Louis has an evening on the importance of water, and there'll be people from the University of McGill and other places as well, I want to ensure that there'll be someone sitting in that room who'll ask him a question and using the quote that his colleague just said. And here I'm referring to the quote from the Ottawa Centre, member from Ottawa Centre, because when you have someone who's is putting on a whole evening about the importance of water, when in fact another colleague is talking about the fact that we need to support industry. Between supporting environment and industry, sometimes you have to make a choice. The colleague from Berthier-Masconnaughey is on the right track. We will support him, but we want to broaden this issue even farther. That's why we want to work with the agricultural people. Thank you very much.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brossard-La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to intervene as well with respect to the bill presented by the member from Berthier-Masconnaughey. We are talking about Bill C-469, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999 with respect to the use of phosphorus. As my colleague mentioned, there are other bills with respect to this issue. There are other bills in Quebec. There is also the Quebec Assembly bill on the matter. It should be noted as well that concrete steps have been taken by industry in the Beauce region, and the Canadian Association of Specialty Products has also made a voluntary commitment to reduce by July 2010 the concentration of phosphorus. It's going to be diluted to a fraction of a percentage, and that's going to happen very soon. So, what is this bill all about? The bill calls for the prohibition of the manufacturing and sales. As far as manufacturing is concerned, it will be no person shall manufacture for use or sale in Canada a laundry detergent or a dishwashing detergent that contains phosphorus. This would also, with respects to importing, it is suggested that the sale of dishwashing detergent would be prohibited as well. Let's take a look at this problem of phosphate. I was very interested to see that people feel that phosphorus in our lakes does not come necessarily from detergent. If we take a look at the concentration of detergent in the lakes, well, we know that the main factor here, the main factor is agriculture and sewage water. With respect to sewage, it's not always easy to determine the percentage of phosphates that come from sewage water, because not all water treatment plants have the capacity to deal with phosphate. So often phosphates go right through the water treatment plants without being eliminated. The other factor involved, and I believe there are bills are now on the table to strengthen regulations with respect to septic tanks. And furthermore, it is important to note that in our society there are still direct emissions, not necessarily from septic tanks, but from remote residences that simply put all of their wastewater directly into the water. So when algae farm, it's because the phosphate provides a lot of nutrients to the water, and therefore there is a growth of algae blooms, and this leads to algae. There have been some statistics provided with respect to the lakes that have been hard hit by this problem over the past few months, and we can see that in many cases these lakes and rivers are now closed to recreational swimming and for drinking water. So we know that there has been various pieces of legislation that have prohibited phosphates in soaps and detergents, and as we speak, we have forgotten perhaps that the phosphate levels in some soaps have increased again. Is this an oversight, or is it because back at that time there were very few dishwashers installed in cottages in remote areas? For the past few years, this regulation on detergent has been in existence, and now we are trying to strengthen it to include dishwasher detergent. Last spring, the Bloc Québécois tabled a bill to regulate phosphates. We were told that Ottawa is responsible for this, so the member for Hochelaga-Maisonneuve felt that there needed to be some cooperation between the two levels of government, i.e. the federal government and Quebec, in order to deal with the problem of blue-green algae. On June 12th in 2007, the Bloc tabled a motion at the Environment Committee pursuant to the standing orders, the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development was recommending to the government to amend the regulations with respect to the phosphate concentration in order to eliminate on a gradual basis the amount of phosphates in laundry and dishwasher detergent, and that this should be presented to the House as a bill as quickly as possible. This report was tabled on December 5th by the chair of the Environment Committee, who said that the first report of the committee with respect to blue-green algae was tabled. So the document is now officially before the House. The Bloc Québécois is fully aware that the prohibition of phosphates in detergents, whether it be for washing machines or dishwashers, in and itself is not alone to deal with the blue-green algae problem. Other measures must be taken by the government. However, the prohibition of phosphate, or the banning of phosphate, something that the federal government could do, should be done as quickly as possible. In Quebec, in 2002, we had a very nice water policy that was adopted, and according to this 2002 policy, there was Clause 3, which dealt with the obligation to protect water quality and our ecosystems. So we can see that that we are mindful about protecting water quality, as well as the need to protect ecosystems, that is, all of the life that's in our water systems and rivers. The government of Quebec took steps, and I would like to go back to one aspect that pertains to the choice that society must make with respect to banning phosphates in detergents for dishwashers, or paying to have these phosphates removed through the water treatment plants so that it doesn't get put back into the water as sewage. I would like to talk to you about an experience some studies that were done on Champlain Lake, as referred to by my colleague from Outremont.
Lac Champlain was therefore the subject of this experiment. The result was that the conclusion was drawn that it would be more economical for the residents of Vermont in the state of New York and Quebec to prohibit phosphates in dishwasher detergent rather than to pay for the cleanup of the lake. This concludes my speech, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Selkirk Interlake has the floor for 10 minutes. Unfortunately, only 2 of those minutes will be today.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll use those 2 minutes wisely. I'm pleased to rise today on behalf of my constituents in Selkirk Interlake to address Bill C-4679, the PMB that seeks to amend the Canada Environmental Protection Act. And this bill seeks to take off the market all dishwasher, dish detergent, and laundry detergent that contains phosphorus. The honourable member for Berthier-Masconnaughey is well-intentioned with this bill. However, it's important to recognize that there are other sources of phosphorus entering into the environment, and we need to look at ways of reducing all phosphorus. Phosphorus from dishwasher and laundry detergents is only one source of all phosphorus that is going into the water and entering our lakes and rivers and streams. We know the main sources of phosphorus in our waters are from urban wastewater, septic systems, which are used across Canada, and in my riding they're used in a lot of the cottage areas and communities surrounding Lake Winnipeg. But there's also fertilizers, and yes, there is detergents that we want to control as well. We also know that this excessive nutrient loading is causing algae problems in our lake, and nowhere in Canada is this more evident than in my riding of Selkirk Interlake and in Lake Winnipeg with our huge blue-green algae blooms that we experience every summer. Lake Winnipeg is the pride and joy of many of my constituents, Mr. Speaker, but is suffering from excessive nutrient loading, causing large amounts of blue-green algae to build up in the lake year in and year out.
For 13 years, the Liberals did nothing to fix the problem in Lake Winnipeg. They only allowed it to get worse. Fortunately, last November, the Ministry of the Environment came to my home province of Manitoba and demonstrated this government's commitment to Lake Winnipeg by announcing an $18 million investment towards cleaning up the lake. This is a dedicated stewardship fund for Lake Winnipeg. It's providing funding to retain the experts and tools that are needed to physically clean up the lake and remove the excessive nutrients, including phosphorus. With that, I'll leave off, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue this on at the next hour of debate.
La période prévue pour les...
The period of time set aside for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order drops to the bottom of the order paper.
469 returns to the House for study. The leading speaker will be the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake, and he will have 8 minutes. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Government orders, government bills, commons.
31, an act to amend the Judges Act.
Mr. Straw for Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Lunn, moves that Bill C-31, an act to amend the Judges Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my great pleasure to rise today to speak to the Judges Act Amendment Bill. This bill has the appearance of being of minor importance, for it amends a single number in a single paragraph of the Judges Act. However, Mr. Speaker, the significance of this amendment is indeed great. It will create the authority to appoint 20 new judges to the provincial superior trial courts, and will allow the government to achieve 2 very important objectives. First, to provide increased support and access to justice for some of Canada's most vulnerable groups, including Aboriginal communities, victims of domestic violence, and children in need of protection. Secondly, it will facilitate the timely resolution of specific claims. Paragraph 24, sub 3b of the Judges Act, which we refer to as the pool, creates the authority to appoint additional judges to the superior trial courts of any jurisdiction in Canada. The pool was created in the early 1970s because of the recognized difficulty in having to constantly amend the Judges Act when jurisdictions need an additional judge or judges. This section is intended to permit the government to respond quickly to substantiated pressures on provincial superior courts. This bill would increase by 20 the number of appointments authorized under this section for judges of the trial courts, and thus permit the appointment of 20 new judges to these courts. Mr. Speaker, the need for additional judicial resources to respond to existing and increasingly urgent pressures in the provincial superior courts has been clearly demonstrated, especially in 6 jurisdictions across Canada. Those jurisdictions are Ontario, Quebec, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Labrador, and Nunavut. In Ontario and the Atlantic provinces, the need for more judges arises in the existing family branches of the superior courts and is largely the result of enhanced child protection laws and a growing population. Similarly, in Quebec has witnessed mounting family and civil caseloads within its superior court. Nunavut faces serious issues in terms of access to justice for its Aboriginal communities. Complex criminal trials and increasing family law caseloads have clogged the system, and over the past year, the senior judge of the Nunavut court has had to postpone several jury trials and court circuits due to a lack of judges. Mr. Speaker, judges, lawyers, court administrators, and other professionals are all struggling to meet those growing demands and maintain an accessible and effective justice system for families and for children. Despite these efforts, court delays and backlogs have continued to increase, and it has become clear that additional judges are required to be part of the answer to this situation. Each of these jurisdictions have submitted detailed statistical data outlining case volumes, trends in court workload, and backlogs. Based on the government's quantitative analysis of this information, these jurisdictions and their chief justices have objectively substantiated the need for at least 14 judges to respond to these existing pressures. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the government has introduced Bill C-30, creating the new Specific Claims Tribunal. This tribunal will have the authority to make binding decisions where specific claims brought forward by First Nations are rejected for negotiation or when negotiations fail. As the Prime Minister indicated in June, it is critical that the members of this tribunal have the necessary experience, capacity, and credibility to examine historical facts and evidence. They must be able to address complex questions surrounding Canada's legal obligations and determine appropriate levels of compensation. For this reason, the proposed Specific Claims Tribunal Act provides that tribunal members must be Superior Court judges. It is estimated that the tribunal will require the full-time equivalent of 6 judges to handle its anticipated caseload of 40 claims per year. These claims are dispersed across the country, with the greatest number arising in British Columbia, and some of the most complex cases originating in Ontario and Quebec. All provincial superior courts are currently working at full capacity, with a number of them, as I have just described, experiencing significant backlogs and delays. As a result, authority for an additional 6 judges is being sought to provide the trial courts with the capacity to absorb the new work of the tribunal and to address these claims on a priority basis. Mr. Speaker, it is intended that through this infusion of new judicial resources, the courts will be able to allow a number of their experienced judges to be appointed to a tribunal roster of up to 18 judges. It is proposed that these judges would sit on the tribunal on a part-time basis for a period of time equivalent to the number of additional judges provided to the court. The judges appointed to the roster would continue to sit for the balance of their time on cases assigned as usual by the Chief Justice of their own court. Allocation of the 20 new judges to specific jurisdictions will take place following consultation with Chief Justices of the affected courts and the provincial and territorial governments. These consultations will begin immediately to allow the requesting jurisdictions to refresh the data upon which their original proposals for new judges were based. It will also provide governments and courts the opportunity to discuss the workload and functioning of the new Specific Claims Tribunal. The goal, Mr. Speaker, is to be in a position to appoint the new judges as soon as possible after the passage of this legislation. Mr. Speaker, we are extremely fortunate in Canada to have a judicial system that is independent and impartial. We take for granted that our judiciary will be fearlessly and fairly deciding on the basis of the facts and the law of each case, complicated issues that affect our children, our families, and our communities. Our courts bear a tremendous responsibility. Each day they render decisions that have an impact on personal relationships, living arrangements, and financial circumstances. These judges determine how parents will share responsibilities for their child, what level of support the child will receive, and sometimes whether a child can be safely left with parental care. At times, the level of conflict between family members is extremely high, which increases the risk of negative repercussions for the children involved. There are a few of us who do not experience a visceral reaction when we hear the facts of some of these cases. But, Mr. Speaker, our judges cannot act upon these gut feelings. Throughout the process, the court must be and be perceived to be completely unbiased and impartial. Public confidence in our judges and the decision they render demands no less. Maintaining an impartial and independent judiciary is thus the centerpiece of our justice system, and we are rightly proud of the success we have achieved in this regard. However, the protection of important principles such as independence and impartiality has little meaning to the average Canadian, in which the system upholds them is inaccessible to them. Average Canadians must have access to the court system for it to be properly functioning. Mr. Speaker, this government recognizes the social cost of maintaining a family justice system that is accessible and unresponsive to the needs of families in crisis. There is a social cost when the system is inaccessible, certainly, Mr. Speaker. These costs include demands on the healthcare system and the criminal justice and youth justice systems that are incurred when family law issues are not dealt with in an effective and expedient manner. We have all witnessed as well the conflict and uncertainty that has arisen from past failures to establish a fair and impartial process for achieving binding resolutions on specific claims. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, this apparently minor amendment will have a significant impact on access to justice for a number of Canada's most vulnerable communities, including children in need of protection and Aboriginal communities. It is also critical to the effective functioning of the new Specific Claims Tribunal. I am confident, Mr. Speaker, that all honourable members will recognize the true significance of this bill and will support its speedy passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Chief Opposition Whip is rising in a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Discussions have taken place between all parties with respect to the membership of the Standing Committee for Procedure and House Affairs, and I believe that you will find consent for the following motion. That the membership of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be amended as follows. Marlene Jennings for Lucienne Robillard. Thank you.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? La Chambre a entendu.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt it?
D'accord.
Agreed.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Parliamentary Secretary, I know there was a great deal of concern, particularly in my home province of Ontario, over the last, I'll say 18 months, about the number of appointments in Ontario to the Superior Court and the, quite frankly, the number of vacancies. And I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary could share with us what consultation process was held with the bar associations across the province and the law societies to determine what was an appropriate number to increase these appointments by. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I thank the honourable member from Windsor-Tecumseh for his question, and certainly it's good to see him back as we resume our work in this Parliament, specifically on justice issues. As I mentioned to the honourable member in my speech, these positions that have been created or will be created when this piece of legislation hopefully passes, the allocation of these appointments will be done in consultation with the Chief Justices of each province, as well as in consultations with those provinces. We've all heard the stories of the needs in various provinces to address the backlog in the family court system, and I know that's of concern to the honourable member. We are taking those concerns seriously, and we are endeavouring to fill these positions as quickly as possible. Further, Mr. Speaker, we feel there's a need, and certainly it's been impressed upon us by the Chief Justices of these various provinces that there's a need for more positions to be filled, and that's why we need to create these new positions and fill them as quickly as possible to address the backlog.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, I have a question to ask of the Parliamentary Secretary for Justice. The bill that has been brought before the House today will increase the number of judges. It might appear relevant because all citizens should have access to the courts, and very often the courts are overburdened. So we might think a priori that this bill is certainly a very good one, but for 2 years now, the governing party has brought in repressive legislation that slows things down, that deals with more trials. On the one hand here, they're wanting to appoint more judges, and yet on the other hand, they are adding to the burden of the courts through this multiplicity of trials that would be engendered by their legislation. I would ask the parliamentary secretary if he thinks it makes any sense to try to settle one problem by creating another problem. Where is the balance in this? The parliamentary secretary.
The honourable member for her question, and I should say, Mr. Speaker, that if we listen to the provinces, as we have, if we listen to the Chief Justices in the various provinces, there is a need, as the honourable member knows, she sits on the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, there is a profound need for more family court, for Superior Court judges addressing family issues. I mentioned this in my speech, the negative impact that can be had for justice delayed. We want to see, and I think that's a theme that we hear over and over from people that are involved in a dispute, is they want it resolved. They want it resolved probably in a way that they would prefer, but all parties usually agree they want it resolved as expeditiously as possible. In order to do this and to address the backlog that has existed for a long time in the system, there's been a backlog on family cases. In order to address that, we need to create new positions. This piece of legislation does that in a comprehensive way rather than a piecemeal way. It creates 20 new positions, and I think it's going to go some way to addressing that backlog. The honourable member mentioned also the measures that we're taking in the area of criminal justice. No one on this side, probably no one in this House, wants to see our justice system clogged with cases. But what we do want to see is when there is a crime committed, when there is a trial before a judge or before a judge and jury, we want to see that an appropriate sentence is available. And the legislation that we've brought forward is to address the fact that the scales of justice have tilted too far away from the protection of the rights of society and the rights of an individual victim, and we want to tip those scales back in a way that better protects society, and that's why we introduced a number of very positive criminal justice measures. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Comments? Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauséjour.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to the House on Bill C-31. It is the first time that I have the opportunity to speak to the House as the official critic for the opposition, the critic for justice. I can say, Mr. Speaker, that I'm quite anxious to work on these very important issues with my colleagues.
Some colleagues have already spoken to this issue and have asked questions of the parliamentary secretary. I have known him for quite a while. He is a member from New Brunswick, as I am, and I am very eager to work with him and the other members on the Standing Committee of the House to look in detail into justice issues. I know that this government is very interested in criminal law issues.
This particular piece of legislation, creating additional Superior Court seats, additional Superior Court positions across the country in different jurisdictions, is something that we in the Liberal Party think should have been brought forward a number of months ago. In fact, in the previous Parliament, it was legislation that was before the House at the same time as the legislation to deal with the recommendations of the Quadrennial Commission with respect to pay increases for federally appointed judges. So it really isn't new, the idea that there's a backlog in the court system and that there is additional pressure on the trial courts across the country for a number of reasons, I think correctly enunciated in many cases by the Parliamentary Secretary. So the Liberal Party sees this legislation as positive. We see it in a certain sense as unfortunate that it's taken this long. We would have preferred to see the government in the legislation dealing with the Quadrennial Commission report some months ago also include this particular provision to increase the number of seats on superior courts across the country. The Parliamentary Secretary, Mr. Speaker, referred to 6 jurisdictions where there have been identified backlogs. I can speak with some personal knowledge about the jurisdiction that the Parliamentary Secretary and I represent, the province of New Brunswick. It is a fact that in many cases, for example, on an interim motion in family division in the family court in New Brunswick, sometimes litigants have to wait 8 months before being able to be heard by a family court judge on an interim, on what is in fact a motion for interim relief. So this is clearly an unacceptable circumstance, and that's why the Chief Justice of the Queen's Bench of New Brunswick, the Bar Association, provincial attorneys general going back into the previous government, in fact, had all been requesting that Parliament legislate to create additional spaces. So in that sense, this legislation conforms to something that I think achieves a broad consensus across the country. There's no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that these delays in family courts can be particularly troublesome in many cases. Child protection cases, because of changes in child protection legislation across the country, child protection cases clog up the docket. Because of the urgency of many of these matters, they end up, as an effect, bumping down the line some of these cases involving interim relief, as I said a moment ago, motions, often cases of child custody, which can be very difficult and traumatic for families, not to mention the economic cost of continually having them delayed and adjourned. So for that reason, this legislation, we think, is needed and seeks to address a problem which has been identified for a number of years in many jurisdictions as pressing. Monsieur le Président, il n'y a pas de question.
Mr. Speaker, there's no question as well that in these appointments, the 20 appointments that would take place if this bill is passed, these appointments by the government should, in my opinion, be based, at least in part, on the needs for official language abilities. We have seen in New Brunswick bilingual judges replaced by unilingual judges, and I would ask the Parliamentary Secretary to take this into account. Sometimes people want to appear and present their testimony in French, and then there is a delay. In the Moncton area, there is a French-speaking judge that has been appointed, and this was very important because people appreciate very much the opportunity to be able to appear in French. So the balance with respect to official language representation is very important if we want to deal with backlogs and provide timely access to justice. We need to provide that language, that access in the language of the people concerned. Therefore, judges that are listening to testimony should be able to do so in French or English as appropriate. And if that does not happen, there will be an increase in backlog.
Specific claims tribunals. Again, this will put additional pressure in some jurisdictions on Superior Court judges. There's no doubt that supernumerary judges or judges with long experience, in many cases, may be ideally suited to do a rotation on some of these specific claims tribunals, which means that chief justices in these jurisdictions will again have need for more resources, for increased judges, to hear some cases that have waited for a very long time. So that is another valid reason why Parliament should consider increasing the number of Superior Court judges. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we in the Liberal Party have some concern with respect to the appointments process that this particular Conservative government has undertaken. One of their first acts was to attempt to stack the judicial appointments advisory committees in the provinces to ensure that the Minister of Justice would in fact control a majority of the members of the judicial appointments advisory committees in the provinces. The Parliamentary Secretary talked about the independence of the judiciary. That's certainly something that I think all members value greatly. That independence isn't enhanced, Mr. Speaker, when you try and stack and manipulate the process, the independent process, by which the qualifications of judicial candidates are assessed. At the time of these changes, we raised some concerns about why the government would decide that it's important to have representatives of the police on these advisory committees. If one of the delays or one of the concerns the Parliamentary Secretary identified is with respect to family courts across the country or in some jurisdictions, the value that a police officer brings to the selection or evaluation of candidates for a family court appointment, I think shows that the government was simply trying to pretend to give law enforcement a role in a process that really should be independent, and the minister should have resisted the temptation to be able to stack and manipulate these committees so as to ensure that he would always have a majority on each committee in every province that is given the important responsibility of evaluating the competence, the credentials of the men and women seeking to be appointed to the Superior Court. So at committee, Mr. Speaker, we intend to look also at the issue of the appointments process. We're not satisfied that the government has been entirely responsible with respect to the independence of this appointment process, but we do recognize that there is a need to give these courts across the country increased resources. And as I said at the beginning, that's why we regret that this wasn't brought forward many, many months ago, and the ideal time would have been when the government legislated its response to the Quadrennial Commission report. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I think all members share the sentiments that those who seek to appear before the superior courts in jurisdictions across the country, whether it's with respect to a criminal charge, a criminal matter, whether it's with respect to a family law matter or other civil litigation, or in this particular example, with respect to specific claims tribunals. Access to justice in a timely way has long been held to be a fundamental right of Canadians. In criminal law, the Askov case, as members will know, redefined what is reasonable access, the right to be heard within a reasonable time. Well, surely that same principle in criminal law applies with respect to some of the most difficult cases in family law, where children, the custody of children can be at issue, where families are seeking to have their cases heard, and where I think all members will agree an 8-month delay on an interim motion for interim relief simply doesn't make sense. And that's why, if the government proceeds with this legislation quickly, they will find that members of the Liberal Party are anxious to cooperate, but we would urge the government to resist the temptation in these appointments to once again seek out partisan appointments or once again attempt to manipulate the process by which the minister is given a list of persons, men and women, qualified to be appointed to these superior courts. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we believe that access to justice in a timely manner is a fundamental right, just like having access to justice in one's own language in Canada. These are fundamental rights, and therefore we are going to demand that the government respect those values. We have found actions of concern in recent months in these areas. We believe, though, that the idea of adding 20 positions for Superior Court judges is something that we should work on here and pass.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased today to debate an issue that is directly related to the proper functioning of our judicial system and therefore impacts all Canadians and Quebecers. I'm speaking about Bill C-31, an act to amend the Judges Act. Briefly, this Act would permit the appointment in provincial superior courts of a larger number of judges, that is 20 more than presently allowed. This would improve flexibility and allow the courts to deal more quickly and effectively with the many cases before them. The bill would assign judges to the new specific claims tribunal as well that came about as a result of the act. I would first like to indicate that people in my region have often pointed out to me that the judicial system is slow and difficult, complex. However, we need to make sure we understand what the reality is. We need to recognize that cases are becoming more complex. There are often dilatory sorts of actions, and we lack a sufficient number of judges. But overall, the judicial system works very well. I know, though, that the increase in the number of cases, especially in family law, means that many Quebec parents have to wait for months in order to get child support payments. This situation is difficult, but the number of judges under the Judges Act has not been changed for many years. As a result, we have not taken into account the changes in the population and the complexity of cases. The current act indicates that in Quebec there is a Chief Justice, Associate Chief Justice, and Deputy Chief Justice, as well as 140 other magistrates. They deal with civil and commercial cases of over $70,000, family and administrative cases, and some summary conviction cases, as well as criminal court cases before a jury. Under Section 24.3b, the Superior Court Superior Court in Quebec has 144 judges, and it can recruit 30 new judges and up to 50 additional magistrates. The Bloc Québécois and I feel that adding judges to deal with the many cases that we have is part of the solution. The government has a duty to ensure that people have timely access to courts when it is necessary, and that those who are accused have access to a trial within a reasonable time. But this is not a panacea. C-31 is not bad legislation, on the contrary, but the effect may be reduced by the ideology of this minority government, which focuses on law and order. That agenda is of concern to me, and I would like to share with my colleagues as well as people watching that concern. I have often mentioned in my remarks and in my work in the Standing Committee on Justice my great concern about this conservative repressive agenda. It has increased considerably since the government changed the rules for judicial selection committees. I feel that this initiative by the Conservatives and many others that I can mention later indicate that these changes are details that are rather secondary in their minds. Why is it so important to debate this? Because everyone expects to have an impartial and objective judicial system where there is no political party or ideology that influence the outcome. But recent appointments of judges by this government do not comply with this idea of impartiality. The government is interventionist, and this is very worrisome. I feel that people should be made aware of this minority government's plans and actions, as well as its law and order ideology. In the case of judicial nominations, my colleagues will support firmly what I have to say about the need to have a balance. That is why our judicial system is based on an independent judiciary. The Bloc Québécois and myself have spoken often in the House about the fact that there need to be non-partisan judicial appointments, and we need to have independent committees to choose judges. I'm not saying that judges are not competent at the moment, but I feel that they should not be partisan and political. We often see the press indicating that this is the case, and people are becoming cynical. The government should not appoint judges according to their ideology. We need to have courts that are impartial. Once again, I would remind people who do not understand the judicial appointment system very well that there have been debates about this to try to eliminate political intervention. We see two problems. This minority government has changed the procedure under which judges are appointed, and it is taking advantage of these changes to appoint people whose ideology they agree with. This practice was not invented by the Conservatives, since they accused the Liberals of doing the same thing. However, our accusations, or rather their accusations, show that it is very important for judges to be impartially appointed. For the benefit of those watching, I will give some context talking to explain how people were appointed in the past and what changes have been made. The selection committees were composed of 7 members. 4 of them were independent of any political party. That is, a representative from the Canadian Bar Association, from the provincial bar, from the Provincial Department of Justice, and a representative of the judges. The 3 others were appointed by the federal government, the Federal Department of Justice. These 3 members were often in line with the government. What is important to understand is that the federal government was in a minority position on the committee and could not impose any candidate. However, the Conservative government did not like that situation, and their law and order political agenda would not necessarily be emphasized. Without consulting the legal community, my colleague for Provencher, who was Minister of Justice, changed the way these committees were formed by adding a police officer to the 3 public members. There are now 4 people who are favorable to the government. And therefore, if there was a tie vote, then the judges would not be able to have their representative vote. I think there may be some people who would say that this would not affect the quality of the appointments. But we have to realize that we do have reason for concern. I'm not talking about isolated cases, but rather we have seen a lack of objectivity in the Globe and Mail on February 12, 2007. It was reported that at least 16 out of 33 candidates that were appointed from 12 selection committees were connected with the Conservative Party. These 16 people show that there is really a problem. The newspaper indicated that one of them, Mr. John Weissenberger, was a friend of the Prime Minister. Another, Mr. Gérald de Schipper, was a lawyer for the Reform Party, the Alliance Party, and then the Conservative Party.
On February 15, 2007, the Prime Minister said before the House that we want to ensure that we adopt legislation that deals with crime and makes our streets and communities safer. We want to ensure that we choose judges that reflect these objectives. Hence, police officers and their partisans will be sitting on assessment committees. Mr. Speaker, I respect the work done by police officers, but they're not necessarily the most qualified people to sit on such committees. In addition, we should add that a politician, the presence of police officers in such a committee will undermine the separation of powers which our rule of law state is based on. Therefore, it is very clear that citizens need to have a legal system that is impartial. Mr. Speaker, I think that this government has to take a look at its real objectives. When we consider the objectives that I've considered, the fact that police officers are sitting on these committees, the abolition of the program, such as the court challenges program, and I must say that I am very confused by the proposal set forth in C-431 that, yes, a larger number of judges should improve the justice system, but if the conservative ideology is implemented, how will this change really meet our needs when we want to simply punish instead of prevent? Well, we have to expect that the legal system will quickly become overloaded. And at the other end of the spectrum, it is pointless when citizens don't have the rights. They have the ability to have their rights heard. I would conclude by saying that the Bloc will be supporting Bill C-31, but perhaps certain clarifications will be made when the committee studies it. Nevertheless, the problem is persisting. Partisanship has always been a factor in selecting judges, regardless of the total number of judges appointed to the Superior Courts. The Bloc Québécois will always fight to ensure that there are more impartial nominations made. It will do everything it can to ensure that citizens will be able to have really independent committees that will choose judges in a competent fashion. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-31 is a one-paragraph bill that simply increases the number of judges at the Superior Court level across the country from 30 to 50 in this special category. I think we need to put that in a bit of context, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the number of judges who sit at that level across the country, and the figure is somewhere in the range of about 750 to 800, and then we have a number of others who sit at the appeals level, plus those that sit in the federal court. And so, Mr. Speaker, this section of the Judges Act was designed to allow for an increase in the number of judges appointed in this special category based on, in effect, requests from the provinces and the territories. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important, other than to appreciate that number, that we need to put in context the current situation and the length of time it's been since there's been any increase in the absolute number of Superior Court justices across this country. First, let me start with the simple fact that this increase in number doesn't even keep up with the overall growth in the population in Canada. The addition of 20 judges, 6 of whom are going to be specifically designated to go to the specific claims tribunal, so they're not actually going to be in our regular courts. So we really are getting only 14 additional judges for the trial level at the Superior Court levels across the country. And the population increase far outstrips, on a percentage basis, a per capita basis, those additional numbers of judges. Mr. Speaker, across the country, bar associations, law societies, judicial councils have been calling on the federal government to increase the number of judges and to hasten the number of appointments when vacancies are available. I know in my home province of Ontario, the judges, administrative judges, senior judges, have been very public and very unusually public of criticizing this government for the slow pace of the appointments they made. And Mr. Speaker, you've heard from some of the other opposition parties the whole concern of the new appointment process that this government has introduced, which is very much designed. I don't think anybody who's objective about the process sees it other than a very clear attempt on the part of this government, and in particular on the part of the Prime Minister, to ideologically shift our bench right across the country in the way that they would be making appointments. Again, not that the former Liberal administration wasn't guilty of a similar misconduct, I'm going to put it that way, in the way that they made appointments, and in particular in the partisanship nature. But this attempt to ideologically shape the bench is really regrettable in a democratic society. Again, I want to put in context the difficulties that our judiciary is having of the increased workload that they're faced with. Legislatures across the country continue to pass laws that, in effect, promote additional litigation. And I don't want to overemphasize, but this is certainly true in the criminal law area. However, again, when we went through that, the appointment process change that this government introduced about a year and a half ago, what came out in the hearings we had at the Justice Committee was the small number of cases, percentage-wise, that are of a criminal nature at this level of the courts. The vast majority of our criminal trials and proceedings of the criminal justice system are at the provincial court level, and a different level than where these judges are. However, what is happening at this level, Mr. Speaker, and is increasing the workload, not the sheer number of cases, although those are going up, but is the number of super trials. These are trials, Mr. Speaker, that will go on for months and months, and in some cases, years. These are criminal cases under the criminal code, under our drug legislation, anti-drug legislation. Taking up, Mr. Speaker, at times, the entire year of a judge's workload. And we are seeing more of those cases coming. We're seeing them not just in the drug area, we are seeing them in some security crimes that end up in front of the judges. So that the workload in that respect, although the sheer number of cases, again, are not going up, what is going up is the length of trial and the number of judges' hours that have to be committed to those very lengthy trials. That is true as well, Mr. Speaker, with regards to the civil litigation. I think of the amount of additional judicial time that was taken up across this country as reforms went through in our auto insurance legislation. And I know in Ontario at one period of time I was having to deal with 4 separate pieces of legislation that affected the automobile accident depending on when it had occurred. This imposed very significant additional burdens on our courts because they were having to interpret those statutes as the law changed, and that took up very much additional hours. And that's repeated by any number of other examples across the country. So the number of hours spent on the criminal cases is going up. Similarly, the number of hours on the civil litigation cases of a general nature is going up. Those trials are also becoming longer. I can remember hearing some of our more senior judges, Mr. Speaker, describing what it was like to do a trial 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and 40 years ago, and the amount of additional work and hours that go into those cases now. More expert witnesses called, more witnesses generally called. A trial that might have taken 3 to 5 days is now taking 20 to 30. Again, just the standard automobile accident trial where there's any kind of severe injury. So that's going on. And in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps where the greatest additional burden in absolute hours has come from, has been in the matrimonial law area. And it is taking two forms. The sheer number of trials has increased dramatically. The interim motions and interim work that goes on prior to trial that these Superior Court justices sit on, that is, they are in court hearing these motions, has quadrupled and in some cases even more in terms of their basic workload. So that has gone up quite dramatically. It has been compounded, Mr. Speaker, by the number of files where one of the two parties, or in some cases both of the parties, are self-represented. And the reason for that, Mr. Speaker, is simply because of cost in the vast majority of cases. When I first started practicing in the early 70s, a family law trial, including a divorce, property settlement, and the issue of support, whether spousal or child, would normally take 2 to 3 days. Now, those trials are taking a minimum of 10 days, and it's not unusual for them to go 20 and 30 days. Even where we're not talking millions of dollars here, Mr. Speaker. In most cases, we're talking the average family in Canada with assets of maybe a couple of $100,000, incomes of in the mid-range. But that's what trials are costing at the present time. And so there are many applicants before the courts, many defendants before the courts, who cannot afford to be represented by counsel, by legal counsel, and are taking them on. That inevitably leads to much longer trials. And I can say from talking to judges, a great deal of frustration on their part. We're trying to make sure that the individual representing themselves gets a fair hearing, and the process is fair to both the represented party and the non-represented party. Mr. Speaker, the additional thing that's happening, and this goes back to the shortage of judges that we have, is that phenomenon in the matrimonial area in particular has resulted in additional costs. It was interesting, I think it was one of the Toronto papers through the holiday break did a lengthy article on the number of adjournments that are having to be granted because there aren't enough judges available in the province of Ontario. And I certainly know it's a problem in my hometown of Windsor, and I understand it to be a problem right across the province of Ontario. I know that fairly well, but I believe it's a problem right across the country as well. And so what's happening, Mr. Speaker, where clients are represented by counsel, counsel goes to court with them on one of these interim motions, which usually takes an hour to 2 hours to argue. What is happening is that a very lengthy list, and again I see this in all our courts, you may have 10 or 20 files before the judge that day. And if too many of them don't get resolved, that is, if they are argued, obviously the judge runs out of time before the end of the day, the case gets adjourned. But the lawyer has prepared for that motion and is sitting there all day in court waiting for it to be heard. If it's adjourned, he or she obviously ends up charging the client for that time, and the same thing happens again a week or a month later and may be adjourned again. And that's, in Toronto in particular, we are seeing repeated adjournments of that nature, costing the clients more money, and again forcing them in a number of cases after a period of time of being represented to have to take on their own representation, then prolonging the amount of time that is being spent. So that's the context in which we're functioning, Mr. Speaker. And again, these appointments, this additional 14 judges, while welcomed, while needed, is simply not going to be adequate to deal with the problems. Let me make this final point with regards to jumping back to the criminal law cases. This government, and I know this from a number of questions that I and other members of the Justice Committee have asked at Justice Committee when the legislation has come forward, has not been doing an analysis as the amendments to the criminal code are coming forward, and have not done the analysis as to how much additional court time these cases are going to take. I want to put this in context, Mr. Speaker, because what happens when you increase penalties in particular, or you create new crimes with severe penalties attached to them, is that you end up with fewer pleas of guilty, fewer negotiated plea bargains, and many, many more trials. And we haven't seen that increase yet, but that will be coming over the next while. And the sheer number of cases in front of our criminal courts is not likely to go up very much, but the length of them is going to go up, I believe, Mr. Speaker, quite dramatically, because most of these cases where this new legislation is coming are dealing with more severe crimes. And again, this government has not done an analysis of how much more judicial time is going to be needed to take care of that. So at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, what we're asking our judges to do is to cope with a growing population, the number of cases that have added to their trial list as a result of that, and in each one of the major areas that they have to deal with, criminal law, matrimonial law, and general civil litigation law, which includes commercial litigation, the amount of work that they're doing per file is going up dramatically, and in some cases the number of files, just the absolute number of files, is also going up. Mr. Speaker, we are going to be supporting this. We, the NDP, are going to be supporting this bill, but we are urging the government today, we'll be doing the same at Justice Committee when the bill gets there, to seriously consider augmenting this relatively modest number of additional judges and look at increasing it more substantially in keeping with what they're hearing from the judicial councils, the bar associations, and the law societies. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks. And I do agree with my honourable colleague that, in fact, that this bill, C-31, although our party supports it because we understand that there is a need to deal with the backlog and in the Superior Court system. However, I agree with my colleague that this is not an adequate solution, but needless to say, we still need to support it because we are dealing with a backlog, and I agree with my honourable colleague that there is huge costs and implications, and we are dealing also with people's rights, and I think the delays, justice never served when there's delayed. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to maybe my honourable colleague to comment on an issue that I think is of great importance to Canadians, and that's the whole issue that that this government has been, it seems, attacking the judiciary. And I think the judicial system needs to be defended by this parliamentary system of ours because it is one of our cornerstones of our institution of democracy. And maybe my honourable colleague could comment on the whole issue of judicial independence and also the need for the respect for the judiciary system in this country.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my colleague for that question. You can go back, Mr. Speaker, but I think the highlight of the attitude of this government we saw in the 2006 election, right near the end of the election, in the final week, when the now Prime Minister, then leader of the official opposition, made the point that the judiciary, from his perspective, was seen as an adversary to where he stood ideologically, where his party stood ideologically, the positions that they had taken on a number of issues confronting the country. And they didn't see them as part of the structure so much as being an impediment to the structure of government in this country. That, quite frankly, is frightful in a democracy when the now Prime Minister, then Leader of the Opposition, saw the judiciary that way. Again, the Conservatives, make allegations over patronage appointments. There is some validity to that. There's been analysis done by the appointments of the former government, Liberal government, of the number of them who had direct involvement with the Liberal Party prior to the appointment as a judge. Mr. Speaker, what that analysis always misses is that the vast majority of judges, whatever party they're appointed from, is whatever affiliation they may have had, or if they didn't have any affiliation at all. vast majority, because I think of the legal training and the experience they have in our courts and in our law schools, is that they take an independent stance once appointed. And that's something that didn't seem to fit into the vision that the Prime Minister, our current Prime Minister, has of the judiciary in this country. We have an excellent judiciary. I argue there is no judiciary in the world that is superior to ours. And there may be a few that are on a peer level. But we have an excellent judiciary. We don't have enough of them. But that attitude by the government to not trust, and the other point that I would make in this regard in response to the question, is the constant attempt by this government to undermine the discretion of our judiciary, both in criminal law, but you can see it in other areas where you would think they would want to undermine the amount of discretion, in particular in the interpretation of our Constitution and our Charter of Rights. And again, in a democracy, that is frightful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I was very intrigued by my honourable colleague's dissertation on the pressures that we're seeing in court right across this country, and I certainly know that in my riding there's many families who just are not able to access the kind of justice they need because of the stress. However, it becomes exacerbated if you start to look at the issue of isolated First Nation communities. We certainly have a double standard in health. We have a double standard in education in First Nations, and we definitely have a double standard in justice. And I would bring to my honourable colleague's attention just recently the Anishinaabe Nation is brought forward a human rights complaint over the issue of policing in isolated communities, where the Anishinaabe police are working under conditions that no non-Native police service would ever be expected to work under. Communities that are not being served with proper justice at that level. Then when things finally come to court, the lack of judges and legal representation to help people in the isolated communities. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if there's anything in this bill to address the woeful underrepresentation of resources for First Nation law and justice in the isolated regions of this country.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my colleague from Timmins, James Bay, for the question. I wish I would have thought of addressing it in my opening remarks, because he makes a very, very valid point. I suppose the government could say that 6 of the 20 new appointments, these judges are going to go specifically to the specific claims tribunal, which will hopefully dramatically increase the speed at which land claims are dealt with in the country, and that would be a very positive result for our First Nations. My friend colleague from Winnipeg makes the point it may actually slow the process down, that maybe a different process would have been more useful, and I think he has some merit to that. But beyond that, no, there is nothing in this bill that would expand the access to the courts by our First Nations, or, for instance, back to the appointment process, whether we should not be more obviously concentrating on getting more of our lawyers who come out of the First Nations and Aboriginal communities, Métis communities, onto the bench across the country. It was interesting, Mr. Speaker, in that regard. It was about 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago. There was an Aboriginal lawyers group in front of the committee, and we're quite proud of the fact that for the first time that year, they had now 100 lawyers in the country who came out of the First Nations Métis community. That is a very, very negative comment with regards to our recruitment to our law schools. When you look, for instance, in Ontario alone, we have something like 30,000 lawyers. And so of that 30,000, only a handful, 30 or 40 of them would be out of the First Nations. So just that access. The other thing with this government that is concerning me, in the Yukon, I've had 2 of the First Nations communities come to me about wanting to expand their justice system, their methodology of dispensing justice, and it's something that we have not pursued. The prior Liberal government didn't do it rapidly at all, and this government seems to be paying no attention to it whatsoever.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd just like the member, if he could follow up, elaborate more on his question about the independence of the judiciary. As he outlined, it was embarrassing the Prime Minister's comments when he was in opposition about that. But then when he got into government, they actually did things to change that, about that ridiculous rolling back of the judges' wages, then changing the appointment process so that it stacked it so the government appointees were the majority, even though the government didn't have to follow the appointments. They changed the qualifications of the people so that they could pick anyone out of the group. So I wonder if he could further just comment on that total attack on judicial independence, which has been a hallmark of the justice system in Canada until this government. And the second point is whether you comment on whether the appointment of 14 more judges for the backlog is an indictment of this government's failure to deal with crime. They have identified this as one of their high priorities, and of course, had they been dealing with crime in the ways that we have both promoted, dealing with the causes, reducing crime, recidivism, etc., then of course you would need less judges, not more. So is not this an indictment of their failure to deal properly with crime and to reduce crime in the country?
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have? Because I want to answer the second part. Let me quickly, on the point about them not dealing with crime in the holistic viewpoint and with regards to their judicial appointments, one of the things that is concerning a lot of trial lawyers, and I'm saying in particular on the prosecution side in the country, is that we're going to get hit with another ask-off type of decision by a superior court. The backlog in the criminal area is increasing dramatically. There are a number of cases that have been dismissed, but the fear is that there's going to be an overwhelming, at some point, decision by one of our superior courts or appeal courts that's going to strike down a large number of criminal cases. So it's not going to be an issue of dealing with them at all. They're just going to be out of the court system, including, as happened in Ontario, when this happened back in the early 90s, the number of serious criminal cases that were dismissed at that point because they hadn't been dealt with in a proper fashion. To deal with the issue of their attitude, the government's attitude towards our judiciary, and in particular trying to interfere with their independence, I think probably maybe the classic on this is the former Justice Minister, not the current one, but the former one, who sat with us on the review that we did of judicial appointments, and the position that he consistently took of wanting to create a less partisan, which was the case under the Liberals in a number of cases, but a less partisan appointment process, one where the person who was being appointed was the absolute best choice in the country or in that region, and who, not caring about their political affiliation one way or the other, not a positive, not a negative, you simply went on their merits and you took the very best candidate. And I remember him sitting and how hard he pushed for that when he was the justice critic for the Conservatives, and then when they get in power, we see in fact what they do, which again is to very much move away from the complete independence of the judiciary, which our Constitution requires, and move towards a very clear, focused attempt to ideologically affect the appointment process, so that you would then ideologically affect the judiciary at all levels, all the way up to the Supreme Court of Canada.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The honourable member for Yukon. Resuming debate.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I thought there was other speakers, so I'd just like to continue on that theme of that the problem is not the number of judges. Of course, I think everyone agrees with that, with the backlog and the specific claims process, which we're all supporting. But it's the way the judges are appointed. And if the way the judges are appointed is such a disaster, the way it's been handled by this government, of course, if you're having more judges, you're just going to increase the problem. When they came into power, They went around the process of the judge's salary and put the iron fist on it, and once again inhibited the independence of the process and the judiciary by interfering in that particular process. Then they rejigged the whole judicial appointment process in ways that were roundly criticized by those experts across the country in the judicial system, that was only a recommendation that they would stack the appointment of judges in favor of the government. And this is not a secret agenda. This was quite open because the Prime Minister himself made the point that they needed the judges to implement, not be independent, but to implement government policy, to make their interpretation of the law so that it would affect government policy rather than an independent, fair, just interpretation of whatever laws there are. And of course, then government can change the laws if they don't like how they're interpreted. I of course, want to support the point on the specific claims, that this is a very important procedure, and we'll definitely are supporting the judges that will be required to catch up the horrific backlog of claims with Aboriginal people in this country and get some of those long-standing claims finally dealt with. The final point I wanted to make was the failure of the government to deal with crime, especially although crime is being reduced in Canada. The government chose it as a high priority, and of course, if they had been successful during their mandate, there would have been, of course, a reduction in crime, and then you would need less judges, not more, obviously. And so what is the reason for this? There was a wonderful show on The Current last week on CBC, last Thursday, I believe, with Anna Marie Tremonte, talking about the failures in the jails in Canada, in the federal jails. And if you're going to reduce crime, a lot of the crime, majority of crime, is repeat crime. So how do you deal with that? And we've debated in Justice Committee numerous times. We've heard the experts give the solutions. We've heard some police officers give solutions. And these solutions deal with making sure those crimes don't occur in the first place. So they deal with things like removing the root causes of crime, removing the overcrowding, removing the poverty, removing the lack of ability of people to gain meaningful employment, and whatever reason might be causing that, to remove the much lower achievement of Aboriginal people on the average, and getting their school system up to the levels so that they'll have the same level of achievement, therefore the same opportunities for gainful employment. And it deals with, as the CBC analyzed in great care last week, the treatment of prisoners, because there are most of your criminals. They're right there. You have access to them. And they're going to reoffend unless they're treated properly. And as you saw in that program, repeated examples of insufficient treatment, of educational opportunities, of anger management, of the type of things. And quite often the inmates themselves were asking for these services, these things that would make them return to society. You know, the experts told us quite often in committee that the longer jail terms in a lot of cases were actually increased crime, because it was like a university of crime. They were longer away from a fastly evolving society, so that they did not have the ability to easily integrate, to have the skills. They come out and there's a whole different world, and it just exacerbates that situation if they're not getting training in the institution. There has been one great leap forward in training and rehabilitation related to alternative sentencing and different types of treatment of criminals outside just simple incarceration. And I think as during a few weeks ago, Ottawa has a committee dealing with, and the Chief of Police made marvelous examples of how this system had much greater rehabilitation effect. You know, we've probably failed for 1,000 years to rehabilitate and stop recidivism successfully. But at least some of these group conferencing and other types of non-incarceration sentences are actually having effect. 60–70% stopping person from repeating crime, whereas the traditional incarceration has only maybe 40% roughly. And we finally come upon a new system that's having some effect on certain level of criminals, and then the government tries to pass a bill to eliminate that for a vast majority of crimes. Fortunately, that didn't pass, and that was stopped. But the point is, another example was with the Aboriginal court justice workers. That program, it went to the last, the 11th hour before it was renewed, and thank goodness the present Justice Minister is totally supportive of that program and thinks it's a good idea, and ultimately did renew it. But this government pushed that program right to the brink, and they were spending all sorts of times, instead of rehabilitating offenders in the way that had been so successful, they had to spend their time trying to fight the fact that their program was expiring, and that they would no longer have funding until at the last moment it was put in. I hope that that system is actually put on a permanent basis, so they don't have to keep applying for that. So our position on this is, of course, we want the justice system to work effectively. Justice delayed can be justice denied, so we want sufficient justices in the system to deal with the cases. We certainly want judges for the specific claims, but we would certainly like the government to take far more action to reduce crime in the ways that members of all the opposition parties and all the experts that have come before our committee have suggested would actually reduce crime, and so that we wouldn't need to keep increasing judges and to have an act like this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job. Questions and comments? Resuming debate. Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Mr. Lund moved that Bill C-31, an act to amend the Judges Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed. En conséquence,
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Bills, Commons. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-8, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act, Railway Transportation.
Honourable Deputy de...
Honourable Member for Alfred Pelin. 10 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am now completing remarks that I began December 10th, 2007, so last year. My speaking time was interrupted then, and so I have 10 more minutes remaining. Is that right, Mr. Speaker? This bill under consideration is at third reading. The main objective, I would remind you, is to clarify the Act and to protect shippers from abusive acts that could be committed, in particular in the grain industry. So there needs to be a better balance between railway companies and those that produce the goods, among other things, the grain producers that have to ship their
product across Canada, and they feel that they are not well treated by the railways. This bill comes out of the concerns of shippers, in particular Western grain producers. It will impose certain rules on the railway companies, but provide certain guarantees to them. As I mentioned in December, I would like to reflect the meeting that I had with a group in Alberta. It was a very good presentation in French, by the way. It was a commission that does not have a French name, however. We were sympathetic to their presentation. They represent 52,000 producers, grain producers across Canada, especially in the West. Their analysis is similar to ours in the Bloc Québécois. The Canada Transportation Board would have to be able to indicate that there were significant damages in order to impose penalties. The shippers would have to use the Canada Transportation Act requirements and prove that there were significant disadvantages to them. There would be time allowed to that would be an increased time that would be easier for them. It would also enable the Canada Transportation Commission to evaluate any actions taken by the railways regarding shippers. Right now, the shippers cannot challenge any tariff imposed penalties. For example, when there are extra services like the weighing of cars, then this is something that they cannot take into account. The third, they feel that there should be means used to assess reasonable measures that are taken. Fifth, set parameters for railways under federal jurisdiction. Sixth, publish on the internet a list of areas where cars can be loaded. 7, add a requirement regarding arbitration to allow for a mediator to be appointed. There must be a fair and more balanced way of resolving dispute. 8, to enable shippers to work together and use arbitration when they are dissatisfied with the prices that are proposed by a railway company. This would broaden the provision to enable shippers to work collectively so that they can better share the costs of this arbitration. This is a point that was brought up by small shippers regarding the railways. They felt that they could not really afford the costs of bringing their cases to the Commission. 9th, there should be an independent evaluation of railway company services. There is a review that is called for. This would be useful to the canola industry, where right now the services available to shippers will be examined, and this will enable recommendations to be made and shippers to deal with problems. We had testimony from the railways that do agree with the idea of having a review so that there will be a factual analysis of the occasional the costs that are imposed on grain producers. Right now, these issues are just at the idea stage. So these are the important aspects of the legislation. The Bloc Québécois supports this bill because it will give powers under the Canada Transportation Act. It is a good idea to act now because now we have to regulate in this area. The owners of railways are operating them in the way that they want, and they often change the rules without any advance notice. And this is why the Bloc Québécois is supporting this legislation. We support producers, including Western grain producers. We are certainly sensitive to Quebec farmers' concerns, and this is why we want to support this. If the Conservative government was willing to help farmers with supply management as it is willing to help shippers right now, this would be very helpful to Quebec producers. I would point out that the Bloc Québécois does not make a distinction between producers in Quebec and in Western Canada. We feel that people are being exploited in some cases by the private sector, and we certainly are happy to play a constructive role in opposition to correct those problems. We feel that the bill should therefore move forward in third reading. Questions and comments? Resuming debate. The honourable member.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity on behalf of the NDP caucus to enter into the debate on Bill C8, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act as it pertains to railways. We should note previously known as Bill C58 in the previous Parliament. And on behalf of my colleague from Windsor West, I'd like to announce today that we are in support of Bill C8. We will be supporting it at this stage of debate because we feel that it addresses many of the valid concerns that railway shippers have over the current conditions of the Canada Transportation Act, which allow for the potential abuse of market powers by the railways. Now, we should point out, Mr. Speaker, it's the view of the NDP at least, that at the present time the Canadian Pacific Railway and the Canadian National Railway have a virtual duopoly on shipping prices. Is a new word to me, Mr. Speaker. It's not a monopoly, but a duopoly. And their financial stranglehold, as it were, is choking Canadian shippers who rely on the rail system to transfer their products from the farm or the mine to the market. And currently those producers, Mr. Speaker, transportation costs are their second or third largest cost for these bulk shippers. So under this duopolistic regime, these shippers have no alternative way to transport their products. So even though, our point is, Mr. Speaker, even though there are more than 30 federally regulated railways in Canada, something I didn't know until today, many rail shippers are in fact captive shippers. That is, only a single railway company offers direct service to their area, and for these shippers, the rail transportation environment is not naturally competitive, and in the absence of adequate legislative measures, a railway company could take advantage of its position as a monopolist in the region. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we are in fact welcoming these legislative measures that will in fact afford some protection to these captive shippers. Now, a monopolist railway would have the incentive to offer lower levels of service at higher prices, we believe, than it would under more competitive market conditions. So, Mr. Speaker, we welcome this attention to the rail transportation system, if I might, Mr. Speaker, because it brings to light perhaps a larger issue facing Canadians, in that Canada as a nation made a strategic mistake perhaps 20, perhaps 30 years ago, when it chose to start dismantling our rail transportation system and putting the emphasis of freight on trucks.
And if there's anything that I've heard you personally, Mr. Speaker, speak about in this House of Commons, it's the fact that for all kinds of good reasons, for the environment, for the cost factor, to save on fuel, we should all be trying to get the freight off the trucks and put it back on the rails to the largest extent possible so that most of its transportation, most of the distance that is shipped, is in fact shipped by rail. Now that is going to take a shift in mindset for Canadians. It's going to take an analysis of our whole transportation infrastructure in this country. And I welcome the opportunity to debate Bill C-8 today on the rail transportation system as it pertains to the Canada Transportation Act. But I also welcome and invite other members of Parliament to join in what could be a very exciting period and opportunity as we revisit the whole transportation infrastructure as an integrated network of transportation that will in fact meet the needs of the 21st century. And in that light, Mr. Speaker, in that context, I draw your attention to, and other members of the House, to a report that was very quietly released just a couple of days ago, without much fanfare. Hardly anybody noticed, it would seem, or certainly the media didn't notice. And it's called the Asia-Pacific Gateway and Corridor Initiative, put out on behalf of, or commissioned by, the current Minister of International Trade and Minister for the Pacific Gateway. Now this, Mr. Speaker, perhaps in terms of transportation, this is the most important piece of work that I've come across in my 11 years as a Member of Parliament, because it finally comes to grips with the notion that we made a policy mistake a number of years ago when we got away from the railroads, when we started tearing up the tracks to smaller communities. God knows the experience in Western Canada, we haven't been nation building, we've been tearing up the tracks and we've been abandoning communities in terms of access to rail transportation. But this report, a brief 40-page report, I should recognize and again credit the authors of the report, one of whom is from Winnipeg, Mr. Arthur de Fair, the owner of Palliser Furniture, I believe in your riding, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Jeff Burkhart, and Mr. Richard Turner. This blue-chip panel traveled the world and looked at efficient transportation networks with an emphasis on Asia and with an emphasis on the revolution that occurred in transportation and shipping and freight with the shipping container and the new urgent need for Canada to get on board with handling these containers in a more effective, integrated approach. Now, the Asia-Pacific Gateway is obviously looking at the ports and the terminals, but this report reminds us of the need and the potential for inland ports, for distribution terminals far away from the congestion of Vancouver and Prince Rupert, and perhaps, and I put it to you as a Member of Parliament from Winnipeg, Mr. Speaker, perhaps a place like Winnipeg would be the ideal location for a great inland port. Or Timmins, Ontario, as it were, connected by rail, of course. What we're saying is we have to think outside the box, that the congestion of terminals such as Vancouver are not going to be able to handle the millions and millions of containers that we contemplate or we anticipate flowing here from Asia, and then full ones flowing out of here back across the Pacific Ocean, full of Canadian commodities for export. This is going to take a rethinking of monumental proportion. This is going to take some vision. And the only vision we've seen in the transportation network in the last 30 years is how to tear up tracks, not how to build them. So, Mr. Speaker, the reason I raise this today is I can serve notice to you, and I think you're aware of this, there's a movement afoot in the city of Winnipeg to tear up the tracks out of the inner city of Winnipeg and build this great inland port on the outskirts of Winnipeg that in fact will be the state-of-the-art shipping container distribution terminal that you have ever seen. And I've seen some humdingers. I've been to Shanghai and witnessed there. I've been to Indonesia and seen their state-of-the-art container distribution terminal, Vietnam, Fuzhou, China. It doesn't look anything like you've seen in this country. These container terminals are like something you can't even imagine, Mr. Speaker. But this report, this 40-page report, shows us the way gives us a roadmap, at least whets our appetite to investigate the enormous potential if we want to get with it and get into the 21st century in terms of an integrated shipping system. As a Member of Parliament representing the inner city of Winnipeg, I welcome this opportunity, because if we do tear up the tracks that have divided historically the north end and the south end of Winnipeg, with all the predictable social and economic consequences that flowed from that, if we tear those tracks up and put them outside the city where they belong, the opportunities are enormous. And from an inner city point of view, the inner city of Winnipeg desperately needs new housing stock, new green space, new recreation facilities. So this would be 250 acres, like a subdivision in the heart of the city. If people will just dare to dream how wonderful it could be to meet these urgent needs, and also to avail ourselves of this wonderful economic development opportunity of being the terminus, taking advantage of our geographic advantage as the very center of North America, we could be the distribution hub for the continent.
Here, here.
Let me remind you, Mr. Speaker, it's the full title of the Asia-Pacific Gateway is the Asia-Pacific Gateway and Corridor Initiative. It contemplates the input of these shipping containers from Asia through the Vancouver and Prince Rupert, from Europe and Russia through Churchill, from South America and Africa through the St. Lawrence Seaway and the Great Lakes, all of it coming towards the center, the true geographic center of North America, which is Winnipeg, to be received, offloaded, redistributed on a corridor north-south. The Red River Corridor, Mr. Speaker, goes north-south from Churchill through Winnipeg, straight down to Texas, down to Mexico, into South America. Mr. Speaker, this is the vision of a great distribution network that we could play a role in, and it starts right here. This is how these things begin, is in the House of Commons with a little red report of 40 pages that was announced without any fanfare, is loaded with such potential that I can hardly convey it to you, Mr. Speaker. So Winnipeg has been a tale of two cities for many years, divided socially, economically, and culturally by this great scar, this great industrial scar right through the heart of our city. I'm saying we tear up the tracks, we heal that scar, we put housing, green space, recreation, and get the tracks out of the city and rebuild a great distribution network, something that you as a railway man, Mr. Speaker, would be proud of. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, I'm Winnipeg North, which is the other side of the tracks that my colleague from Winnipeg Centre is talking about. And he makes a very interesting proposal to this chamber, and that is to try to deal with what is often considered an unsightly barrier in our city of Winnipeg, not unlike some other cities, when you have rail yards smack dab in the middle of a city, and it leads to not only a questionable environmental, aesthetically pleasing sites, but also divides a city into the north and the south and leads to all the stigma that's attached with it. I want to ask my colleague from Winnipeg Centre, who has been very vocal on this issue and who has had the courage to dream about a project that doesn't seem to be on anybody's radar screen, doesn't seem to be on the minds of our city or our provincial or federal governments at present. However, it often takes a seed that's planted in a place like this for something to take fruition. So I want to ask my colleague from Winnipeg where he sees the support for this project coming, and secondly, to tell us a bit about this recent report on the Asia-Pacific corridor, gateway and corridor that he's talked about, and whether or not, in fact, if this was a report commissioned by the federal government, if therefore there is some obligation on the part of the federal government to ensure that its dollars are spent wisely and that it sees through to the end of the proposals recommended in this report.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Winnipeg North and for her interest and concern in this issue. I was looking at a play that was written by a friend of mine recently, Bruce McManus, as a play called Selkirk Avenue.
Yes.
It's quite well known where we're coming from. And two babushka-wearing Polish grandmas are talking on Selkirk Avenue in my colleague from Winnipeg North's riding. They're saying, "What are you doing today?" And the one points at the Arlington Street Bridge and said, "I go to Canada. I go over the bridge to Eaton's today. I'm going to Canada." That's how dramatic, Mr. Speaker, the divide has developed in my city of Winnipeg, because in 1882 they decided to run the tracks right down the center of Winnipeg and cause that great social and cultural divide. But from an urban planning point of view, my colleagues is exactly right. There's a host of good reasons to tear up the tracks. I mean, there's been spills, derailments, explosions many times over the years, contamination, environmental degradation. It's been an ongoing challenge to build and maintain bridges, overpasses, underpasses to go over and around these huge yards, and they are huge. We're talking hundreds and hundreds of acres of rail yards. But finally, we desperately need the land for new housing, more green space, more recreation space. We want to use that land properly in the inner city of Winnipeg, not have it as an industrial blight. And I have no objection to industry or development, but there's appropriate places for that kind of development, and the heart and soul of our city is not the place. So this report opens the door. The report that my colleague made reference to, commissioned by the Minister of International Trade, it was finished in May of 2007, and I am wondering why it was only released a couple of days ago, because I personally have approached the minister twice asking him for copies of it, because we're all waiting for it. But it is what opens the door for us and contemplates clearly a series of inland ports to accommodate this massive flow that we contemplate of shipping containers from all around the world, converging, I hope, at the hub of North America, the very heart and soul of the continent, which is Winnipeg, Manitoba.
Yeah.
These container terminals are an awesome thing to see when they're well designed and properly. You know, if your container has your furniture in it from your factory and you're trying to find it, it might be 200 rows down and 100 rows over and 8 high, and a computerized gantry will go and find it and pick it out and deliver it to you, so that no train and no ship is waiting more than 24 hours to offload or to reload. That's the kind of vision that we have to have if we're serious about attracting attention and being this distribution network, because the railways will stop to pick up freight and drop off freight if they don't get bottlenecked in a downtown core, and if they can get in and out in 24 hours and pick up revenue, then they will come. Build it and they will come. So it is just a dream, it is just a vision, but it's exciting, people, because we're talking about the revitalization of the inner city on a scale.
The chair hesitates to bring any debate about Winnipeg to an end, but the honourable member's time has expired. Reprise de débat, l'honorable député d'Argenteuil.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Argenteuil, Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak to this Bill C-8 on behalf of the Bloc Québécois. At the outset, I will be telling you that our party will be supporting Bill C-8, which is an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act, railway transportation, Mr. Speaker. Why will we be supporting the bill? Because this bill, which was discussed, amended, worked on, and modified in committee, will enable us to resolve some problems that have gone on for years now. We are hoping, at any rate, that these problems between shippers and railway companies will be resolved, because over the past few years, we've had a whole series of tariffs presented for railway companies that would enable us to have a mediation system, a dispute resolution system for the railway company. This was enabled by legislation, but over the years, the rail companies have added all kinds of other costs to the shipping invoice, other costs like parking costs, costs to cover cost of rising fuel, a whole list of costs for which the shippers had to shoulder. They had no say about the costs. They simply had to pay them. And this dispute was brought before Transport Canada. And over the past few years, there have been various consultations, negotiations held, but until now, there has been no arrangement made between the shippers and the rail companies. The rail lobby was very involved in this file. They put a lot of pressure on us. They said that we could destabilize the market by taking action. So I think that at one point, this dispute has to come to an end. Often these shippers are totally reliant on rail as the only means of transport. The only way that they can have their goods transported is through the rail system. And you know that the Bloc Québécois has always defended rail because in a society or with globalization, rail transportation is one way of dealing with greenhouse gases, and rail companies help us reduce pollution. So the more we use rail, the better it will be for the environment. That's why it's very important that this dispute be resolved. Will it resolve everything? Let's take a look what the clause 3 says. 120.1. If on complaint in writing to the agency by a shipper who is subject to any charges and associated terms and conditions for them, here I am referring to 120.1, for the movement of traffic or for the provision of incidental services that are found in a tariff that applies to more than one shipper other than a tariff referred to in subsection 1653, the agency finds that the charges or associated terms are unreasonable, the agency may establish new charges or terms and conditions. That is, we will be able to use these particular decisions to any other decisions undertaken by the agency. So this whole habit that the rail companies had of passing on all kinds of costs to the shippers is something that will have to be looked at more closely. Obviously, our forestry industries and our manufacturing sectors have been hard hit by crisis. They're going through very difficult situations right now. And as we all know, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is the only party in this House that really defends the manufacturing sector and the forestry sector, something which the Conservative government has not done. They came up with this assistance plan to help the sector, but it did not consider the dire situations that are currently existing right in the province of Quebec. So it's very important that the government is simply looking at ways to buy the next election, but they're not really thinking the real interests of the people in Quebec. So that's a choice that Conservative MPs have made. They don't stand up and defend the citizens in their provinces, citizens who are losing their jobs. It's not normal to invest in the oil sector or in various sectors that we are investing in when in fact people are losing their jobs right, left, and center. The manufacturing sector, the forestry sector are going through a lot of problem. Yes, it is true that I am bringing this out in this discussion on C8 because these are irritants that exist, and it's time that the government takes steps to put an end to this system of simply improving costs, the increasing costs. And here I'm talking about factors that really don't have any bearing on the actual transportation costs, but these costs simply get passed on to the shippers. It's very important. Why? Because, in my opinion, This bill has been unanimous is in the eyes of the shippers. We invited representatives from all sectors to appear before the committee to discuss this bill. We heard from national organizations, but we could see clearly that there was unanimity, and no one really called for any changes to this bill, with the exception of some tiny little adjustments. So the entire shipping sector has asked for such a bill in Quebec and in Canada, and there's part of this bill which applies to the west of Canada. I said western Quebec, but I didn't mean to say that. I meant west of Canada. And here I'm referring, of course, to the section that deals with grain transport. But we have to resolve these problems throughout Canada, so we'll be pleased to support this bill. And, Mr. Speaker, once again, often it are the little things that help us to get rid of irritants step by step. And once this bill is adopted in third reading, as we are now doing, we are hoping that it will get royal assent as quickly as possible, and we will be in a position to deal with these irritants. And I would repeat that this bill resolves the problem that this problems that many shippers are dealing with, and this directive that states that when the order applies, the agency must take into account the following factors once the order is written. They have to think about industry practices. They have to think about any related services. And this all has to be done on a competitive basis. So in the decision-making process, the agency has enough leeway to use everything at its disposal to answer all of the questions put to it with respect to dispute resolution. For the rail companies, the bill will strike a balance. Clause 4 pertains to by reason of the instrument or act by which a railway line or an operating interest in the line is transferred through the process as set out in sections. The line returns to the railway company. The railway company shall, within 60 days after the day on which the return takes place, resume operations. Obviously, this is very important that this guideline be implemented. Mr. Speaker, why is this dispute resolution system so important? Well, for the forestry and manufacturing sectors in Quebec and in Ontario, as we heard, these sectors are going through very hard times. It's an economic disaster in actual fact. We know that for the past 3 quarters, the manufacturing and manufacturing sectors were in a recession. And when the manufacturing and forestry sectors go through such a problem, and we take a look at what's happening in the natural resources sector, well, we find ourselves facing a myriad other problems. And when it comes to tariffs, the problem that the sectors have been going through in Canada or in Quebec, these problems are identical forever. So with a minimum of 10, Alberta has a lot more money to resolve these problems than Quebec does, and it is because of this conservative attitude that we've had these problems. We are going to be defending the interests of Quebecers. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence. I appreciated the comments made by the member for Quebec. He talked about the economic conditions in Ontario. That's very important for us because we find ourselves now in an economic crisis. Yes, I do agree with him that the government should do more than it is currently doing. He said in his intervention that the way that the members from on both sides of the House are working together to resolve this problem, a problem that is in the West, but a problem which has an impact on the economy right throughout the country. And I appreciate the fact that he speaks not only as a Quebecer but as a Canadian who holds the interests of other citizens, holds these interests dear to his heart. He's also thinking about Ontario citizens. I'm very aware of the problems we're facing today. So it's very important to press the government and the members in this House it's important that they realize the economic conditions of Ontario.
From the point of view of manufacturing, it is a very important generator of lumber and lumber industries and secondary products. Perhaps not as large as Quebec and British Columbia, but these are sectors that are very, very important for Ontario. And I share with him the concern that he's expressed on our behalf, thank you very much, that the government needs to be much more implicated in the economic crisis of the day that is being faced by industries in the manufacturing sector, in the lumber sector, and in others as well. But just to name those, and I'm wondering whether he has, for us, tabulated some questions about specific themes that he thinks the government should present to this House and to Parliament, to all Canadians, or does he want me to do it for him? And if he does, I'll be pleased to do it immediately after question period.
Lord,
Order, please. After question period, the honourable member will have an opportunity to answer.
Déclaration des députés.
Statements by members.
For Yorkton Melville.
As I drove the back roads of Yorkton Melville during the Christmas break, I was concerned with the growing unrest within the grain farming community. Many farmers are telling me they want to choose for themselves where they may market their grain. Being forced to turn their grain over to the Canadian Wheat Board is viewed as unfair. They point out to me that a recent pool return outlook reveals that our Western barley growers get about $2 per bushel less than North Dakota farmers just a stone's throw away. A huge differential in wheat prices also exists. Grain producers ask me, what kind of democracy forces farmers to sell their product back to a government agency for a discounted price? Furthermore, they ask, why must our Western farmers sell to the Canadian Wheat Board while Eastern farmers can sell their own product to the highest bidder? Farmers in Yorkton Melville tell me if they were free to market their own grain, many other government funding programs could become unnecessary. Prairie farmers must contend with drought, flooding, wind, and pests. They should not also have to battle with the Canadian Wheat Board.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our urban communities are overcome with gridlock. The amount of people who drive everywhere by car has risen by 6% over the last decade. The provinces understand this problem. Both BC and Ontario have recently announced substantial investments to get citizens out of their cars and into public transit. And yet this government looks the other way and throws roadblocks towards delivering funding. The residents of my riding of Thornhill are eager for transit initiatives. Residents are facing longer commutes, widening roads, increased population. And meanwhile, this government evades its responsibility to deliver new funding for critical initiatives like the Spadina and Yonge Street subway extensions. We need serious investments in mass public transportation to meet the needs of our expanding urban population. We need a transit plan now to get more people out of their cars. It's time this government got on board. We need a national transit strategy that includes new, permanent funding. We need a federal government that supports, not obstructs, funding public national transit.
Absolutely.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, it's thanks to the Bloc Québécois that Bill C-12 was amended to protect one of the fundamental specificities of the Quebec nation, its civil code. In doing so, it protected the RSPs of Quebecers against being seized or garnished. The Bill C-12 of the Conservative government would have confounded Quebec law, flying in the face of a unanimous motion from the National Assembly of Quebec. The Bloc Québécois has can say mission accomplished because C12, as amended by the Bloc, received royal assent on December 14th last. This includes the Workers' Protection Program, so that the Conservative government must put in place to help workers whose business goes under. In the economic context today, the slowness of protecting workers is just incomprehensible. The Bloc Québécois will be dogging the Conservative government until we can see this program put in place.
Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a bright, sunny day in Ottawa, and I'm sure thousands will be out skating on the Rideau Canal, the world's second longest skating rink.
Right.
That's right, Mr. Speaker, second longest because the longest is in my fair city of Winnipeg. Thanks to Paul Jordan and a group of dedicated Winnipeggers, thousands of families are now able to lace on the blades and enjoy a skate on 8.54 kilometer stretch of the Assiniboine and Red Rivers. Last year, Ottawa scoffed at Paul's efforts, but Winnipeg has just skated right by them into the record book. And no, we aren't skating in single file. Maybe, Mr. Speaker, it's my Dutch heritage where skating on canals is a way of life, but it does matter to be in the World Book of Records and the Guinness Book of Records, and Winnipeg has just made that with the longest skating rink in the world. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we have at 8.54 exceed Ottawa's 7.8 kilometers of their skating rink here in Ottawa. We all challenge, all of us from Winnipeg, challenge Ottawa to beat that record or else come to Winnipeg and enjoy a wonderful skate on the longest skating rink in the world.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the world honoured the 63rd anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz by marking the annual day of commemoration in memory of victims of the Holocaust. Sadly, 6 decades after the world declared never again, genocide, ethnic cleansing, and racism still exist and indeed are born anew. Therefore, Canada must lead the world in combating bigotry in all its forms. It is for this reason that the Canadian government will not participate in the Durban Review Conference. We have no intention of lending Canada's good name or our resources to a conference which promotes hatred or anti-Semitism. It is for the same reason that the Canadian government is taking steps to become a full member of the Task Force for International Cooperation on Holocaust, Education, Remembrance and Research. Mr. Speaker, never again must mean never again failing to take an active role in condemning anti-Semitism or any of the other forms of bigotry that continue to pollute our world.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
January 22nd saw a record 7 Oscar nominations for Canadian artists or related to Canadian film productions. The film Juno features Haligonian Ellen Page, nominated for Best Actress, and Canadian Jason Reitman for Best Director. Torontonian Sarah Polley received a nomination for Best Adapted Screenplay for Away From Her, and for the same film, Julie Christie is nominated for Best Actress. Not to be outdone, Canadian David Cronenberg's Eastern Promises has its lead, Viggo Mortensen, up for Best Actor.
In addition to the 5 nominations, 2 animated short films are competing. Madame Tutli-Putli from the National Film Board and Montreal's Chris Lavis and Maciek Zurbowski, and I'm at the Walrus from Toronto's Joss Raskin. Mr. Speaker, I wish all these marvelous candidates great success, and I hope that Telefilm Canada will be able to lobby hard those members of the Academy for great success.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, it has been 2 years since Canadians chose change and elected a Conservative government. We can take pride that we have kept our word and delivered the goods. We made it a priority to clean up government. That's why we delivered the strongest clean government law in history. We made it a priority to help parents. We have provided families with $100 a month for every child under 6 years. We have cut the GST from 7 to 5%, reduced income taxes, slashed the right of lending fee in half, helped seniors with pension income splitting, and gotten tough on crime. We made it a priority to improve infrastructure. That's why we have increased funding for the Asia-Pacific Gateway. And we have introduced responsible environmental policies. Mr. Speaker, as a result of these priorities, Canada is getting stronger and the government is more accountable. The economy's fundamentals have been strengthened and the country is more united. and our government is going to continue to deliver real results to Canadians in the months ahead.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Bar-Richelieu, Nicolet-Bécancourt. Mr. Speaker, we learned last week that Canada Post took an insulting decision for all Quebecers, which proves that Quebec and the Quebec nation's place here is meaningless. What they did was publish a calendar without referring to the national celebration of Quebec on June 24th and a series of stamps illustrating only Anglophone artists. This totally ignored the scope of Quebec's culture beyond these borders. This incident demonstrates the fact that the Conservative government merely wants to fool people about the position of Quebecers in this country. They do not want to give them their true privileges of a nation.
Arsuris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Real leadership on the economy is what Canadians are looking for. And what's the Liberal Party offering? Nothing other than increased taxes and deficit spending. The Liberal leader sees tax cuts like the GST a serious mistake. And the Liberal finance critic openly muses about raising the GST. All this while making promise after costly promise that would send Canada spiraling into deficit. What do you expect from a Liberal leader who owes a whopping nearly $900,000 leadership campaign debt? That's not leadership. But leadership is precisely what's required at this time. We said we would allow Canadians to keep more of their hard-earned money and dollars, and we did. We said we would cut the GST from 7% to 6% to 5%, and we did. We said we would lower the lowest income tax rate to 15%, and we did. $190 billion of tax relief for individuals, families, and businesses. At the same time, making record payments to reduce Canada's debt. More money in your pocket, fewer Liberals in your wallet. That's the leadership Canadians want, and this Conservative government is delivering.
Honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government announced last Wednesday that Canada will not be participating in the 2009 Durham Review Conference. Despite mixed messages sent by our General Assembly votes in the fall, I'm pleased that the government is now doing the right thing. This is an important first step. The Durban Review Conference is set to be an exercise in racism and discrimination in complete opposition to its stated objectives. I believe the government should further demonstrate the strength of their convictions by halting federal funding to non-governmental organizations that will attend this charade and by calling on our friends and allies to boycott this conference as well. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I propose that Canada consider hosting a parallel conference to combat racism and discrimination, to facilitate global dialogue and action on this important issue. And, Mr. Speaker, what better place to hold it than in Winnipeg in the shadow of the new Canadian Human Rights Museum? Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Robertval, Lac Saint-Jean, Mr. Speaker. The hypocrisy of the Bloc is becoming cynical, even more so than in the past. With respect to the forestry crisis, the leader has said that there were no announcements pending. Yet, Quebecers know that several millions of dollars didn't just appear by itself to help Quebecers. $125 million comes under the initiative to help in the forestry crisis. In addition, our government has transferred some $406 million in
Pour terme, aider les travailleurs des secteurs forestiers et manufacturiers. Hausser le ton en se promenant les mains vides, c'est la pire des politiques. Les travailleurs jugeront sévèrement l'impuissance des bloquistes à obtenir des résultats réels et concrets pour l'industrie forestière aujourd'hui, demain et à jamais. Je continuerai mes démarches au souhait de notre gouvernement dans l'intérêt de ces travailleurs et je fais entièrement confiance au leadership de notre Premier ministre.
Bravo,
Merci,
bravo,
monsieur.
bravo. Member for West.
Canada experienced a deep loss in late December, the death of renowned Mi'kmaq activist Nora Bernard at her home near Millbrook First Nation, Nova Scotia. Nora Bernard was a trusted leader in her community, highly respected by everyone who knew her, deeply loved by her family and friends. She became a champion for her people when she launched a class action lawsuit on behalf of survivors of abuse at residential schools. Her efforts were instrumental in getting a national settlement for for an estimated 79,000 survivors. Survivors of the horrors of the residential schools will never forget this courageous woman, and all of us will remember her determination and dedication to her community. As Mi'kmaq spiritual leader Noel Knockwood said, she made a tremendous contribution to Canada as a whole by standing up for liberty, justice, and freedom. All Canadians should be proud of her tremendous achievements in the face of overwhelming adversity.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, January is Alzheimer Awareness Month. In Quebec, 105,600 people are suffering from Alzheimer's. Currently, we don't know the cause nor what type of effective treatment is available for this neurodegenerative disease. Without any type of remedy, it is projected that 750,000 people will get Alzheimer's by 2031. However, researchers are optimistic because of cell therapy for early diagnosis and because of a vaccine which will probably be available in about 5 years' time. This is very encouraging for the people and caregivers, the families of those who have Alzheimer's. The Bloc Québécois wants to thank all of the volunteers who do such wonderful work by taking care of those who are sick with Alzheimer's, and we will continue to help out in any way we can.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take a moment today to commemorate the 250th anniversary of the deportation of the Acadians from Prince Edward Island. In the mid-1700s, Ile Saint-Jean, as Prince Edward Island was then known, was home to several thousand Acadian residents. When the British gained control of the island in 1758, they deported at least 3,000 Acadians. Two ships, the Duke William and the Violet, which were carrying deported Acadians, sunk off the coast of France. 700 lives were lost. To avoid deportation, approximately 1,000 to 1,500 Acadians escaped to the province of Quebec, the province of New Brunswick, or hid in more remote parts of Prince Edward Island. The Acadians, Mr. Speaker, showed remarkable resilience in the face of these hardships, and some eventually returned or stayed in Prince Edward Island. Now, up to 25% of Prince Edward Island residents are extremely proud of their Acadian heritage. Mr. Speaker, please join with me in remembering the expulsion of the Acadians from Prince Edward Island and from across the maritime provinces. I hope that by reflecting on this regrettable chapter in Canadian history, we can ensure that such tragedies are never repeated.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, the soft on crime Liberals are again fighting with each other. Our Conservative government's Bill C-2 imposes tough new mandatory minimum sentences for gun-related crimes. Even the Liberal Premier of Ontario has demanded that the Liberal-dominated Senate finally pass this bill to make our streets and communities safer. Yet after almost 2 years of obstruction and delay, what's the response from the Liberal opposition leader? He says he won't help. Shameful, Mr. Speaker. For years, Canadians of many different backgrounds have demanded action on gun crime. Bill C-2 delivers that action. Yet the leader of the opposition and his cronies in the Senate continue to play political games while the violent crime rate continues to rise. Mr. Speaker, Liberal stonewalling is becoming a national disgrace. Canadians want action, and they want it now. Why won't the Liberal leader listen to Dalton McGuinty? Why won't he listen to Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst.
Just over 2 weeks ago, 7 students from the BHS and a teacher at the Terry Fox Elementary School in Bathurst, New Brunswick, lost their lives in a tragic accident. They were on their way home from a basketball game when their van collided with a large truck. Parents, friends, and loved ones experienced a terrible tragedy that made news around the world. The Bathurst community and people from all across Canada gather in a gesture of solidarity. They have all in their own way showed their support for the grieved families. To the families and the individual affected by this tragedy, I wish you much courage and love. The boys in red, Eve Acevedo, Cody Branch, Nathan Cleland, Justin Cormier, Daniel Haynes, Nicholas Kelly, Nicholas Quinn, and beloved teacher Elizabeth Lloyd. You will always remain in our Lord, in our heart. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
accordance with the agreement reached by the representatives of all parties, j'invite les honorables députés.
I invite the honourable members to rise to observe a moment of silence.
Oral questions, questions orales. L'honorable...
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the government was fully aware of the military's decision to stop detainees transfers way back in early November because of evidence of torture. The Minister of Defense actually was in Afghanistan the very day the transfers stopped. And yet, the Prime Minister and his ministers misled the House and Canadians for 3 months. Why did the Prime Minister hide the truth from Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that allegation is completely false. The truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is what the government revealed in November was the fact that there was credible evidence of a particular case of abuse. That's what the government revealed. Mr. Speaker, the government doesn't reveal the cases where there's no abuse, because those are simply matters of military operations. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition had that information himself and understood it was not to be revealed.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, why did he reveal this information if, for reasons of operational security, the government and the Prime Minister did not want to reveal the suspension of detainee transfers? Why did that happen during this court case? Why this obvious lack of consistency? The government decided to reveal this information to the court to show clearly that the Canadian forces and authorities in the Canadian government at all levels always respect our humanitarian and international obligations. All evidence in this case shows, once again, the opposite to what the opposition is saying. In fact, the Canadian forces are doing a very good job in Afghanistan with the full recognition of our international obligations, and we should congratulate them for that. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, an information that is good to be disclosed in court should be good to be disclosed in the House. So exactly. I repeat my question. Why the Prime Minister hide this information to the House and to Canadians during 3 months?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for their own legal reasons, the lawyers in that case chose to disclose this information, but principally, Mr. Speaker, to once again demonstrate that Canadian troops and that Canadian government officials at all levels always respect their international obligations, and all the evidence presented to the court, Mr. Speaker, indicates that clearly. Mr. Speaker, and we have to repeat what was said in court, Mr. Speaker, that is, that the transfer agreement with the Afghan government remains in force, and when those responsible for transfers and military operations choose to transfer, they continue to have the option to do so when they deem it as appropriate.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, on the 22nd of November, the Minister of Defence stood in the House and he claimed, quote, there had not been one single solitary proven allegation of abuse of detainees in Afghanistan. We now know that a whip was found in an interrogation cell on November 5th. Abuse occurred. The detainee transfer was stopped on the 6th while this very minister was in Kandahar. So the question, was the minister asleep, out of the loop, or did he knowingly withhold information from Canadians and from this House?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I said at that time was absolutely true. And in fact, on November the 14th, there was a disclosure made by the Minister of Foreign Affairs to that very effect. The important part of all of this, and I'm surprised that it's lost on a learned legal scholar like the member opposite, is that the policy remains unchanged. The agreement, which was enhanced, the flawed agreement left in place by the previous government, improved our ability to discover these type of issues, Mr. Speaker, by increased monitoring. That's what happened. That's why we've improved our ability to do such things, Mr. Speaker, and a proactive disclosure was made. Surely the member's not suggesting we simply accept every allegation without...
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, 3 times in November, the Minister of Defence boasted about this detainee agreement, but since November 6th, the agreement has been suspended. Could he give us a little glimpse of the truth today? Could he say if this will be resumed, and what concrete measures will he take to ensure that Afghan detainees will be not abused or tortured? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
The new enhanced agreement as of May 2007 allows for, there is increased monitoring. We do have eyes inside the prison that allow for the type of discovery of the disclosure that this government preactively made. But, Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the member opposite. He seems to have changed his position somewhat and has now focused his concerns greatly on the issue of torture, where we know that he has said previously, Mr. Speaker, sticking too firmly to the rule of law simply allows terrorism too much leeway to exploit our freedoms. To defeat evil, we must traffic in evil, Mr. Speaker. Indefinite detentions of suspects, coercive interrogations, targeted assassinations, even preemptive war, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Order, please. This morning, the Prime Minister made comments on the Manley report regarding a vote on the Afghanistan mission and said that that would happen this spring. If he was being responsible, he would be introducing this vote as soon as possible so that he could go to the NATO meeting in April with a clear mandate. Will the Prime Minister act in a responsible manner and hold the vote on our mission before going to the summit with a clear mandate? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I always appreciate the advice from the bloc leader, but this is a very important issue. And, Mr. Speaker, I hope that all parties in this House will take the time that we need to consider the matter and make our decision. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, we had the report, we read it just like he did, and the Prime Minister's strategy is simple. He is going to go to the NATO summit, get the 1,000 soldiers needed, and stay in Afghanistan. If he does not get those soldiers, then he will say that it is too late to get another country to replace Canada. Either way, he wants Canada to stay in Afghanistan at any price. Is that not his intention? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I said today that the extension of this mission depends on getting additional troops provided by our allies. And if we cannot get those troops, the mission will not be extended. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the detainees, the dates are important. On November 19th, the minister said that he had spoken with the forces chief, and they had spoken regularly. His colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, said things were working well, and yet since November 5th, the transfers have been suspended. Why, if this system was working, did the system get suspended? I think that the House is being misled. The Honourable Minister for National Defence. Mr. Speaker, the member is speaking to the same issue. The agreement is working, and that is clear. My colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, said clearly that this was the case. Why is this agreement working? It is because the Canadian forces now have the ability to make operational decisions on the ground in Afghanistan. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. This government keeps saying that it is acting transparently with respect to the Afghan detainees. If so, can the minister say what is happening with prisoners right now in Afghanistan? Are they handed over to the Afghan authorities, to the Americans, to other NATO nations? What happens to the prisoners right now? Who is keeping them? Is it the Canadians on the Kandahar base? We need the minister to tell us the truth on this issue. The Honourable Minister for National Defence. Mr. Speaker, it is clear the political decisions are made by Canada, but on the ground, in the context of the military operations, are made by the chain of command. And the government supports those decisions, but on the ground, the decisions regarding detainee transfers are made by the military. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth. Canadians in this House have never been officially informed that the government was no longer transferring detainees. The minister is hiding behind so-called official operational secrecy, but the Americans announce their transfers and their captures with press releases. They continue to transfer their prisoners, and everyone knows it. Why is this government refusing to tell the truth? Why is it continuing to keep Canadians in the dark? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government took the initiative to disclose a case where there is credible evidence of abuse. The other cases are quite different. If, as the NDP leader suggests, we should take the American model, then we would be sending them to Guantanamo Bay, but that is not this government's policy.
Mr. Speaker, even the Bush administration, the practices of which this government usually likes to copy, makes it fully public and evident when transfers have taken place. But this government, the fact is this government doesn't know what it's doing on this issue and won't tell the truth about it. Let's follow the sequence. First they said we didn't need a new detainee agreement. Then they said it had to be changed. Then they dismissed allegations of torture. Then they acknowledged them. And then they said that the detainee policy was working. Now we learned that they withheld information, stopped the transfers, but are opening the door again. When are we going to get the truth and stop?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've already said earlier, the transfer agreement with the Afghan government remains in place, and military and other government authorities can avail themselves of that transfer agreement when they think it's appropriate. And that's why the government has not announced that there won't be transfers, because there could well be. Now, Mr. Speaker, once again, the leader of the NDP is now suggesting that we adopt the policy of the Bush government, which involves transferring detainees to Guantanamo Bay. to be clear, that is not the policy of this government.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, last week the Minister of Defence said that he did not know that on November 5th the Canadian Armed Forces stopped transferring detainees to the Afghan authorities. Where was he on November 5th? In Afghanistan. Who can believe that the military told him nothing? No one. He was insulting us about our legitimate questions about these issues, but he knew about the suspension of the transfers. He seems to have a chronic Pinocchio syndrome, and what's going to be done about that? The Honourable Minister for National Defence. Mr. Speaker, nobody has said that I had no information about what was happening in Afghanistan. Maybe the Liberal members had no information, but these were operational decisions on the ground made by the military. And political decisions are made by the government. The honourable member for Bourassa.
Feet to attack my patriotism last November, but last week, when the Prime Minister's office claimed the military was keeping his government in the dark, he suddenly went missing in action instead of taking a stand for our troops. The minister knew the policy change because he was in Afghanistan when it happened. He knew he was misleading the House last November when he asked her a question on this file, and he will have to pay for it. But on the other hand, we want to know, where are the prisoners right now? What have we done with them?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
More empty words, more unfounded allegations, Mr. Speaker. I see that the break hasn't at all tempered the member opposite in his flirtations with the truth. Mr. Speaker, clearly what's happened here is an operational decision which impacts on the timelines of when prisoners are transferred is in place following the agreement that was improved upon, the failed agreement, the flawed agreement that we picked up when we took government, that his government left behind, Mr. Speaker. That agreement remains in place. It allows for discretion on the transfers. We're not going to talk about the details of this, Mr. Speaker, because it only helps the Taliban. Is that what the member wants?
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, on November 15, 2007, the Minister of Foreign Affairs said in this House, and I quote, "What we now have is an agreement that meets the highest standards." This was a full 10 days after. Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill has the floor.
Unfortunately, the applause is premature. This was full 10 days after the Canadian forces had stopped transferring detainees to the Afghan authorities because evidence of torture had been found. He rose in this House. He assured us the agreement was working, when he knew full well that he was saying was not the truth. How can this minister justify a blatant misrepresentation of the facts? How can he explain not telling the truth?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Order.
The policy is in place. The agreement is in place. It's an improved agreement, Mr. Speaker. It allows for greater numbers of visits. It allows for greater disclosures, which is exactly what happened when the Minister of Foreign Affairs stood on his feet in the House of Commons on November the 14th, disclosed that there was an issue of great concern. This, Mr. Speaker, exemplifies why the agreement was put in place. It replaced the flawed, inadequate agreement left by the previous government, Mr. Speaker. So the operational details and discretions remain in the hands of the military. We make the policy, and we support our military, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Well, let's try again, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. On November 15th, the minister told this House that he's spoken with his Afghan counterpart. During that discussion, did he tell the Afghan Minister of Foreign Affairs that our country no longer transferred detainees because of evidence of torture? Did he inform NATO and the United States? Why were our operational partners kept in the dark? How can Canadians trust this minister when he's shown such incompetence on our mission in Afghanistan?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for this question because it gives me a chance to clarify once again that we have improved an agreement We did so back in May 2007. This was a Liberal agreement, and because of those improvements, I was able to find out that there was a case of abuse, and on December 20th, 2007, I had a confirmation from my counterpart in Afghanistan regarding this, and the person who was found in the prison in Afghanistan is now the honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative plan for the manufacturing and forestry sector has turned unanimously against him. We are told to wait for the next budget, but the government has looked at its fiscal resources and knows that it can act. It should stop using blackmail and improve the assistance plan for workers in the manufacturing and forestry sector. Will it do so? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, since the last time we met here in this chamber, certain things have happened. First of all, the government announced an assistance plan worth about $1 billion for the forestry and manufacturing sector. The Quebec government received $400 million in additional monies under the equalization program, and another $800 million was provided under the budget, but the Bloc Québécois voted against that budget.
Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. There are $11.6 billion in the surplus, but the government has announced an assistance plan of much less for the sector, but it has provided over $1 billion to the oil and gas sector. How is it providing such a significant assistance to huge companies and refusing to help workers that are subject to massive layoffs? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, we can recall that this government has acted since it came to office through programs for older workers that help people retire earlier. My colleagues have announced other measures for the manufacturing and forestry sectors, and what we announced is additional money. This is not the only way we are taking initiative. They refuse to support $12 billion for Quebecers for the next few years. The honourable member. In the per capita assistance proposed by the government, the distribution is very unfair. The Quebec people will be at a disadvantage. They will not get proper assistance. And how can the government justify this unfair distribution when it knows that Alberta will get more money than Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, once again, these are false statements. What is important to recall is that the government is working to help our communities. When we sit down and speak with municipal elected representatives, they tell us that we need to act. For example, the mayor of Shawinigan called on the Bloc Québécois to support this assistance plan. I met with mayors, and they are calling for action, and this is what the government is doing. The honourable member for my question is for the Minister of Regional Development, who is from Quebec. How was he willing to accept a plan which gives more to Alberta than to Quebec, but Quebec is really the province suffering in the manufacturing and forestry sector? How could he support such a plan? The Honourable Minister of Transport. I understand that my colleague responsible for economic development can answer for himself, but I want Quebecers to know what this minister has done over the past 18 months to create jobs. And no jobs have been created by the Bloc Québécois.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Order.
November 10th, despite a looming worldwide isotope shortage, Canadian officials told European suppliers not to increase their production. The very next day, the Minister of Health claimed to Canadians that he was trying to find isotopes. But what was he really doing? He was refusing a direct offer of help, and he was again misleading the House about this and refusing to tell the truth. Why?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, that is categorically false. It is completely untrue. The very week that myself and my colleague, the Minister of Natural Resources, found out that this shutdown, which was scheduled, was going to be prolonged, we in fact did contact the company officials that the honourable member is referring to. We in fact did scour the world for replacement isotopes. The fact of the matter is there is a 65% decline in isotopes in this country at the time when Parliament did in fact reopen the Chalk River reactor. The Parliament was right. We were right to intervene, and that was for the benefit of the health and safety of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Mr. Speaker, the government didn't immediately take action. It waited 19 days. Meanwhile, medical delays were getting lengthier and lengthier because of the scarcity, but the government ignored replacement possibilities. The government waited 19 days before contacting the other suppliers of isotopes in the world. What's worse, the government said that it would not be increasing productivity. The Minister of Health misled this House and Canadians in error. Why? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, it's the same question, same answer. When I was notified that there was a problem, we took action. That it was Parliament's decision to take action as well. That was the right action to take to secure the health of Canadians. I support this decision, and it just reflects the leadership that we have on this side of the House for Canadians and for the health of Canadians. That was the right decision to make, Mr. Speaker.
Mississauga Arundel.
Speaker, yet another example of one more ministerial incompetency. The Natural Resources Minister proved he is just as clueless as his cabinet colleagues. He was asleep at the switch leading up to the Chalk River fiasco. You know, Mr. Speaker, here's what the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "No actor is blameless in this affair. That includes that minister. Where is the accountability? Why did this government fire the nuclear regulator instead of firing that natural resource minister?"
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The facts remain on this case that the former president of the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission had a number of options available to her through the Nuclear Safety and Control Act. She was issued a cabinet directive. She ignored all of those, Mr. Speaker, unnecessarily, and was willing to put the lives of thousands of Canadians in jeopardy, Mr. Speaker. That was unacceptable to this government. Right. And, Mr. Speaker, we brought a bill before Parliament ultimately, and every single member of this Parliament from every single party supported that because it was the right thing to do. Mr. Speaker, Parliament overruled the former president of the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission.
Honourable Member for Mississauga Arundel.
Mr. Speaker, only that minister can take pride in the fact that this Parliament has done his job, because if he has done his job, we wouldn't have had to rule on this matter in this House. The only action that this minister has done was to fire the independent safety regulator. They fired her without providing cause. They fired her in the dark of night before testifying before committee. Obviously, they don't want her to tell Canadians the truth. What are they hiding? Why wouldn't this government call for an independent review of this firing? What are they afraid of?
Yes. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, all the facts are on the table. Every member of this House had an opportunity to question myself, the Minister of Health, officials from the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, and ECL. We stayed here till every last question was answered. I submitted myself before a parliamentary committee. We answered all of those questions. The facts remain that the former president of the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission chose not to act. Even though there were a number of options available to her, Mr. Speaker, there had to be accountability. This government has acted decisively.
The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are really seeing the true colours of the Liberals when it comes to being tough on crime.
Yes, they are.
Last week, Premier Dalton McGuinty met with the Liberal leader and pleaded with him to ask his Liberal senators to speed up the passage of the Tackling Violent Crime Act.
What did he do?
The leader of the opposition said no. Premier McGuinty said, and I quote, "Now it's winding its way in a very slow fashion through the Senate. The Liberals have some influence over that. We want them to receive passage." Will the Minister of Justice please explain to the Leader of the Opposition why this bill should become the law of the land?
Order, the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank the Honourable Member for his question and thank him for all the work he did to get the Tackling Violent Crime Act through the Legislative Committee, Mr. Speaker. Canadians know that we are the party that's tough on crime and that will stand up for innocent victims of crime. So on this one, Mr. Speaker, I agree with Dalton McGuinty. I think that the Leader of the Opposition's refusal to urge his colleagues in the Senate to pass our crime legislation is another example of the Liberal approach to crime, which is to see nothing, hear nothing, and do nothing, Mr. Speaker. That's not good enough for Canadians. We won't put up with it.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because of the Bloc's support and the support given by the Liberal Party, the Conservative government is still free to not deal with needy families properly. They treated them in a scandalous fashion. How is it, Mr. Speaker, that when we talk about big oil, they give cash, but when we're talking about families of workers, well, what happens there? It's arm twisting. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that my honourable colleague who sat at the National Assembly of Quebec must know that when we talk about appropriations of new amounts of money, that we have to follow a process. The process, that's the budget. And this is how we're going to be able to attribute this $1 billion to the communities that are in sore need of this money. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
The government is quite simple. Why is it that when it comes time to give billions of dollars to their friends in the oil companies, it's cash on the barrelhead, and when it comes time to give a little bit of money to help working families in the forestry sector, in manufacturing, who have lost their jobs, it's more and more blackmail, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when we speak of the manufacturing industry, let's speak of the auto sector and the record of this government. This government has been working on all of the issues that affect the auto industry, ensuring through the leadership of the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister that we have solid fiscal policy. But beyond that, Mr. Speaker, dealing with issues such as regulatory harmonization with the Americans, dealing as the Minister of Environment is with the question of a stringent North American fuel standard, dealing with infrastructure issues, Mr. Speaker. It's a record to be proud of, and it's yielding results for Canadian workers.
Honourable Member for Oakville.
More than 130,000 manufacturing jobs have disappeared in the past year under this Conservative do-nothing approach. With the high Canadian dollar, record energy prices, and the downturn in the United States, the situation is only going to get worse. Will the Finance Minister take off his blinders and concede that his government must respond with targeted assistance to those sectors that are hardest hit?
Yes.
Right on.
Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is essential that we have sound fiscal policy and fiscal management, and that is what this government has created, Mr. Speaker. The most solid fiscal finance record anywhere in the G7, Mr. Speaker. Canadian unemployment is at a 33-year low, Mr. Speaker. Taxes are low. Industrial confidence is high in this era, Mr. Speaker. For sure, there will be, as the American economy has softened, there will be structural adjustments, but we are poised in this country to deal with that and to deal with it because of the sound fiscal finances that we have, and that is something that all Canadians should take pride in.
Honourable member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, all the statistics he quoted are the ones he inherited from the previous government and then proceeded to empty the kitty. And Canadians know it. 80% of Canadians believe the political leaders should be doing more to help prevent an economic slowdown in this country. And it's not only manufacturing jobs. It's forestry jobs, it's jobs in the tourism industry and the livestock producers. When will the government take action to help these people, Canadians who are losing their jobs and their livelihoods, and in some cases, particularly in the auto sector, their homes?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that when you look at the Canadian economy, that there are certain structural adjustments that are being made, specifically in the manufacturing sector. But I think it's important that we have responsible statements in the House because employment in this country continues to be at an all-time high. And in those areas where the structural adjustments are taking place, we are creating high-quality employment in the area of computers, in the area of public administration, in the area of construction, Mr. Speaker. More jobs are being created than jobs are being lost. We'll continue to have a sound economic record in this country.
Honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the government will not be hurting those sectors in crisis because the government's already spent its money by giving tax credits, by increasing expenses. What is totally incredible. Doesn't the incompetent to spend left, right, and center when everything is going well, but at the same time not leaving any money over to help Canadians when the economy is not doing so well? The Honourable Minister, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
It's rather ironic that this honourable member stands in this House and raises that sort of a question. We're talking about jobs. Let me add to the Honourable Industry Minister's comments. Canada's economy created more high-paying jobs in 2007, boosting the quality of employment by the most since 1999. According to CIBC, employment quality index jumped by 2.8%. Mr. Speaker, this government is reacting to the concerns of Canadians that are losing jobs. We're building on that strength.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, this is not a time for silly PMO speaking notes. The member should understand that tonight at dinner, real Canadians will be troubled about the economy. The stock markets are in turmoil. Last month, far from adding to jobs, the Canadian economy lost 51,000 jobs, private sector jobs, in a single month. The manufacturing sector is losing tens of thousands of jobs every month, with forestry not far behind, and this minister just sits there and smirks. Is this a policy of laissez-faire or an attitude of I don't care?
That's right. Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I might remind the honourable member that we are in the second longest period of economic expansion in our history, and that, Mr. Speaker, is thanks to this finance minister and this government. Mr. Speaker, I might also suggest to the honourable member that he might pay a little more respect to the CIBC's numbers, because those are the numbers that I was quoting. Perhaps he should talk to his former colleagues about the strength of this economy.
The Honourable Member for Bahanois, Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, in the Chalk River reactor affair, the government waited 19 days once the reactor had stopped its activities before finding alternatives for isotopes. 19 days. 19 days when the government could have avoided a scarcity. Rather than recognizing its mistakes, the government prefers to blame the president of the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. Will the minister admit that he's trying to point the finger at others when in fact the real problem resides with him? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, I will say once again that this is incorrect to state that the health of Canada was at stake, that the government did nothing. when I received the information, when I had the information at hand, I took action. Same thing applies to my colleague, the Minister of Natural Resources. When it was clear that there was a problem, we contacted other companies, the other corporations in Europe.
To make sure the health and safety of Canadians was protected, we acted quickly. We acted in a situation where 65% of the isotopes that were...
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. France, Belgium, and the Netherlands could have provided isotopes to Canadian distributors while waiting for the Chalk River reactor to comply with safety standards. The consequence would have been perhaps Atomic Energy would have lost some market share. Does the government not recognize that it preferred to protect commercial interests rather than taking responsible action? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, that's not correct. The Belgian reactor does not have the capacity to produce all these isotopes. There is no European capacity.
Capacity did not exist. We did ask, Mr. Speaker, and we asked each company in Europe, we asked companies in other parts of the globe. We were scouring the globe, Mr. Speaker. That's why we acted to restore the NRU reactor, because we knew if we did not do so, the health and safety of Canadians and other citizens around the world would be affected. We acted, we took leadership, and we are proud of that, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, the government's support for forestry is $1 billion too little and 2 years too late. Workers and communities were shocked to hear the fund will be handcuffed until June. The government has the funds in hand to help today. So why are hurting families being held hostage by personal agendas? Exactly. If the Prime Minister truly wants to help forestry workers, why won't he make this money available right now?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that the Honourable Member is pleased with the Community Trust Fund that has been put forward by this government, and I'm glad that he sees that it will provide the opportunity for structural adjustments across our country. Of course, this will require agreement with the provinces that are affected. We certainly intend to work forward with the premiers, with all of the premiers, to ensure that the trust is put in place in a way that's effective and is timely, and the Honourable Member should not make any assumptions about when that will happen, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Mr. Speaker, as part of our promise for a more open and transparent government, we committed to bringing international treaties before the House of Commons to give Parliament a role in reviewing them. The Liberals were against this, wanting these important decisions to be made by a select few. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs inform this House, and of course the Liberals as well, how this will benefit Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform the House that we have fulfilled another election promise starting today, starting right now. All international treaties that we sign will be tabled in the House of Commons. That will enable Canadians and parliamentarians to debate these treaties. That shows the importance that we attach to democracy and how much our government believes in transparency. Mr. Speaker, we're proud to have an open, transparent government, contrary to the previous government.
Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Natural Resources says that on December 3rd he knew of an impending medical isotope shortage. He claimed lives of cancer patients were at risk, and Parliament was put in a literal do-or-die situation. We now know that other isotope suppliers acted quickly to mitigate the shortage of radioisotopes. In Belgium, they heard near the end of November and increased their supply to offset any potential threat to human life. Why did it take until mid-December for the minister to even ask if the world's isotope producers could help? Was this a manufactured crisis?
Yes. Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, no, Mr. Speaker, that is completely false yet again, Mr. Speaker. In fact, our supply of radioisotopes was down by 65% at the time that Parliament acted. That's where we were just in that very week. It was going to get worse. We already had hospitals that were closing their treatments because it was not available. Hospitals in British Columbia, Mr. Speaker. The Victoria Hospital was on the verge of shutting down, Mr. Speaker. Other hospitals in the Atlantic provinces in Ontario. That's why we acted. That's why it was for the health and safety of Canadians. The supply was not there. We took leadership. We take responsibility and accountability, but we did it for the health and safety of Canadians.
The honourable member for Acadie Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are untrustworthy. The Minister of Transport refused to free up $1.5 million to ensure a sea link between the Magdalen Islands and Prince Edward Island. Already, the Conservatives' lack of action with respect to climate change is causing the banks and the islands to disappear and is threatening the existence of people living on Magdalen Islands, and the Minister is even preventing them from having a ferry. Why does the Minister want them to sink? Why won't the Minister free up the money that's required to help the islanders? The Honourable Minister of Transport. I'm a little bit surprised, Mr. Speaker, that the question comes from the NDP. However, that said, I must confess that we have already in the department begun a study, a feasibility study, and this study was quite decisive. I contacted the mayor. I said that this year it was too late, but next year we will be taking action and we will be getting the money to ensure that there will be service 12 months of the year, and so that the Magdalen Islands will be able to continue developing their business case. Mr. Speaker, the
Order. Question. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Honoré Mercier has the floor now. So, please, a little order in the House. The honourable member, order. Mr. Speaker, what does the government say to laid-off workers in Quebec and in Gatineau? Is the government going to say you have no jobs, too bad? But you have to wait for the budget, wait for the election, wait. Why? Because the government is engaged in petty politics on the backs of the workers. Why is the government not taking action? It needs help. It needs to present help now, and we will adopt it. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, I understand my honourable colleague in asking this question because the Writers Guild are on strike right now. But that said, Mr. Speaker, I understand that my honourable colleague and has been shown some flexibility with respect to this file, and I would remind the member that it's important to help communities, and this will add on to the work already begun by this government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the Minister of International Trade on his announcement that Canada has now concluded a free trade agreement with Peru. This agreement is excellent news for Canadian exporters. This will provide greater market access for Canadian agricultural products, including wheat, barley, and some boneless beef cuts, paper products, machinery, and equipment in Peru. However, many Canadians have raised concerns about labour rights in South America. Could the Minister of Labour please tell the House what this agreement will mean for Peruvian workers?
The Honourable Minister of Labour. Order. Order.
In free trade agreement with any country, we have in parallel an agreement on labour rights. I went in Peru, I met my counterparts, Ms. Pinilla and Mr. Speaker. We obtained this agreement on labour rights. For example, it means that now Peru agreed on Declaration on Fundamental Rights, also the abolition of child labour, and also elimination of discrimination, for example. Also, Mr. Speaker, what we obtained that Peru is committed to providing protections for occupational health and safety at work, and also, if they don't respect what they signed, there will be penalties.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Néchet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, by creating a fund for communities, is trying to help us deal with a crisis in the manufacturing and forestry sector. He recognized that these industries can help themselves despite the efforts made by companies in industry. The market forces can't resolve everything. Why doesn't the Conservative government take immediate aid rather than setting up a strategy that's going to be based on the election that will take months before it will come into effect? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to answer the question put by my colleague. This is about a sizable amount of money, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, it requires arrangements with the provinces. We know that the province of New Brunswick has already signed an agreement with the federal government. And what I would say to my honourable colleague is that we are flexible when it comes as to the approach, and as I think that we will be able to take action to help the communities that are in need of this assistance.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable John Van Dongen, MLA, Minister of State for Intergovernmental Relations for British Columbia, and the Honourable Jim Kenyon, MLA, Minister of Economic Development for the Yukon. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 73 petitions.
Wow.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Of government bills. Déclaration de ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees.
The Honourable Member for Crowfoot.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. In accordance with its order of reference of Tuesday, November 20th, 2007, your committee has considered Canada's mission in Afghanistan and has agreed on Thursday, December 27th, 2007, to report it without amendment.
Presenting reports from committees.
First reading of introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Dewar, seconded by Ms. Wazalisi Elise, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Prohibit the Use of Bisphenol A, BPA, in Specified Products, and to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999. Cette motion est
This motion is deemed adopted.
Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Winnipeg. We're going to go for a skate after this to discuss this bill. But I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present my private member's bill to ban the use of bisphenol A in consumer products. Bisphenol A is a known hormone disruptor and is something that we should take out of products that are used by children, by women, by people in general. My bill will prohibit the use of BPA in food and drink packaging, including food cans, beverage cans, pop bottle tops, plastic containers, and including bottled water, Mr. Speaker. I believe Canadian families and some Canadian manufacturers are far ahead of government on this because they've done it already, and this is showing leadership by way of listening to the Canadians in general, and I look forward to having this bill passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dewar, seconded by Ms. Wazalisi-Elise, moves that the bill be now read a second time and be read a first time and be printed. I'm sorry. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to present this Income Trust Broken Promise petition on behalf of Mr. Don Davidson of Kelowna, BC, who remembers that the Prime Minister boasting about his apparent commitment to accountability when he said the greatest fraud is a promise not kept. The petitioners remind the Prime Minister that he promised never to tax income trusts, but he recklessly broke that promise by imposing a 31.5% punitive tax, which permanently wiped out over $25 billion of the hard-earned retirement savings of over 2 million Canadians, particularly seniors. The petitioners therefore call upon the Conservative minority government to admit that the decision to tax income trusts was based on flawed methodology and incorrect assumptions. Secondly, to apologize to those who were unfairly harmed by this broken promise. And finally, Mr. Speaker, to repeal the punitive 31.5% tax on income trusts.
L'honorable député de
Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Today I'm tabling a petition that I'm particularly happy to table. It's a signature signed by more than 750 people at the students at a high school in Joliette. They are interested in the action that can be undertaken by citizens and the government to change the course of events with respect to climate change. We want people, and they want people rather, to be mobilized. They are asking the Conservative government to assume its responsibilities and to respect the Kyoto Protocol that Canada has signed. I'm particularly pleased, therefore, to table this.
Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table in this House a petition, one of a number of petitions I've tabled over the years that deals with the issue of date rape drugs. This is an issue that I've pushed in this House a number of times, calling on the government to have tougher penalties against those who use date rape drugs to abuse women. The petitioners come from largely the Fraser Valley, Abbotsford, Mission, Chilliwack, and this petition was actually given to me by a constituent who used to live in Abbotsford, and she herself was a victim of a coward who used a date rape drug to abuse her, and she collected these signatures with a lot of hard work with a good friend of hers as part of her recovery from what she's going through as a consequence of her attack. And she's an incredible woman. I know she's watching, and I'm very proud of what she's done, and I table this on her behalf.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my privilege today to table on behalf of constituents in my riding a document asking that Parliament take all steps necessary to protect our children by taking all necessary steps to raise the age of consent from 14 to 18 years old. I realize that this is a very meaningful issue for people in my riding, and it is my pleasure to present.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to present a petition from people from New Brunswick and from Winnipeg, and I have many more to present in the following days, supporting Bill C-458, an act to amend the Canada Post Corporation Act, library materials which will protect and support the library book rate and extend it to include audio-visual materials.
Should be fun. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
Here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased today to present a petition on behalf of about 150 names from my riding in support of the autism spectrum disorder to create, first of all, some extra training in our universities across Canada, but also to look at amendments to the Canada Health Act to include more intense behavioral intervention, as well as applying the principles of applied behavior analysis. Thank you.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased today to present two petitions to the House. The first one from a number of constituents in my riding, the riding of Oxford. And it says, we, the petitioners, are requesting the government assembled in Parliament to immediately strengthen the Canadian Criminal Code to ensure that our nation's women and children are protected from the perpetrators of violence and sexual exploitation, And the second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from across southwestern Ontario, and it asks that the petitioners request that Parliament consider restoring to the Criminal Code the prudence it held prior to 1968 by removing the words "after becoming a human being" from Section 223, subsection 2. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Constituents in my riding are continually bringing in petitions and continue to do that over the Christmas break to request that all members of the House of Commons support legislation to abolish the long gun registry. So I would like to present those today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presentas.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Q103, Q105, Q109, Q110, Q112, Q114, Q115, Q117, Q118, Q120, Q125, Q136, Q141, Q145, Q146, Q152, Q153, Q162, and Q163. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions number Q9, Q66, Q88, Q106, Q108, Q113, Q119, Q121, Q122, Q123, Q124, Q126, Q128, Q130, Q131, Q132, Q133, Q138, Q147, Q148, Q149, Q150, Q151, Q154, Q155, Q156, Q157, and Q164 could be made for orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
The questions enumerated by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have been answered. Is it agreed that, maybe I could dispense with reading the list of questions that are to be more? We'll take the Parliamentary Secretary's word that those are the ones, and is it agreed that they all be made orders for return? Agreed? Agreed. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, perhaps you'd like to give us a list of the ones he's asking to stand.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ask the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is it agreed? Agreed. The Chair has received 2 notices of requests for emergency debates.
I will call on the Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet Témiscouata-les-Basques, to explain to the House the application that she has submitted. On January the 11th, I advised you in writing that I would be requesting today an emergency debate on the forestry crisis that has been gripping Canada and Quebec for many months now. And I am doing what I have said I would do. It is indispensable today to have this debate because it is very urgent. There is an urgent framework. This must be settled. It is a natural catastrophe where all those persons working in the forestry and manufacturing sector are living through the same experience, just like those people who've had to face floods and fires. It has become a very dramatic situation that is becoming devastating for the whole area. Secondly, it affects all of Canada. Third, parliamentarians who represent all the populace must take targeted measures today that will be effective. And fourth, today, parliamentarians should debate the problem today and find a solution today to the problem that has lasted for such a long time. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope you'll find my request in your favor. I have received a second application. I will also hear that before I make a ruling on the first.
Member for Winnipeg North has also submitted a request.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek your serious consideration of this request for an emergency debate on the critical situation facing children in First Nations communities. Mr. Speaker, I believe this debate is required to allow parliamentarians an opportunity that is not before us now, nor has been before us in previous times in this House, to look at the treatment of children in First Nations communities who are being sexually exploited and who are turning to suicide, and to address the absence of child welfare services, particularly on reserves. It is a matter of urgency when you consider the tragic death of Tracia Owen, who died not too long ago as a result of her horrible experiences and as a result of the response by Judge John Guy, who just gave his report on January 11th, which clearly cites the failure of the federal government to properly protect children from sexual exploitation and to prevent abuse of children in these regions of our country. Mr. Speaker, roughly 6% of children in First Nations communities are in care compared with 1% nationwide. Aboriginal youth suicide rate is 7% higher. The disproportionate number of Aboriginal children victimized in the underage sex trade can only be guessed at. Mr. Speaker, we know that in response to this serious report, the Manitoba government has embraced the call for further supports. However, the federal government continues to underfund First Nations Children's Services by an estimated $123 million per year, or 22% below comparable provincial program funding, and continues to employ an outdated apprehension-centered approach that denies children and families the urgent prevention help that they need. Mr. Speaker, Aboriginal children are in desperate need of a new policy direction from Parliament. I urge you to consider this request seriously.
Very well. The Chair has considered all the applications made by honourable members concerning these matters.
Note that there are two procedures available to honourable members in respect of emergency debates, if I can call it that. One is the emergency under standing orders that have been applied for in this case, and the other is that the House leaders of the parties can agree to a request for a take-note debate on subjects that may be of considerable interest to honourable members.
I believe that the issue raised by the honourable member and from Témiscouata-Les Basques and Winnipeg North is certainly of interest to many, if not all, members.
Request meets the exigencies of the standing order for an emergency debate at this time, and accordingly I'm declining both requests at this time. The Chair has notice of a question of privilege from the honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam, and I'm prepared to hear her now on that point.
I have a question of privilege to raise regarding statements made by the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the House. As a result of recent media reports and statements by the Prime Minister's office, I believe that the Minister has been less than truthful with the House about the government's detainee policy in Afghanistan. Specifically, I believe that in answering the question that I posed on Thursday, November the 15th, 2007, which appears on page 935 of Hansard, the Minister of Foreign Affairs misled the House. I asked whether the government had the capacity to track detainees, and I raised doubts about whether the current agreement on the transfer of detainees was being followed. In response, the Minister assured me, and I quote, "We released yesterday all of the details about what we are doing right now and what we did in the past. It is very clear. It is very transparent." End of quote. It was recently revealed that all transfers of detainees in Afghanistan stopped on November 5th, 2007. I posed my question, Mr. Speaker, 9 days later, and the Minister made no mention of this change. I believe that the Minister of Foreign Affairs deliberately misled the House because he did not provide all the information at that time that was available to him. The updated agreement on the transfer of prisoners was coordinated by the Department of Foreign Affairs, and I have an affidavit that was filed in federal court to this effect. I will table that document if you wish. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is the minister responsible for this policy, and if there was any change in the protocol for detainees, he should have provided a fulsome response to my question. If the minister truly believed that he could not give a full response because of operational security, he should have told the House that. Instead, the minister went out of his way to say that he was releasing, quote, all of the details, and that he was being, again, quote, very transparent. If the minister wishes to inform the House that he was misinformed, I'd like to give him an opportunity to do so. Failing that, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask you to consider the matter. Should you find a prima facie a breach of privilege, I would be prepared to move the appropriate motion so that this matter can be dealt with by the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In response to the honourable member's point of privilege, I would ask you, Mr. Speaker, to check, please, if you have not already done so, records in Hansard, and I can assure you that there was no misleading statements whatsoever offered by any of our ministers with respect to the Afghanistan detainee question. I would also point out to the honourable member, as stated again, Mr. Speaker, in today's question period, there has been absolutely no change in policy, as the honourable member suggests. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the policy remains the same, and that response has been given by the Minister of Defence and the Minister of Foreign Affairs time and time again. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I would point out to you that in previous rulings, I believe this has been consistent throughout the years, the point of privilege which the member speaks of is actually a point of debate. And, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you make a ruling as expeditiously as possible to dispense with this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean on the same point of privilege. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would just add that I think that my colleague from the NDP is right, and unfortunately my Conservative colleague is wrong. This was the subject of the questions today. We feel a little offended as parliamentarians and that our rights have been somewhat violated because we have a right here to have all the information. Canadians and Quebecers want Afghan prisoners to be treated with respect under the Geneva Conventions. Over the past few weeks, the government has given us answers that deviate from that. We've had a lack of transparency. On November 14th, questions were asked of the Defense Minister. On November 19th, we asked questions of the Foreign Affairs Minister, and both of them knew that detainee transfers had been suspended. They did not say that. They just continued to deny reality. They kept talking about an agreement that they themselves had stopped implementing, and they just kept saying that everything is just fine in the best of all possible worlds, but they had actually suspended these transfers. They are trying to convince us today that they had nothing to do with it. These were military operational decisions, but they have their say in military operations, and it is their duty to ensure that in such an important matter that decisions are revealed to the members of the House of Commons, and I would support the proposal by my colleague, and the Bloc Québécois supports it in that context. I would like to thank the honourable member for Saint-Jean, the honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam, and the honourable minister, parliamentary secretary to the leader of the House and the leader in the House.
Mr. Coquitlam would be kind enough to forward a copy of the affidavit she referred to in her argument. It need not be tabled, but she can send it to me, and I will review that as well as the questions to which she referred and the answers given by the Minister, and come back to the House with a ruling in due course in this matter. I thank all honourable members for their submissions on the point. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, Government Bills, Commons. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-8, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act, Railway Transportation.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm very pleased to rise today to speak on Bill C-8, which, of course, people would remember was Bill C-58 before, which is an act to amend the Canadian Transportation Act, and we're dealing in this case specifically with railway transportation. I believe, Mr. Speaker, I've already regaled the House with the rich history in my family that I come from a long line of railway magnates. My great-great-grandfather, John P. McNeil, P didn't stand for anything except that every man in the village of Iona was named John, so they had to distinguish him from his 8 brothers, whose first names were all John as well. There was John Roderick, John Francis, John Albert, John Alec, and John P. They just ran out of names because the Scottish only named people after dead people, so there just weren't that many dead people in the family. Anyways, the great John P. McNeil was a porter on the Sydney Flyer, and used to be, my grandfather told me that the family didn't eat at night until John P. came in, and it didn't matter how late. And the kids would wait out in the hallway for John P. to come in, and he'd sit down, and when he had finished eating, he'd say, "McNeil has dined." That meant that the children could eat. And that actually is a tradition that goes back, Mr. Speaker, to the 1200s and even before, when the McNeils were in the island of Barra, and it was a raiding base for the Vikings, and the McNeil, who was the clan chieftain, claimed the right to eat before all the lords of the earth. And that's an actual historic fact. Not that any of my relatives ever lived in the castle. I think they pounded seaweed on the shore for a living, and then they were sort of unceremoniously removed from their land and then sent to Cape Breton, so they had to find work. So some of them went in the coal mines, but John P. worked on the Sydney Flyer. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know you're waiting for me to get to the punchline here, but I think it all adds up to the story here. Anyways, I don't know if John P. had many great skills, but one of the skills he had, Mr. Speaker, is he could always tell a bootlegger coming into Sydney, because when they were coming in on the train, he'd say, "A man who's got a bottle of whiskey in his suitcase always puts that suitcase down with just a little bit more care than if it was just his long johns." So, of course, there wasn't enough work for all the McNeils, so they had to move to Ontario and work in the mines. And, of course, the ones who didn't want to work on the mines worked on the railway, the great Timiskaming and Northern Ontario Railway, Mr. Speaker. So part of my long, illustrious history were my uncles Andy and John, who were porters on the T&O Railway, and my mother tells the story about when they would travel along that railway from Timmins to North Bay in the summer, and they would load up on the car in Timmins with a ticket that would last them as far as Schumacher, which was about 2 miles down the road, and they'd have all their sleeping bags and their coats, and obviously they were going for a long trip, and they were always terrified that someone was going to notice that their ticket was only for 2 miles, not for 250 miles. But, Mr. Speaker, my uncles knew everybody on the train, so they used to travel basically up and down the train line for free to go stay with the aunts. Now, I know, Mr. Speaker, you're wondering what this is all leading to. Mr. Speaker, it really speaks to my passion and yours as Speaker, and I'm very glad that you're in the chair because of your deep love of history and railway. I know that you'll give me a little leeway to sort of draw what's exactly the point of this discourse, Mr. Speaker. Anyways, I'd like to move forward now, Mr. Speaker, to the 1980s and my own interest in railways. You know, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about this government here and a vision for infrastructure where they're putting all kinds of effort on the gateways, on the ports. But, you know, you have to understand, if you ever travel across this country, that it's not just the gateways and the ports and the big mega projects that make infrastructure work in this country, Mr. Speaker. It's actually being able to connect them to the various places, which, of course, goes back to my family's history on the railway. The railway plays such an important role of connecting. And we've actually seen over the last number of years how much of the railways have been left in some parts of the country being torn up, other areas where we have not built the necessary infrastructure. So as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak about the 1980s, and there was a famous Scottish band that came to Canada. This is a true story. I know it sounds like a joke, but a Scottish band comes to Canada. I think it was the Aztec Cameras. Anyways, they landed in Halifax, in the great port there. And then they flew to Montreal, and they played in Montreal, and then they drove to Ottawa, and they drove along the Great Highway, and they got to Toronto, and they thought, this is what we always thought North America was. And then they told them, so your next gig's in Winnipeg. So there's the bus. Now you drive to Winnipeg. So about 16 hours up that highway on the road to Winnipeg. Of course, it's 2 lanes of traffic. There's moose at every 10 feet. There's trees. There's no lights on this road. And the road manager looks at the driver, who's a Canadian, and he says, couldn't you have picked the Trans-Canada Highway if we're going to travel across this country? And the road manager said, or the driver said, this is the Trans-Canada Highway. Mr. Speaker, anyone who's driven across this country will know that long, terrible drive through some of the prettiest country in the world is Northern Ontario, but the state of that highway, Highway 11, which is where I live on, Mr. Speaker, is terrible because it is the truck transportation route for this entire country. If you want to move goods west to east, you have to travel along that little strip of moose pasture that runs between the rocks. And of course, the issue anybody in Northern Ontario will tell you, Mr. Speaker, is the need to ensure why are we having so many trucks on these 2 lanes of traffic when we have the rail lines sitting right beside us and half the time they're empty. So the need to connect the infrastructure of this country so we don't just have the great port plans and the great transportation links linking us with our major trading partners in the United States, but that we actually have a plan, a forward-looking plan to ensure that the goods of this country that are coming off the container ships from the Far East are actually able to be transported across this country in a way that is efficient, that is economical, and that is also environmentally friendly in this world, so that the train, of course, takes on important light. So this, and our role in Parliament, Mr. Speaker, is to look at how to improve the transportation networks of this country. And so Bill C-8, I think, addresses a number of concerns that have been raised by the shippers who are dependent on railway transportation. And the shippers have raised over the years many legitimate concerns, Mr. Speaker, about how pricing is done on railways, access to goods, and actually the duopoly that exists right now with the Canadian Pacific and the CN basically calling the shots for anything that's going to be shipped in certain areas of the country. So this financial stranglehold has a major effect on competitiveness and trade. And many people who want to ship, whether they're wanting to move agricultural products or whether they're coming from products being shipped out of mines, large bulk operations, are very dependent on the prices that they receive from either CN or CP for the cost of bulk transportation. So under a duopolistic regime, these shippers have very little alternative for moving those products out. So, of course, Mr. Speaker, we know that there are 30 federally regulated railways in Canada, and many of those rail shippers are still captive shippers. We're still dealing with the 2 big players. So what we need to look at, Mr. Speaker, is how do we ensure fairness in a system where you don't have major competition and where it's also impractical to bring in competition on these lines. So one of the changes that we're looking at is to ensure that there's a little bit of fairness in the pricing and how the pricing is done to make sure that the shippers are getting a fair deal whether they're shipping grain or whether they're shipping copper concentrates to ports. So the amendments to the Canadian Transportation Act and Bill C-8 would help address some of these shipper concerns that have been addressed time and time again about rail service and rates, while providing the regulatory stability to the railways to encourage investments that, of course, are needed to keep our exporters and importers competitive in international markets. And this is key, Mr. Speaker. We really need to ensure that the railway system maintains a sense of strong commitment to invest. And, of course, as Canadians, we want to invest in our railways because they do play such a vital role, and they always have, the Brian Mulroney regime notwithstanding. So a number of the amendments that were brought forward for Bill C-8 were actually developed in concert with the shippers who brought their concerns to Parliament. So we're looking at the regulatory impacts of this bill, Mr. Speaker. And one would that we remove the requirement that a shipper prove substantial commercial harm before applying to the agency for certain competitive remedies. I think that that's a fair amendment, and it's also something that would be very unlikely to be abused because these are the long-term customers of the railway. We also need to allow that the shippers to jointly apply, whereas right now they can only apply individually for final offers of arbitration on a common matter. I think that's also a way of, if there are disputes, of grouping them together so that these aren't drawn out and we can get a ruling and get a response fairly quickly. We need to give the agency the authority to establish charges or the associated terms and conditions that apply to shippers for the movement of traffic or incidental services. And it'll allow for the suspension of any final offer arbitration process if both parties are consent to pursue mediation. So this is, again, reasonable requests that are being brought forward to actually help address these long-standing concerns. It would also permit the CTA, upon the complaint of a shipper, to investigate charges and conditions for incidental services and those related to the movement of traffic contained in a tariff that are of general application, and establish new charges or terms and conditions if it finds those in the tariff to be unreasonable. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I think these are all fairly straightforward and reasonable. That they would increase the notice period for augmentation in rates from the movement of traffic from 20 to 30 days to ensure that the shippers receive adequate notice of rate increases. Once again, Mr. Speaker, when you're dealing with large bulk transport, you need to have some sense of security and some sense of stability in terms of your pricing if you're dealing with products. It would require the railways publish a list of rail sidings available for the grain producer car loading and to give 60 days notice before removing such sidings from operation. Once again, if you're going to take some of that infrastructure out that people are dependent on, you have to give the shippers some advance notice that you're actually doing that so they can begin to make other arrangements. We need to also ensure that the abandonment and transfer provisions apply to lines that are transferred to provincial short lines and subsequently revert to a federal railway, including the obligation to honour contracts with public passenger service providers. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a fairly straightforward, fairly technical bill that they're trying to bring in these amendments. And as I said, it's to give our shippers some sense of fairness in a market that does not allow itself to large-scale competition. We all know, Mr. Speaker, that markets that have more competition are generally ones that will favor larger investment and larger use, but certainly with railway, because of the incredible cost of infrastructure and also the history, we do have the two big giants. We've always had the two big giants, augmented by many smaller lines, augmented by provincial lines. In my own region, the Ontario Northland is a provincial line that runs basically from Hearst. It used to be by rail, but now it's by bus. But from Kapuskasing, Cochrane region, actually from Moose Factory, the train lines runs provincially down south to North Bay, and from North Bay south it becomes one of the CN lines. So we're still moving provincial goods along that. It's still a provincial railway, and it's a paramount importance in our region, because right now, Mr. Speaker, if you want to move any of the goods out from the mines, and particularly it's the sulfuric acid cars that are coming out of the Horn Smelter in Rouyn-Noranda and the Kidd Creek Smelter in Timmins, we're moving that product is by far superior to move it on the train lines. But these are massive bulk operations. So the shippers need to have some security as well. We're moving out copper concentrates, zinc concentrates from the Horn Smelter in Noranda and also from Kidd Smelter in Timmins. We need some stability in knowing pricing. So what's being forwarded in this, even though it's coming in on a provincial line, I can see from my own region and our dependence on railway traffic that these are practical. Certainly in Western Canada, the rail lines play an incredible role, Mr. Speaker, in the movement of goods and people. Of course, if you know, when you're trying to drive across the country and you get at one of those rail sidings when the grain cars are coming, and you know you can pretty much read from one end of the newspaper to the other before it's done. I am always thrilled to see those train cars come. I see them coming to the port in Thunder Bay is where they end up ending the journey, so that the rest that freight can be traveled by boat, Mr. Speaker. But when you see how much can be transferred on those lines, it's truly impressive. And certainly this whole move to the container shipping system that we've seen, which has actually revolutionized transportation and commercial dealings around the world. We need in Canada to make sure that our railways are in the game and are there with prices that our shippers can actually trust, so that our shippers are choosing the railway as opposed to simply putting it onto our overstretched highways, because whether it's provincial or whether it's federal, Mr. Speaker, the investments in highways just haven't kept up. And so much of our country, as I said, we're dealing with 2 lanes of traffic, except on the busy 401 stretch. Having that massive amount of truck traffic hasn't been a bonus for our economy. It's costly to the taxpayer because of the impact on roads, and we do have a railway system, but we need to ensure that. Mr. Speaker, before I close up, I would like to just speak a little bit, though, about this whole vision of a national infrastructure plan. And as I said, this government is focused on the terminal ports, the gateways for trade. But in order to make trade work in this country, Mr. Speaker, we need a vision that says infrastructure and transportation go hand in hand. So whether it's the port or whether it's the highway, the 2 lanes of thin traffic that has to cut through the Canadian Shield carrying the goods, that has to be part of the equation as well. Infrastructure also goes all the way down to a vision for what our municipalities are having to carry increasingly the burden of maintaining infrastructure that used to be provincial or federal. I know in my little community of Iroquois Falls, Mr. Speaker, over 30 kilometers of public highways been just downloaded and called local roads. There's no base in the taxation to cover off the cost of those roads, so those roads eventually start to deteriorate. It makes it very difficult to attract business to regions when the fundamental infrastructure, whether it's roads, bridges, or sewage, have begun to deteriorate because the ratepayer, the average person, is having to pay for it on their water bill or on their municipal housing bill because there is no provincial or federal commitment to infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, we need to make infrastructure a priority in this House. The infrastructure deficit that's being felt across our municipalities right now is affecting our ability in regions of this country to maintain a competitive ability to attract business. So I had wanted to speak about infrastructure because railway is part of infrastructure, and I will end on that, Mr. Speaker, and then to say that we are very interested in C8. We think it's a practical bill. We think that it is the kind of bill that has been brought forward because there's been consultations with many of the shipping and trade associations, including the Canadian Wheat Board. I know that might upset some of my Conservative colleagues, but the Canadian Wheat Board certainly felt that there was issues to do with grain transportation and fairness of price. The Forest Products Association of Canada we've spoken with. Certainly, we're hauling lots through Northern Ontario, and I know anywhere else in Northern Canada. Rail plays a big part of hauling our wood, our finished products, and our logs. The Canadian Canola Grain Growers Association has supported this. The Mining Association of Canada as well, Mr. Speaker, because if you're going to do large-scale mineral development in this country, at the end of the day, you've got to ship those products out, and rail by far is the vehicle of choice if you're going to be moving concentrates or finished product out of mining operations to the ports, particularly right now the ports in the Pacific, because the Chinese boom has certainly fueled a major boom in base metals, and we know this in my region with Sudbury, Rouyn-Noranda, Timmins region. Definitely the movement of base metals to serve the expansion in the Far East is railway plays an incredible role. So the Western Grain Elevator Association has shown its support for this bill, Pulse Canada, and the Inland Terminal Association. So at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about some practical amendments to the Transportation Act to ensure fairness of price, to ensure that the overall dominance of the market by the 2 big giants doesn't come at the expense of the people who need to be able to ship products, who need certainty in price so that they can make long-term planning decisions and investments in this economy that will help our economy continue to grow in the 21st century. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I look forward to seeing the Honourable Speaker tonight at the Robbie Burns dinner. I know he apparently has some Scottish background, and I know it's a little bit late, and I'm not sucking up to him for a few more minutes, Mr. Speaker, but as one who's also of Scottish background, I wish him all the best on this 2 days after the Robbie Burns Day.
Thank the honourable member for his good wishes in that respect. Questions and comments? Questions and comments? Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Seconded by Ms. Finlay. Move that Bill C8, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act, Railway Transportation, be now read a 3rd time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Motion carried on division. On division. I declare the motion carried on division. Orders of the day.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi. Government orders, government bills, commons. Consideration at report stage of Bill C9, Settlement of International Investment Disputes Act.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Monsieur Clement for Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Clement for Mr. Bernier, seconded by Mr. Thompson, moves that C9 enact to implement the Convention on the Settlement of Investment Disputes between states and nationals of other states, ICSID Convention, being concurred in at report stage.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Debate. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now. Agreed. Resuming debate. Mr. Clement for Mr. Bernier, seconded by Mr. Thompson, moves that Bill C9 enact to implement the Convention on the Settlement of Investment Disputes between States and Nationals of other States, ICSID Convention, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I am pleased to speak today in support of Bill C9, an act to implement the Convention on the Settlement of Investment Disputes between States and Nationals of other States, which I refer to as the Convention. The Convention was sponsored by the World Bank to facilitate and increase the flow of international investment. It establishes rules under which investment disputes between states and nationals of other states may be resolved by means of conciliation or arbitration. It also creates the International Centre for the Settlement of Investment Disputes, known as ICSID. Bill C9 implements the ICSID Convention for Canada. It deals with enforcement of ICSID awards for or against the federal government and foreign governments, including the constituent subdivisions designated by the foreign governments. The Convention deals with what is commonly called the resolution of investor-state disputes. Such disputes arise in a variety of situations. For example, they can arise when a state where a foreign investor has invested adopts laws affecting the activities of the investor in a discriminatory manner or nationalizes the investment. International arbitration is a recognized method for resolving disputes. It provides a way of resolving legal issues without resort to the domestic judicial process. It has long been recognized that when parties to a dispute have recourse to arbitration, the result of arbitral process ought to be recognized by the courts. Thus, for example, the awards resulting for commercial arbitration, in other words, from arbitrations between business enterprises, are recognized and enforced by courts. The decision as to whether to have recourse to arbitration or to the judicial process is a decision for the parties to a dispute. This flexibility is welcomed in many types of situations. In the case of the Convention being implemented by Bill C9, one of the big advantages of having a recourse to arbitration is that it denationalizes the process. Let me explain. When a dispute arises between a foreign investor and a host country, one of the options is for the investor to pursue the case before the courts of that host country. In most cases, as would be the case in Canada, the foreign investor would benefit from a fair and equitable process. The national court would not prejudge the matter and would render a decision in conformity with the law. However, in some situations, this might not happen. The tribunal might favor its government to the detrimental of the foreign investor. The fact that the parties to an arbitration can select the arbitrators who will hear and decide the case is another advantage of the arbitral process. If the dispute involves a specialized matter, for example, petroleum exploration or maritime issues, the ability to choose arbitrators with specialized knowledge on the subject matter of the dispute can make the entire process work much better and can lead to better decisions. The arbitration mechanism established by the ICSID Convention is one that is used for disputes between investors and states. The Convention has been ratified by 143 states, making it one of the most widely ratified of all international instruments. The distinguishing feature of ISID, what makes it uniquely valuable, is the enforcement mechanism which the legislation will implement for Canada. The ICSID enforcement mechanism is, Mr. Speaker, very effective. This effectiveness contributes to the protection of the investment. ICSID's enforcement mechanism lies at the heart of the effectiveness of the ICSID Convention. An arbitral award from any other arbitral body is subject to review by a domestic court before it can be enforced. But an ICSID award merely has to be presented to a domestic court with the request that the court enforce it. Under Bill C-9, the award must be recognized, and with this recognition, enforcement mechanisms become available immediately. Enforcement could include payments seized by the officers of the court. In the great majority of cases, the losing party, either an arbitrator, will pay the award for an arbitral tribunal without the need for a successful party to take any enforcement proceedings. The same is true for the investor-state arbitration. In Canada, arbitral awards include investor-state arbitral awards are currently enforced pursuant to the New York Convention on the Recognition and Enforcement of Foreign Arbitral Awards. The New York Convention permits a limited review of the arbitral award by domestic courts. It allows a court to refuse to enforce an award if to do so would be contrary to the public policy. In addition, it permits a state to exclude certain subjects from the application of the Convention and thus from enforcement. ICSID provides a better enforcement mechanism. It does not permit a state to exclude from dispute settlement any matter which the state has consented to submit to arbitration. The ICSID awards are enforceable as if they were the final decisions of a local court. This simple, efficient mechanism guarantees better protection for the Canadian investors abroad. Section 8 of the bill authorizes any superior court in Canada to recognize and enforce awards as described by the bill. The federal court is a superior court. The federal court will have the jurisdiction over awards involving the Government of Canada and awards involving foreign governments or their constituent subdivisions designated under the Convention. In addition, the ICSID Convention provides explicitly that ICSID awards are binding between the parties, and once parties have agreed to arbitration, they cannot seek remedy before another body, such as courts of justice. So it is not open to foreign tribunals to refuse to enforce an award on the basis that the ICSID arbitration tribunal has exceeded its jurisdiction or was not validly constituted. These kinds of issues can affect enforcement of awards other than the ICSID awards, thereby delaying resolutions of the dispute. ICSID does not permit such dilatory tactics. Speaker. Section 7 of the bill provides that the ICSID award is not subject to any remedy by the Canadian court. Remedies thus prohibited would include appeal, review, and nullification. The decision to have recourse to arbitration is entirely voluntary. But once the parties have consented to the ICSID arbitration, they cannot seek review in another forum, such as the courts. The only review of the ICSID award, if a party to a dispute considers it contains errors, is the review process provided by the Convention itself. It provides that a request for revision, interpretation, or annulment of an award must be made to the Secretary General of the ICSID. This procedure allows the parties to avoid having national courts involved in assessing allegations that claim that there is something wrong with an award, while at the same time ensuring the awards which are erroneous can be corrected. Mr. Speaker, there are numerous reasons to support Canada's adherence to the Convention. It would provide additional protection for Canadian investors abroad by allowing them to have recourse to ICSID arbitration in their contract with foreign states. It would also allow investors of Canada and foreign investors in Canada to bring investment claims under the ICSID arbitral rules, where such clauses are contained in our foreign investment protection agreements and free trade agreements. To date, 143 states have ratified the ICSID Convention. The majority of our trading partners are parties to it, except for Mexico, India, and Brazil. Ratifying the ICSID would bring Canadian policy into line with our OECD partners. In a survey conducted by the ICSID Centre in 2004, 79% of the respondents said the ICSID plays a vital role in the country's legal framework, and 61% said the ICSID membership has contributed to a positive investment climate. We know undoubtedly that Canadian investors are trying to find ways to benefit from ICSID, even though Canada is not party to the Convention. Firms have, for example, arranged investments through a third country which is party to ICSID. However, such convoluted financing is not possible for all investment by Canadian investors. International investment arbitration is growing in importance. The stock of Canadian direct investment abroad in 2005 increased to a record $469 billion. As a result of the globalization of investment, the number of investment disputes has greatly increased in the last 5 years. ICSID arbitration has soared only. 110 ICSID arbitrations have been completed over the past 40 years, but 105 proceedings are now underway. The NAFTA parties alone have faced over 40 investor-state arbitration claims since NAFTA entered into force. The tremendous growth in investment and investor-state disputes has made Canada's failure to ratify the ICSID the focus of attention by Canadian businesses, the Canadian legal community, and our trading partners. The ICSID regime provides several important advantages. Compared to other arbitration mechanisms, the ICSID regime provides better guarantees regarding enforcement of awards and more limited local court intervention. Any arbitral award rendered under the auspices of ICSID is binding, and any resulting obligation must be enforced as if the award were a final domestic court judgment. Moreover, all ICSID contracting states, whether or not parties to the dispute, are required by the Convention to recognize and enforce the ICSID arbitral awards. Investors often prefer to rely on such arbitrations rather than to local courts of the country, whose measures are in dispute, to ensure an independent resolution of the dispute. ICSID's relationship to the World Bank assists investors in obtaining compliance with the ICSID awards, and its roster of arbitration gives investors access to well-qualified arbitrators at ICSID-controlled rates, with extensive experience in international investment arbitration. The ICSID also provides important institutional support for litigants. The ICSID Convention is a well-known tool for settlement of investment disputes. Therefore, the interpretation of the Convention and its usefulness are predictable. Canada already has numerous links with the ICSID. Provisions consenting the ICSID arbitration are commonly found in contracts between governments of other countries and Canadian investors. NAFTA in Chapter 11, the Canada-Chile FTA, and most of our bilateral foreign investment protection agreements, known as FIPAs, all provide for ICSID as a dispute settlement option that can be chosen by an investor if both the state of the investor and the host state for the investment are party to ICS-ID. However, Canada and Canadian investors cannot benefit from this choice if Canada is not a member. Mr. Speaker, it is important that Bill C-9 be passed in order to facilitate adherence by Canada to the ICS-ID Convention as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't know, but for me, this has a bit of the same feel to it as the multilateral agreement on investment did under the former Liberal agreement. I mean, I have concerns about transparency. I would have concerns about accessibility for people to actually participate in the process. But I guess most important of all, my concerns would focus on accountability. Because as I'm looking at all of this, the decisions that are issued through an ICS-ID arbitration are binding. And there are only very, very limited opportunities or grounds under which the process can be appealed. They're all very, very narrow reasons. They include the tribunal wasn't properly constituted or has manifestly exceeded its powers, or there was corruption on the tribunal, there was a breach in the rules of procedure, or the award failed to state the reasons on which it's based. But these grounds, Mr. Speaker, make absolutely no allowances for other substantive reasons for which a sovereign state might well decide for the benefit of its citizens to disagree with an arbitration decision. I wonder if the member could just elaborate a little bit more why he feels comfortable, as a member on the government side, to do this to the Canadian public, to support a process that, as I said earlier, has no transparency, no accountability, and no accessibility. Thank you very much, Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for asking this question that many would want. This is the question she's asking is precisely why we have the ICS-ID Convention, because it's under the World Bank, Mr. Speaker, and it gives transparency under the World Bank rules to ensure that what she has expressed as a concern is overridden. The confidence level given by this convention, Mr. Speaker, is what investors are looking forward and will do. However, there is a provision in there where the Secretary General of the ICS-ID can let me quote what I said, can receive a request for a revision, interpretation, or annulment of an award can be made to the Secretary General of the ICS-CID. So, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned in my speech, this convention, as signed by 143 countries, have put an international confidence in a mechanism for investment where, the investor and the government can have a confidence on both sides. Now, you can't have a confidence on one side where you can say the investor is subjected to a government, board or a court of law where he feels he did not receive justice. At the end of the day, the issue is about receiving fair treatment, justice, which is a transparent manner, and this, Mr. Speaker, provides that, and that is why 143 countries have signed to this convention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened carefully to the Parliamentary Secretary's comments on this bill, and certainly listened carefully at committee to the representations by those who brought forward their opinion. And it was interesting, Mr. Speaker, because at committee we heard, certainly from those who were backing this bill, that in fact the sky's not going to fall, that productivity, that investment will still continue if we don't have this bill passed. If you were to listen to the government and I guess the opposition as well, the official opposition party, you would think that this is something that we have to have, that this is key to Canada's success, to investment coming in to Canada. And it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, because what wasn't touched on is what is the opinion of some of the provinces. And I find it passing strange, I guess, that the Bloc's going to support this bill because it actually takes away, in some respects, sovereignty, particularly in the case of financial oversight, from Canada. and I'm surprised that the Bloc would support taking decisions that could be made here in Canada and really throwing them over to the World Bank, which, as we know, is situated elsewhere. Not to mention, Mr. Speaker, the concerns people have had as of late in terms of transparency and accountability at the World Bank. I need not go into that narrative. It's a long one, and we know recently the problems at the top. My question to the member, Parliamentary Secretary, is at committee we heard very clearly that notwithstanding that there are countries who are signed on to this, this is a file that's been around for quite a while. We also heard that this wasn't going to guarantee increased investment, but there is jeopardy in terms of, if you will, handing over accountability. And my question is, why would this government, which has told the Canadian public many times that it believes in transparency and accountability in its own operations, why would it hand this kind of process procedure over to the World Bank when in fact it should be right here in Canada? Those decisions should be made in Canada, have Canadian oversight, and remain a tool that we can use. Because once we sign on to this, we're handing it over to another institution and indeed to another jurisdiction.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, coming from my colleague from the NDP, one would not expect them to look into foreign investments coming in or its advantages, both not also foreign investment coming into Canada. But he seems to forget, on the other side of the coin, is the foreign investment going out of the country to the Canada, Mr. Speaker, is a country where over 45% of its GDP is based on exports, Mr. Speaker, is based on import and export. It's a trading nation, Mr. Speaker. And as a part of our trading nation, we need prosperity. We need mechanism that provides not also for foreigners to come or invest in Canada, but also for Canadians to go out and do the foreign investment overseas. I mean, that is the way the prosperity of our country is. And so we need mechanism that will put into place giving confidence not to one, but to both sides of the coin, Mr. Speaker. Now, of course, the NDP would never want that, because the NDP wants to close and would want to live in a cocoon of its own, Mr. Speaker, working into that kind of a situation, which I'm very happy to say is not what the rest of Canadians want, and neither does the Canadian business community want. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this one here, with 143 states signing, giving confidence. Now, it's surprising to me that today the NDP is saying they have no confidence in the World Bank, and you are the biggest supporter of the World Bank, Mr. Speaker. And now they say, no, World Bank, Mr. Speaker. I mean, at the end of the day, they want development and all these things, and World Bank is one of the institutions that does that, Mr. Speaker. So this is, Mr. Speaker, and we do have in other areas dispute mechanism, and as I've alluded in my speech, this is one of the best dispute mechanism that will give investor confidence to both sides of the investment of the business community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Speaker. One of the things that I think the public is particularly concerned about today, not only in this agreement that we're talking about, but in general, with processes by governments in particular, is that of transparency. You know, when I talk to people, they say we have no idea what's going on, we don't know how to get information, the information seems quite secretive. And here we have a process where that will not be, the agreements will not be released to the public, so there will be no transparencies about the agreements, where the agreements are awarded. I think it's very interesting that there would not be, if we're interested in transparency and making a decision, or in making a cogent decision, that there's no allowance for third party or amicus curiae, as the document refers to actually get more information about the decision that is about to be made. And I think that the fact that we say that, or we don't say, but this says, once the consent of a party is given, it cannot be revoked. Now, I understand the need for stability, and that consent is not in any way given lightly because many things may be dependent upon that. But to say, under no circumstances, no matter what happens, consent cannot be revoked, I think is very worrisome, because I don't think that we're always able to foresee the future to be able to say it'll always be fine under these circumstances, that this will be obviously a very binding agreement. And I think that the fact that these decisions, which will not be available to the public in terms of where the awards are made, has broad effects on the public. I mean, these are decisions which will affect the public in a variety of ways, whether the public at home or the public in other countries. And for them not to even have access to that kind of information because of the lack of transparency is a problem. So perhaps the mover could describe why there should be no information available to the public under any circumstances about the awards.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, briefly.
Mr. Speaker, let me start by saying that, first of all, this is the dispute between two parties that have agreed to go in front of a tribunal as an arbitration. And therefore, it is important to recognize that when two parties go, what they would like to discuss and how, and they would like to keep their affairs in a matter of out of public domain or what, unless it is part of a public policy issue. But what I want to tell my honourable colleague out here is that the laws of the country where an investment is done is always maintained. And as the Parliament of Canada, we create the laws that how companies are going to operate in Canada. And though any investment that comes into this country will be required to operate under the laws of Canada as made by this Parliament, and that will never change, Mr. Speaker. This arbitration tribunal will not override the laws of this country. They will only make a decision based on a dispute mechanism that has arisen out of investment. But the laws of this country will be protected as made by this Parliament of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on Bill C-9. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that it is interesting that the government introduced this bill to promote cross-border investment at a time when they've shown a complete lack of understanding and indeed incompetence when it comes to this very issue. But nevertheless, it is a bill that will create a set of rules for mutually agreed upon arbitration, which is important, for hearings between investors and foreign governments. There's no question, Mr. Speaker, that we have 156 countries who have signed on. Over 144 now have ratified this agreement. And therefore, I think it is important that Canada be one of those, considering some of our major trading partners, including the United States, Japan, have signed on. There is no question, Mr. Speaker, though, that the government, in doing this, has nevertheless mishandled, as we see parts of the economy. We look at the forest industry as a good example. We look at the manufacturing sector. And clearly, we need to be aggressive in international markets. And it's important that our investors, when they're abroad, have certainty in terms of the investment climate, the investment regime when they are investing abroad. And therefore, the vast majority, as I say, of countries have signed the ICSID, and therefore it is incumbent upon Canada to do so. There's no question, Mr. Speaker, that increased trade with countries such as China are important, and that we have a governing structure which meets the demands and the needs of Canadian investors abroad. They need to have that assurance with regard to an arbitration mechanism. And there's no question, Mr. Speaker, that it's important that we protect and enhance the right of Canadian investors. Now, the ICSID Convention is an international instrument sponsored by the World Bank. There may be some in here who have some concerns about that. I do not. They have They have toughened in 2006 the transparency aspects of their governance procedures. And it's important to facilitate the increased flow of cross-border investment, something that we know all too much about, obviously, in this country. And the Convention certainly establishes a mechanism which gives that assurance to Canadian investors. And I think that is something which certainly the investment community has demanded for a while. They believe that it is important for them in order to do business. And on this side of the House, we agree. And it's also important that we have dispute mechanisms because of problems where we have seen in the past in some countries where they want investment, but they're not prepared to provide the kind of investment regime that is stable, that provides the rules of the game for investors. And so we cannot certainly encourage people to go abroad and invest in a particular sector if, in fact, we are not sure that that investment could be, in fact, protected. We have seen cases of nationalization, and these are concerns. We've seen problems in Indonesia when we had the situation with Manulife, and that had to go to the Supreme Court in Indonesia to deal with that. So obviously having a stable investment regime is important. Having a mechanism to deal with arbitration is critical. And of course, this has been around, Mr. Speaker, since 1966. And what is interesting, of the 143 countries that have ratified those instruments, many of them are our major trading partners, and I think we need to be in lockstep with them in order to ensure that we're on the same playing field. Investment disputes are brought under the Convention, are administered by the International Center for the Settlement of Investment Disputes in Washington, D.C., and their activity certainly has increased over the last number of years. At one time, they only handled 110 arbitrations in total for 40 years, but as more and more countries have come on board, they currently have about, I think it's 105 disputes that they are dealing with at the present time. So it's obviously a mechanism that people are using. It's a mechanism that people believe in, and it's a mechanism that this side of the House certainly supports. The Centre was established, obviously, from the very beginning to provide reliable and an effective instruments for resolving disputes, investment disputes. And I think that is the one thing that we heard at committee. That is the one thing that we continually hear, that this gives certainty, and that is the kind of thing that the investment community certainly wants to see. Now, once this is ratified, Canadian investors abroad will allow them to go out to make the contracts with foreign states, and they have that option. If they want to go to the ICSID convention, they can do that. So that is an option that they will have under this agreement. And Canadian investors doing business in a country in which Canada has a foreign investment protection and promotion agreement will have recourse as well to this arbitration for violators of the agreement, again providing assistance in that regard. But I think probably the most important advantage is the enforcement of arbitrary awards. This is something which, again, the committee heard about. It's something which, again, we believe is important. Unlike awards issued by other arbitrary institutions, domestic courts cannot refuse to enforce these decisions that are issued under the ICSID. That's important. And such awards are enforceable in any country, which is important to underline. It's any country that has ratified the convention, it can be enforced in. And I think that makes it extremely important for investors, and why we need to be part of that. And the final judgments, when they're made, then they are enforced. Canada signed this convention December of 2006, and under our Federation, British Columbia, Newfoundland and Labrador, Nunavut, Ontario, Saskatchewan have already adopted their own implementing legislation. And I think it is important that, again, in concert with the provinces and the territories, that we move forward on this legislation. You know, the international community, when it comes to investment, is very, very competitive. And if a company is going to make a major decision to invest abroad, they need to have that certainty. And we, I think, certainly as a country want to encourage good investment. We want to make sure that when our investors are abroad, that they are not going to be held up for ransom or subject to hostage when it comes to arbitrary changes in government policy abroad, and that is why we see so many countries that have signed on that believe that this is an effective way to go and does provide the kind of assurance that we need. The committee, certainly in the issues of transparency, we heard how that was strengthened. I think, at times, Mr. Speaker, it is important to be part of these international conventions, these international covenants, in order to provide that kind of security that we need. And clearly, when countries like the United States, United Kingdom, Japan is the second largest economy in the world. The Japanese are signatories. It's a very, very important market for Canadian business. We often overlook Japan and think about China. Well, Japan has an economy greater than all of Asia combined, including China. And again, tremendous opportunities we have in Japan. And again, Mr. Speaker, the opportunity maybe down the road to look at a free trade agreement with the Japanese. The Japanese have become very aggressive lately in signing deals with the Philippines, Mexico, countries with large agricultural sectors. And for the Japanese, the agricultural sector is a very, very sacred. And yet they've been able to come to agreements with those two countries. The Japanese are watching very carefully Canada's negotiations with South Korea. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, we have issues to deal with not only in the agriculture sector, but certainly in the automotive sector. And of course, our party has made it very clear that we don't want to deal at any price. We want to make sure that our automotive sector has the kind of ability to go into the South Korean market that we see that others enjoy, certainly in terms of what the Japanese are doing here. The Japanese are investing in Canada in the automotive sector. The South Koreans are not. And therefore, we cannot do that. So it's important. The Japanese have signed on. The Germans have signed on. The French have signed on. Again, all of these countries have signed on because they realize how important that this convention is. And for those of us who understand those market conditions, it's important that clearly we are part of that, and so we will support the government on C9 when it comes to passage of this legislation. Now, obviously, Mr. Speaker, we are concerned that Mexico, India, and Brazil have not signed on yet, but again, the need to continue to encourage them to be part of this international convention is important. It is important to look at the benefits for their investors as well as ours as we move forward in this regard. Mr. Speaker, the government, in terms of its international participation in promoting Canadian companies, has had a checkered past, but at least this bill will provide rights for our investors in other jurisdictions, and at least on this issue, Mr. Speaker, they have it right. But one thing they have right, but unfortunately they still do not understand the problems that our own domestic sectors are having, particularly in the forestry sector, particularly in the manufacturing sector, in the auto sector. These are issues which this party, the Liberal Party, has articulated for a long time. And clearly, because of the good management of previous Liberal governments, we were able to leave such an impressive cupboard in terms of the economic tools that the government has been able to use over the last couple of years. They didn't do it, Mr. Speaker. It was the Liberal government and Canadians, working with Canadians, that we were able to eliminate that $42.5 billion deficit that we inherited from the Conservatives, and they're able to be the only G7 state paying off the national debt. That's a very, very impressive record. So when they talk about the last 13 years, the last thing that they want to talk about is the last 13 years of good Liberal economic management. But that's okay, Mr. Speaker, because we know, and Canadians know, the economic record of this country. We know what's important in terms of dealing with the business community out there abroad, and that's why we will support this legislation. And we believe, Mr. Speaker, very strongly that good fiscal tools at home, good investment tools abroad, obviously are good for Canadians. They will promote jobs. They will secure jobs. and we believe very strongly that this is the way to go. I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that at the end of the day, when presumably this legislation is adopted, that the rules of the game will be very clear, it will be helpful. We should be able to see an increase in people wanting to invest, and also, of course, encouraging other countries to invest here, because the rules work both ways for those who have signed on. And again, we're looking at 144 countries alone that have ratified this particular convention. So it is something that we see as important. We believe, of course, in sound economic principles on this side of the House, and obviously we are prepared to work when we see that there's good legislation that comes forward. We're prepared to work with the government on that. And obviously, if there's bad legislation, we're not going to support that. But there's no question that in the Standing Committee, I think we heard very clearly the need for this and the rationale. And again, Mr. Speaker, we will support this legislation as we move forward. I take it from some of the parties in the House there will not be support, but nevertheless, I think at the end of the day, Canadians will be supportive and appreciative of the fact that the right thing was done. The rules have been very clear on arbitrational issues, and that I think is what is needed, and we support that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, well, I thought my honourable colleague's speech was fascinating. It actually fit in very well with an article I was reading in the Winnipeg Free Press today, which says, Grits, Conservatives. Same thing, poll says, Canadians find the two major parties interchangeable. That according to the recent Canadian Press Harris Decimus survey, Canadians, quote, view the two main political competitors, the Conservatives and Liberals, as interchangeable. If you wanted proof of that, Mr. Speaker, just listen to what we heard across there. Of course, it was the Liberals under the champions of free trade that told us we'd have clear investment rules with NAFTA, and what we ended up with was the secret tribunals under Chapter 11. And I'll bring forward the example of Metalclad, the company that went after the Mexican government because they felt that their rights to dump toxic waste in a neighborhood in Mexico was violated. Now, of course, the Liberal Party thought that the Metalclad's position, they certainly were violated because they were a corporate investor. And even though a municipal government working with a state government, working with the federal government to protect its citizens, came forward with legislation to stop this toxic dumping, Metalclad had the ability to go before the Chapter 11 tribunal, which is similar to what's being proposed with the kangaroo court at the World Bank, where there was an unaccountable form, where the community and the country couldn't even bring forward legal depositions before it, where the appeals process does not exist. And I love this. The World Bank, it's going to be secret. They don't even have to tell people when they've been stuck in the back. So, of course, the Liberal Party loves this. This is their idea of free trade. It fits in perfectly with the Conservatives. I guess my question to the member is, why doesn't the Liberal Party just join up with the Conservatives? Because they certainly have the same view towards the World Bank, which is already, Mr. Speaker, a discredited institution in terms of development, that they would allow to go forward unaccountable, hidden tribunals with no right of appeal. What does that say for the people of this country?
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the one thing that Canadians will never confuse is the fact that there's only two parties in this House that can be the government, and it certainly won't be the members. So there's no question that when it comes to understanding the economy, when it understands the investment, it is not the party in the corner. And, Mr. Speaker, obviously, the member wasn't listening. The member wasn't listening, Mr. Speaker. There's no question that when it comes to sound economic policies and understanding it, it was this side of the House and the Liberal Party, in conjunction with Canadians, who were able to turn what was, in 1995, what was considered by The Economist and others as a basket case, to an economic marvel. The fact that we paid off the national deficit. We're paying down the national debt. Now, the only similarity with the present government in power is that they're simply carrying on the good policies of the Liberal Party in terms of paying off the national debt, Mr. Speaker. That's something they don't know. Now, this is the party, Mr. Speaker, that one day stands up in the House and says, spend $5 billion, and the next day says, well, cut $2 billion. But mathematics is not the forte of the New Democratic Party, so it's understandable It's understandable, Mr. Speaker, that when they put 2 and 2 together and they get 5, they think that's okay. This side of the House doesn't believe that. But let's go back to the point, Mr. Speaker, he was making. In April 2006, the ICSID brought in reforms for transparency, open hearings, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know. Maybe, you know, it's okay. You can have your activities at the Montebello there and say, well, we're going to have a nice closed session. But here, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we believe in transparency. That's what they brought in, open hearings. Now, of course, there are some caveats when it deals with specific budget business information. But in general, the hearings are open and transparent. Read the changes that occurred in April of 2006. They brought it in response again to the very issue that the member raised. So, again, Mr. Speaker, we don't support anything which would be done in the back rooms. We believe in transparency, and obviously, in terms of accountability, there you are, Mr. Speaker. So, but again, if the member is suffering from any delusion that his party is going to ever be the government, you know, he's obviously has consulted a Tinkerbell.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Speaker. I am interested, to say the least, at the comments that the Speaker has made. The first one being that it will only ever be the Liberal or the Conservatives that are government. Talk about entitlement.
Entitlement, yeah. Talk
about entitlement, that somehow that this individual has said, this member has said, that this is an entitlement, that there can only be 2 parties ever in Canada. And I would suggest that perhaps not all Canadians would like their vote nullified and removed. The other piece that I was a bit concerned about was the member talking about following the good policies of the Conservative government. Now, sometimes it's hard to tell because when they're sitting down during a vote, it's a little hard for me to know whether they're following or not following the policies of the Conservative government. But this is a secret tribunal. There is no ability, and not every arbitration is secret, as we heard argued earlier by the parliamentary secretary. These are secret. There is no access by the public to the results of the arbitration at all. So I don't know how anybody could argue that these are not secret tribunals and that the information is therefore not kept secret afterwards. And I would like to hear the previous speaker describe why you would not describe this as a secret tribunal if only the 2 parties are the only people in the World Bank, individuals are the only people who are allowed access to that information.
Member for Richmond Hill.
Before I directly answer that question, Mr. Speaker, I'd point out that, you know, for a party that's attacked the government for saying they are the new government of Canada, the new Democratic Party's been around over 40-odd years, and they're still only at 29 or 30 members. So I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that the reality is at the moment that the only 2 parties that seem to be realistically looking to form a government are the 2 here. But the question of entitlement, Mr. Speaker, this party thinks they're entitled to make all sorts of statements that are not based on fiscal reality and yet expect people to buy them. Now, in answer to the question, maybe the member should go to the website. If the member went to the website of the ICSID, she would find that all awards by the tribunal are posted. So, I mean, I'm not sure what the problem is. If you go to a website and they post all in detail of the awards, Mr. Speaker, the information is there. It does require you turn on the computer. It does require that you find the website. It does require you read it. But beyond that, Mr. Speaker, all the information is there. And I would suggest that that is accountability. That is very useful. Obviously, people are going to look at that. And if the member doesn't have the website, I'll be more than happy to share it with her later. But I do think it's important, Mr. Speaker, not to suggest or mislead Canadians to suggest that somehow this is all done behind closed doors. There is a process. I have made it very clear what that process is. And from that perspective, that information is on the website in terms of all of those awards. Access to those awards are there. And I think that that is something that we would expect, Canadians would expect, and it is there, Mr. Speaker. So beyond that, I don't know what else to say, Mr. Speaker. Access is right there at your fingertips.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
I wasn't intending to get up and make a comment or a question, but I think I have to clarify. I actually have the blues from committee in my hand, and on the question of transparency, indeed, there were changes made and proposed April 2006. What's important to note, and I asked the very question in committee to witness, is that I said I've noted a couple of changes of April 2006. The information that I had suggested that the amicus curiae briefs weren't allowed previously, and now you're saying that's changed to the witness who was responding the same information as the member has. What it says is, and what the witness said, is that there is a process now to ask tribunals to submit an amicus curiae brief, or the equivalent of that is exactly at the discretion of the tribunal, depending on how helpful it can be and how relevant it is. Yes, there have been changes made. Obligations, there are not. So when you say, and I'll say this through you, Speaker, to the member, that it is absolutely transparent and you can go on the website. You can go on the website, I've done it, but you will not get chapter and verse. In fact, all you'll get is what the tribunal deems to be relevant, deems to be something that they wish to pass on. So I think it's important to clarify, and I'd like my colleague to respond to that.
Hill, briefly.
Blues in front of me, and as the member knows, the same application applies domestically. There are exceptions, absolutely. But the fact is, to suggest, as his party has done, that everything is behind closed doors, that there is no transparency, that none of this exists, is absolutely blatantly false. And we know that is false. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, there are exceptions as there are domestically. But the reality is that in the main, we have an open and transparent process. We have the ability to look at the renderings of the tribunal. That's what we would expect, and that is what is there. So again, Mr. Speaker, I think that stands for itself. Thank you.
Conformément à l'article 38.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I must advise the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. Follows the Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup, Manufacturing and Forestry Industries. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak before this House. Now we have to wonder how long we will be here, given the lack of sensitivity of the Conservative government to the forestry and manufacturing sector. This insensitivity means that in Quebec, people are becoming more and more upset with the lack of action taken by the government. And when the time comes to make a crucial decision, we will be there to defend the interests of Quebec, as we always have done. With respect to Bill C9, while the Bloc Québécois is supporting the bill, the adoption of this bill will enable Canada to ratify the Convention on the Settlement of Investment Disputes between states and nationals of other states. And it will allow the ICSCID to play its role. This meets with concerns that we respect investment disputes. The ICSID is responsible for arbitrating disputes between a foreign investor and a state. There can be two types of conflicts. There can be problems with the bilateral agreements on investment, and there are disputes on agreements that governments and investors, foreign investors, like those agreements that the government of Quebec gets into with foreign investors. The adhesion of Quebec, of Canada, will have no impact on the province, except that the Canada will be able to go to the ICICID in the case of a dispute. The only thing that will change in Canada is that Canada can intervene in negotiations in order to amend the convention or the convention, and it will be able to appoint members to the tribunals. ICCID is a tribunal, but the problem doesn't lie with the tribunal. Earlier, the member for the NDP was wondering why the Bloc would be supporting Bill C-9. Well, there are already many countries that support this centre. That's not the problem. The problem is the poor treatments that Canada has entered into with other states, despite the bad examples that have occurred in the past, particularly with respect to NAFTA Chapter 11. So the Bloc feels that protecting investments is important, providing that we have good agreements. It's only normal, Mr. Speaker, in our opinion, that an investor, before making an investment, tries to ensure that the investment will be protected, that he won't be victim of discrimination. This is is what the treaties are attempting to deal with. An investor can present the issue before the tribunal, providing he has state approval. However, in the investment protection and treaties, only two countries, Canada, and you can guess the other, our friend the United States, systematically give investors the right to go directly to international tribunals. That's a problem. That's a real problem, Mr. Speaker. So if a corporation that invests abroad is given a special status, the agreements that Canada enters into allows multinationals to have rights that they should not have, and it makes it more difficult for the state to intervene and for the common good. I refer to Chapter 11. This chapter of NAFTA on investments provides that an investor can go before the ICSID, but I'll give you examples where problems have occurred. The definitions are so ambiguous that government intervention can be challenged by an investor, a foreign investor, if it reduces the profits that the investor may get from its investment. For example, the Kyoto Implementation Act, which would have cost oil companies a great deal of money. They used Chapter 11 to bring the matter before the tribunal. The Alberta oil companies, for example, are controlled for the most part by American interests. Chapter 11 opens the door to abusive legal proceedings. There's also the definition of investor that's so broad that any shareholder, any individual can prosecute the state and try and get compensation for environmental measures because this may have the impact of reducing profits. The definition of investment is so broad that it poses a problem as well. You can talk about profits that an investor hopes to derive from his investment. So in the case of an expropriation, the state might have to pay not only for the fair market value, but also the company has to add the amount that the investor hoped to derive from the product in the future. That I can give you some examples that have occurred over the years. Sunbelt, Canadian company, but with shareholders in California, had a problem when it wasn't able to get its bulk water. So the company used Canadian legislation to get compensations equal to its investment, about $300,000. Well, the American company used Chapter 11 of NAFTA and in its claim accounted for all of the potential profits that it could have made in the future, and that all of a sudden jumped to $100 million. There was the matter was settled. However, you can see what happens. You can see how things can get derailed. This is why, in the Bloc Québécois, we presented a motion to ensure that when it comes to NAFTA, water cannot be viewed as a commodity. The Americans would like this to happen, of course, because for obvious reasons, but you can understand in Quebec this is a very important resource. So given the amounts involved, Chapter 11 has really been detrimental, particularly with respect to the environmental side, because companies can just say, oh, because of environmental costs, their profits have been reduced. Companies can now go directly to international tribunals to get compensation without the consent of the state. I'll refer to this later. This is a serious problem. You can just imagine a multinational company which could, on its own initiative, think that be involved in a trade conflict between countries. This is an absurd situation, and they could use Chapter 11 on investments to get compensation. The government must quickly talk to its American and Mexican partners to amend Chapter 11. This is something we've been calling for a long time now, given all the problems that have occurred. And furthermore, with respect to Chapter 11, the government is simply signing more and more agreements, but they're just carbon copies of Chapter 11. So in addition to this Chapter 11, and despite the fact that this chapter has been used abusively, there have been 16 other agreements, bilateral agreements on investment protection that have been signed, and they're just carbon copies of Chapter 11. So these treaties need to be renegotiated. We have been calling for more democracy, more transparency. The government should submit to the House any international treaty before ratifying it. That's another problem that we need to discuss in broader terms here in this House. We have to ensure that Canadians realize that there are a lot of things that are done on the quiet that are not correct. We now have a new investment protection treaty with Peru. Not many people in the media picked up on this. The Parliament was informed about this agreement coming through the pipeline. This is completely undemocratic. And what's curious is that this government boasts about all of its promises that it's fulfilled, but I'd like to remind this House and to the people in general that this government in particular does not always do what it says it will. It doesn't always keep its promises, because during the last election, the Conservative platform was very clear. The Conservatives said that it would submit for approval all international agreements to the House of Commons before ratifying them. But that's not what happened, Mr. Speaker. Since the Conservatives came into power, more than 24 international treaties have been signed. And with the exception of the amendment to NAFTA, which was the subject of a mini debate and a vote, none of these international treaties have been presented to the House. Another promise that has not been kept. Another promise that was simply dismissed. Today, these international agreements have an impact on our lives. So there's nothing that justifies that reaching these agreements unilaterally without taking into account the opinion of their elected officials. At the federal government, and we must understand that the federal government is farther away from the municipal level and farther away from the provincial level of government as well when it comes to daily life. But for people in international business and foreign affairs, they understand that this is an issue that really comes under the purview of the federal government. International agreements do come under federal purview. But in the bloc, we took action as we normally do. We presented bills to restore democracy, and I will go back to this later, but we have submitted a bill 3 times on that effect. But the Conservatives' words are not worth all that much. But the Bloc Québécois will rise to the occasion once again to try and restore democracy. What we want, Mr. Speaker, is an obligation on the part of the government to present to the House all international treaties before they are ratified. This would be an obligation on the part of the government to publish all international treaties And there will be a vote. There should be a vote in the House, and special committees should be struck to study these treaties for any significant treaty before the government proceeds with ratification. And obviously, the interests of Quebec and other provinces must be taken into consideration at the negotiation stage. So, although provinces participate very little in this process, there are a few exceptions, but they are kept away from the decision-making process. But this is ridiculous in today's day and age. The government publishes these treaties on a sporadic basis. We don't know when things are taking place. Even the director of these international treaties doesn't have a list or a summary that we can consult to find out who we're entering into a treaty with and when. The government does not want to table these agreements before the House, and therefore the general public simply is not aware. The House doesn't hear about it. We don't know when these treaties are being ratified. The government simply does not consult its representatives. And when there's changes to legislation, well, Quebec, in the House, this is where we should be doing this job. As the House is not associated with the process on treaties, well, it can't consult. And I think we're getting far away from the tenets of democracy by doing this. My other colleagues have pointed this out as well. These types of treaties have an impact on us in our daily lives. And the government has not wanted to consult the provinces and is in fact preventing provinces from acting independently on the international scene by not enabling them to enter into agreements that are like treaties. So that's what's happening right now with this file. And what's quite ironic is that Canada used to be very democratic back in the 20s. Well, back in 1926, Prime Minister King presented a resolution that was adopted unanimously by the House of Commons, which said that before the Canadian ministers acting on behalf of Her Majesty ratifies a treaty, the approval of Parliament should be obtained. And that goes back to 1926, Mr. Speaker. And now we're in 2008. In 1941, King reiterated this commitment, I quote him once again, with the exception of treaties that are insignificant or treaties that are extremely important. The House of Commons is invited to approve treaties and conventions before ratification. Over the years, the governments have not sought approval. They have done nothing to seek approval from House of Commons. And now the government doesn't even table the treaties in the House. And there have been no treaties tabled in the House of Commons for the past 40 years. In the case of Kyoto, the government refuses to respect what was voted on by Parliament. And I find all of this quite ironic. Once again, the government is not being democratic. And if we compare ourselves to other countries, we can see that in the rest of the industrialized world, most of the other big democracies have their parliaments participate in their ratification. France, Germany, Denmark, Italy, even the United States, they're obliged to obtain the approval of their legislatures for significant treaties before ratification.
So we still have a ways to go, Mr. Speaker, before we have an upright democracy when it comes to international agreements. Earlier I mentioned bills put forward by the Bloc 3 times. We're going to come back to the charge, a treaty to modernize, a process to modernize the international treaty procedure. We want democracy and transparency brought into the negotiation process and the ultimate entering into an international treaty. We want Canadians to be better aware of this because it's more important than ever before. the federal government, of course. We want to have it respect provincial jurisdiction, and the bill provided for 5 changes. All treaties would systematically go to the House of Commons. The House of Commons would approve them. Civil society would be consulted by a parliamentary committee before Parliament voted on any treaty, and publication of the treaty in the Canada Gazette and on the Foreign Affairs website. And finally, mandatory consultation of the provinces before entering into any treaty affecting their jurisdiction. This a treaty has only come to a vote once before in 2005, and why is that? I'll come back to that. The Conservatives made promises about putting international treaties before the House. They promised to do that before ratification, and they promised to recognize a provincial role in ratifying treaties affecting their jurisdiction. Both of those provinces have been broken since the election. The Conservatives amended NAFTA. They signed 2 international agreements based on Chapter 11, and they entered into a military cooperation agreement allowing British soldiers to come and train in Canada. They've also signed cooperation agreements on post-secondary education, even though that's not within their jurisdiction. They also entered into an agreement governing technology transfers of technology to China. And there was a mini debate and a last-minute vote on a NATO treaty, but none of these things were properly put before the House. And the Bloc's legislation was rejected based on 2 sections. Section 4, which would set up a consultation mechanism for consultation with the provinces. Apparently, when you're a Federalist Party, even if you say you're full of good intentions and you're open, and even if you say that in an election campaign in the provinces, in Quebec particularly, that's quickly forgotten when it comes time to take action and to vote. There was also Section 6, which they didn't like, which would recognize the Gérin-Lajoie doctrine. And it's not just Bloc legislation that the Federalist Party rejected, it's Quebec legislation, because the provision calling for Quebec's consent to ratifying a treaty before the federal government does so internationally on any issue coming under Quebec jurisdiction, that has been rejected, and so it's no surprise that there are more and more Quebecers opting for sovereignty. So we're going to come back to the charge with this kind of bill. And unfortunately, that shows clearly that Federalist parties are not, in fact, open to Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Speaker. To the member who from the Bloc Québécois who has just spoken, I wasn't sure if I hadn't earlier been told that the Bloc was supporting this motion, I would not have been able to tell that from the comments that the member has made. I mean, the member has raised legitimate concerns, but around the publication sporadically of treaties, of consulting civil society, of impact on the lives of daily people, and therefore should be looked at more carefully, that the conservative words aren't worth all that much, and therefore those comments to me don't sound like particularly supportive of this treaty, and therefore my question and I think one of my other colleagues will have a subsequent question, but I think my question to the member would be, given all of those comments, which were, I think, primarily of concern, why you are then supporting the bill?
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. I think it was quite clear, Mr. Speaker. We're supporting Bill C-9 because Bill C-9 deals with the criticisms that I've made and the NDP have made. Let's not mix up apples and oranges. In this case, Canada can subscribe to a settlement mechanism, a tribunal. We can participate in that. But all the problems with Chapter 11 of NAFTA have nothing to do with C9. This bill, we're doing like 155 or 156 other countries who currently have signed on to this international tribunal that would settle disputes. So are we improving the situation greatly? I don't really know, but at least I know it's not a bad thing, and that's why we're supporting this bill. But all the other criticisms that have been made show that there's a denial of democracy when it comes to international agreements. So it's not the same thing at all. And Mr. Speaker, that's why we're supporting this bill. But that doesn't mean, by supporting this bill, that we're saying that everything the government does in the arena of international agreements is perfect. On the contrary, I think I showed in my speech that we need to come back with another bill dealing with international treaties right here in the House. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd just like to ask the member for a specific concrete example of where a Canadian company was protected under some of these other international agreements or provisions of treaties or agreements that he just think was undemocratic or unjustified. I appreciate his support of this bill, which would help protect Canadian investors abroad, but he referred to problems with other types of provisions protecting investors that may not ultimately be democratic. So not a generality, but a specific example of where a Canadian company was protected, but it wasn't, he didn't feel it was democratic or appropriate.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Well, the example that springs to mind is not a Canadian company. It's the issue I was raising around Chapter 11, NAFTA. There was a country, Mexico, an American company that wanted to set up operations in Mexico. It was going to be a huge warehouse or dump, and the municipality rejected that company's application to turn that municipality into a garbage can or a hole, if you will. And the American company, under Chapter 11 of NAFTA, was able to sue the municipality and win. And the problem is, for the poorest countries, when it's a few $100 million, well, for countries like ours or companies like ours, maybe that's not so serious. Not as serious as it is for a developing country or a small municipality in a developing country. You can see the whole host of problems that can flow from that. For our companies, well, we need some protection, some dispute resolution mechanisms. We have to be able, as investors, to have some protection before we invest, to avoid having those investments multiply without any benefit to the investor. So that's a general answer, of course, to his question. If the member for Yukon has any specific examples to give us, well, he'd be welcome to do that. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank the member from the bloc for his speech and the clarification of the bloc member's position. It's very interesting trying to understand the reasons for the bloc's support of this bill. But perhaps we might understand their position better if we remember the fact that the Bloc Québécois has decided to give its support to the Conservative government for the budget. And if you consider the lack of support for our activities with respect to banks here in Canada, if you consider the Bloc members' hesitation, their reluctance to join with us in convincing the government that it's headed in the wrong direction, and even if you consider their strategies around free trade, and the actions of Canadian banks. This is something Canadians want us to do something about. And my question for the bloc member is, if you consider the lack of transparency, the lack of accessibility, the lack of accountability in terms of this bill, how can the bloc lend its support to this bill? How can they explain their decision to Canadians all across this country? The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Well, for a party who's often told they don't change anything and they can't do anything, the members just basically said that we're essentially responsible for the looming end of the world. When it comes to the budget, I remember I was here. All parties here in the House supported the last budget. The last vote, there was no one from the NDP who stood up. No one said anything. It was passed unanimously. So quit bugging us about the last budget, especially since the Bloc got $3.3 billion to partially fix the fiscal imbalance, not entirely, but partially. And that was a huge battle that Quebecers wanted us to wage here. And I can tell you, in my riding, I'm not embarrassed. I hold my head high when I go to the grocery store because people understand full well what work we're doing here and they thank us for it. So supporting a budget or financial measures, that doesn't mean supporting a government. What's that all about? This member's been here longer than I have, I think. And I'm sure there have been lots of times when she's voted with the government. I'm thinking of the former government, the member for La Salle-et-Mer. He's no longer here, so we don't see him very often. But the friendliness between the NDP and the Liberals back then, I think it was clear to everyone that that didn't mean that the NDP supported everything that the Liberal government was doing, for example, the sponsorship scandal and things like that. So I think eventually you have to be consistent and you have to support this type of measure, which would allow Canada to participate in an international dispute resolution mechanism. And that doesn't mean we support everything the Conservative government's doing. In fact, at the outset, at the beginning of my speech, I said the government was insensitive to the manufacturing and forestry crises. I'm the agricultural critic, and I can tell you that the pork and livestock industries are going through very rough times, and this government's very insensitive to that too. The Conservative government has a lot of bad policy in many areas.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm very pleased to speak today on this bill, which is, of course, the World Bank's Investment Tribunal, which is being brought forward to the House. It's through the International Center for the Settlement of Investment Disputes. Mr. Speaker, that was set up in the early 1966, and I guess it's been a bit of a late bloomer because here we are 40 years later trying to actually give it some legitimacy. I've listened to the debate, Mr. Speaker, and I find it interesting, but it's predicated, I believe, on two fundamentally wrong principles. The first is the principle that if we look at the failed processes that are in place now for trade, particularly the Chapter 11 mechanisms for NAFTA, which have been proven time and time again that allows certain corporate interests to override regional, state, and national governments in the legitimate interests of governments to protect citizens in a fair manner, that process has been used again and again as a blunt instrument to push a privatizing agenda against national interest. So we're supposed to accept that this principle, which has failed again and again and again under Chapter 11, will somehow be different with this tribunal, even though it's using basically all the same input mechanisms, that things will somehow be better this time. And the second element in this discussion that we're supposed to accept is, of course, that this tribunal through the World Bank will have it's such an august body that it'll have legitimacy in its own right. And of course, we're supposed to forget 40 years of the neoliberal experience under the World Bank and the severe damage that it has done in development. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak on practical issues of how trade disputes are actually dealt with in the real world, so we can bring a bit of, I guess, perspective to this debate. In terms of the World Bank's credibility, I'd like to begin with that. Certainly it's taken a number of hits because it was a dumping ground for Paul Wolfowitz, who is, of course, notorious now for one of the architects of the illegal war in Iraq. And he was such a liability to even George Bush that they couldn't figure a place to dump him, to get him out of his radioactive state out of Washington, so they sent him to the World Bank. And of course, under Wolfowitz's leadership, credibility in the World Bank was severely challenged because, well, there was an element with his girlfriend and, losing complete support of directors of the World Bank and around the entire world until there was basically a coup to get this guy out. I mean, here was the guy that even George Bush wouldn't be seen beside representing the World Bank. But I refer you to a recent article in The Guardian that said, let's end the hypocrisies on the World Bank, because the fact is the World Bank's credibility was shot long before Paul Wolfowitz brought his girlfriend on the scene. Naomi Klein has written extensively about the failings of the World Bank in terms of ensuring that when you do have trade pacts and you do have development deals, that communities and national economies are actually able to benefit from them. Naomi writes, first, let's dispense with the supposed hypocrisy problem. Quote, who wants to be lectured on corruption by someone who's telling them to do as I say, not as I do, asked one journalist. She said, no one, of course. But that's a pretty good description of the game of one-way strip poker that our global trade system, in which the United States and Europe, via the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Trade Organization, tell the developing world, you take down your trade barriers and we'll keep ours up. And that's, of course, you can see that from whether it's farm subsidies or any form of international trade. She goes on to say the more serious lie at the center of the controversy is the implication that the World Bank was an institution that had impeccable ethical credentials until, according to 42 former World Bank executives, its credibility was, quote, fatally compromised by Mr. Paul Wolfowitz. The truth is that the bank's credibility has been compromised long before Mr. Paul Wolfowitz. It was compromised when it forced school fees on students in Ghana in exchange for an international loan, when it demanded that Tanzania privatize its water system, when it made telecom privatization a condition of aid for Hurricane Mitch relief, when it demanded, quote, labor flexibility in Sri Lanka in the aftermath of the tsunami. So while the rest of the world was raising money in our schools all over Canada and around the world to help the victims of the tsunami, we had the World Bank putting the squeeze on Sri Lanka to break apart its national policies on protecting its own workers. So, of course, the Paul Wolfowitz scandal pales in comparison to that. She says the issue of corruption and accountability, that the World Bank has absolutely no credibility to speak on, because the World Bank was there when the Soviet Union was basically picked apart by an oligarch of mafia interests. The same we see the role the World Bank played in Chile, with, of course, Milton Friedman, the original doctor of shock torture for the economy, and the incredible damage that was done to all segments of society in what was actually a very middle-class country at that time until the World Bank was through with it. So the World Bank has a lot to answer for, I think, in terms of its credibility of being a fair arbiter, of being an honest policeman on the world stage. I think that many people in developing countries have developed a very strong distaste for that, and we need to have that in mind when we talk about any trade agreements that come before us in the House, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, the issue of trade is paramount to us as a nation. We are a nation of traders, and we want fair rules. We know in our farming sector, we have come up against incredible odds because we have some of our major competitors, the EU and the US, who continually dump products on the international markets, continually distort the price of grains and other commodities through their subsidies. It's hurt us, but it's had devastating effects in the third world, where basically the EU or the US can dump grain, corn, or any other product into the third world, where those farmers don't have nearly the same protections. And when we all talk about a level playing field, it seems that they are never on the level playing field. Who's on the level playing field? Well, it's the corporations and their friends. But national economies, especially in the third world, are not on any kind of level playing field. So if a trade agreement comes before this House, Mr. Speaker, we have to look at it through the prism of saying, will this be fair? Will this be just, and will this be true, fair, and open trade? Or will this continue to perpetuate a very one-sided cycle? I unfortunately believe that this one-sided cycle will continue. I'd like to speak to a couple of examples. It has been mentioned earlier in the House, Mr. Speaker, the example of Metalclad in Mexico, where you had a U.S. company that felt that its rights, its quote rights, were unfairly impinged by the fact that its desire to use a poor neighborhood in Mexico as a toxic waste dumping ground was somehow, their rights were violated by the fact that the people of that region said, wait a minute, we have to set certain base standards here. We have to be able, as a municipal government, regional government, national government, to protect our people from being a dumping ground for waste. Metalclad took that through a binding Chapter 11 arbitration, and anybody who says that that Chapter 11 arbitration process is in any way fair or open is deluding themselves. And, Mr. Speaker, they'd be smoking the kind of stuff that I know our Conservatives are certainly wanting to snuff out. What happened in that Metalclad decision has been repeated in numerous decisions under NAFTA Chapter 11, where basic rights of a country to set certain levels of standard have been erased by a body that is unaccountable, that is unelected, that sets its own standards. In fact, they sound very much like the Liberal-dominated Senate, but they have the ability to actually even do worse because there is no appeal mechanism under Chapter 11. So we're seeing a very similar setup with this World Bank front in terms of its mechanisms. Chapter 11 doesn't have to release the results of its findings. It doesn't have to allow any third-party briefs to be brought forward. So the ability of a national government to protect its interests once it's gone to a Chapter 11 challenge becomes very, very, very limited. And I'd like to speak, Mr. Speaker, about my own interest in Chapter 11 because we have a situation right now where Canada, the citizens of this country, the taxpayers, are being on the hook for potential $350 million in damages that's being heard at a secret tribunal at Chapter 11 of NAFTA. That's being brought forward by a company, 1532382 Ontario, Inc. Now, this is a company, Mr. Speaker, that is founded in Ontario. It's listed. Its board of directors, as in Don Mills, Ontario. Of course, who are on this board of directors is not known to the public because they get to hide behind corporate anonymity. But this numbered company that's based in Ontario is suing the Canadian public for $350 million, claiming their international rights were violated. Now, we're going to go through this story just so, Mr. Speaker, people in the House and anyone watching back home just gets to know how this kind of, as Naomi Klein said, one-way strip poker is played. 1532382 Ontario, Inc. was incorporated in the province of Ontario to go after a municipal waste contract under provincial jurisdiction. That provincial waste contract was the 1995 originally bid for taking garbage for the City of Toronto. The solution being offered by 1532382 Ontario, Inc. was we'll ship it up to Northern Ontario, to actually the riding of Timmins, James Bay, where we have these massive iron ore pits that are filling with groundwater, and we'll just dump the garbage for 20 or 30 years in the pits. And in fact, the fact that 380 million liters of groundwater flows through those pits a year is not a problem for the planners of this dump, because they'll use, actually, it was written into this scenario, Mr. Speaker, that they'll use the garbage, the water, the groundwater, to wash the garbage. And they'll So they'll get 20 years out of these pits. 380 million litres of groundwater will flow through for all of eternity as far as we know, unless something dramatic changes in Northern Ontario. And then the guarantee is that this company, this numbered company with no names behind it, will set up a commitment that for 2,000 years they would run pumps to wash the garbage, to take the groundwater and pump it back into the surrounding environment. And in fact, when they came before the Ontario government with this plan, Mr. Speaker, they actually costed out the cost of fixing the pumps 1,500 to 1,600 years in the future. And I think it was amazing. They figured it was going to cost them $25 an hour, 1,600 years in the future. That's like Clovis and the Franks talking about what it would cost to run trucks on our roads back in, what was it, AD 1600, AD 600. But, Mr. Speaker, this shows you how absurd this plan was. And, of course, this plan was so absurd that it would never have gotten to first base until, of course, the Mike Harris government came in. And, oh, my God, there's certain people here who were right there at the time when Mike Harris stripped the environmental assessment laws because they knew a deal like this would never go through with scrutiny. So they put this through the biggest waste management proposal in Canadian history through a scope DA, where they got to omit all the questions about groundwater safety so that this dump could get passed. In fact, the only question that was allowed in the entire hearing was whether or not a computer model that was presented by this numbered company, well, if the numbers from the computer model matched. Nothing about real-time experience at these pits. These were badly fractured pits. People who lived underneath the pits can tell you about the problems with the water flowing through. The miners who worked in the pits knew the situation in the pits. And, of course, the Harris government thought this was great because some of the people involved in 1532, 382 Ontario Inc. happened to be from the city of North Bay, which was, of course, the home base of Mike Harris. So they thought this was a great deal. And it almost came to fruition, Mr. Speaker, but it came to the fact that the people of Northern Ontario and the Abitibi region of Quebec came together and said, enough. We will not go through with a project that is so risky, so unproven, so potentially disastrous to the health of our region that it took railway blockades. It literally took railway and road blockades to get this government's attention that there were problems with this plan. Problems that would have easily been identified if we'd had a proper environmental assessment and process. So that dump plan for the Adams mine fell through, Mr. Speaker. No surprise there. Sometimes just really bad ideas don't fly. But the reason I bring it up, Mr. Speaker, is because a very curious thing happened afterwards. Now, at the time, 153282 Ontario Inc. was identified with Gordon McGinty, a North Bay businessman. He had Notre Development. He had a number of investors. Many of those investors were well known. Many of them are from various parts of Ontario. When he had a problem after the deal fell through and Waste Management walked away, he was looking for partners for this dump. And this is where another number of investors came through. Now, some of those investors, Mr. Speaker, were also identified with the Conservative Party, people who identified names who were involved in this, who were all from Ontario. I could name them here. I'm not afraid to name them. Mr. Cordellucci was identified as someone who certainly seemed to have an interest in this mine. But, of course, it was all behind numbered companies, so how do you find out? But anyways, Mr. Speaker, you have this numbered company, Mr. Speaker, this numbered company that's based in Ontario that actually donated money to the leadership bid of now our present finance minister. Here was an Ontario company giving donations to the Conservative Party. They were clearly based in Ontario. They were dealing with a municipal contract. After the Adams mine deal fell through, they sued the Ontario government, the present Liberal government, for $300 million for the fact that they were robbed of their deal. Well, that lawsuit went nowhere, and so we didn't hear anything more of this numbered company until last year. They weren't interested in going through Ontario or Canadian courts anymore. They were taking it to Chapter 11. Now, how, Mr. Speaker, you're asking me, how is it that an Ontario company that's donating money to Ontario political officials dealing with a municipal waste contract can go to Chapter 11 as an international investor? Well, lo and behold, this man, Vito Gallo, steps out of the wings and says that he is the sole owner of this mine, a man that nobody's ever heard of. I talked to Toronto city councillors who were involved in the negotiations. I said, have you ever heard of Vito Gallo? Never heard of him. Who's Vito Gallo? Well, he's the man who's suing the Canadian public for $350 million, claiming that his Adams Mine plan that he was the owner of, that he was the dreamer of, is gone up in smoke. And I was involved in those negotiations with the Algonquin Nation when I worked with them. We'd never heard of this man. But now he's got this deal, and he's going before Chapter 11. So at Chapter 11, Mr. Speaker, there will be no appeal. There's no right for us to bring forward briefs about who was involved and who the potential Canadian investors were. We have no ability to do that. So the Canadian public is trusting to, what, 3 guys in Washington to dispense justice on $350 million? I think in any kind of fair deal, as in the case of taking this dispute to a Canadian court, well, there would be depositions from both sides. There would be witnesses. There would be cross-examinations. We would, squeeze the Charmin, so you say, to see if this case actually had any legitimacy at all. That's what the courts are there to do. So in a large dispute where a large amount of money, where a provincial law or a federal law is in question, you have to bring it forward to test it, to ensure that there's full due diligence. That doesn't happen, Mr. Speaker, with Chapter 11. We know that because we've seen it time and time again, where even the dispute resolutions don't even have to be made public. Now, how could it be that something can be transparent and open when you do not have the right to bring forward third-party briefs, where you don't have the right to ensure that you have full legal representation there, where a panel of 3 get to decide and their word is law? That's it. There's no appeal. There's no challenge. Now, if anybody can tell me that that is good for the business of the nation, well, we're certainly obviously not on the same political wavelength, because I believe that certain issues have to be brought forward before any of these kind of decisions are allowed. So now that brings me to the World Bank's Investment Tribunal, Mr. Speaker. And I think we're dealing with many of the similar concerns that we saw with Chapter 11 NAFTA. We're not seeing that anybody's learned anything from Chapter 11 to make these deals more open and more fair. In fact, this really seems to be, Mr. Speaker, to be just another way of the government and their friends in the Liberal Party to resurrect the multilateral investment treaty, which, when it was brought to the public's attention, the Canadian people said, wait a minute here, there's issues of national sovereignty in our economy which we're simply not going to give up, to give away to some arbitrary, unaccountable, unelected body to make binding decisions. That is simply too much of an undermining of our national sovereignty. So there was a national response against the multilateral investment treaty, and I know there's certain people from certain ideological stripes who certainly feel the pain of having lost that. But, Mr. Speaker, I'll just conclude on the fact that under Article 52, an annulment of this decision may only be allowed if A, the tribunal was not properly constituted, B, the tribunal has manifestly exceeded its powers, C, there was corruption on the tribunal, D, there was a breach of rules and procedure, or E, that the...
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works.
Thank you very much, and I listened intently to the speech from my colleague from Timmins, James B. I know that he used to be the trade critic for the NDP, I believe, from the previous Parliament. No, okay, well, agriculture, there you are. In any event, he spoke for a good length about Chapter 11 of NAFTA, and it's remarkable to me. First, I was frankly a little bit disappointed in his speech. I think one can make a point for or against something without personal attacks and being negative and smearing Paul Wolfowitz and smearing people's intentions and attacking their character. Just make the point against Chapter 11 without having to attack someone's personality and character. It's entirely unnecessary and it's unbecoming of this place. But beyond that, Chapter 11 of NAFTA extends a Canadian value internationally. What Chapter 11 says in NAFTA is it says you can't discriminate against a foreign-owned company. He uses the example of Metalclad. What Chapter 11 says is that if a government, if a municipal government or a provincial government or federal government in Canada or any jurisdiction in the world wants to regulate or legislate against certain behaviors by any company, say a company is dumping pollutants that may be detrimental to an environment, a government can say that companies cannot dump this pollutant. It can't say that company A can't dump the pollutant. It has to say that all companies have to stop dumping this pollutant. The reason why is because countries very often use regulations and laws to discriminate against one company in favor of another. Chapter 11 means that you have to treat all companies equally, not discriminate, and thereby allow companies to have to change their practices in order to meet the new burden in the best interests of the public. It forces countries not to discriminate. That's what Chapter 11 does. And so he says that this allows companies to sue governments in order to change laws. Yes, it does. In Canada, a foreign company can sue the Canadian government or any government if it's being discriminatory against it. It could do that before Chapter 11. What Chapter 11 does is allow a Canadian company to sue a government in another jurisdiction so that it gets treated equally, so that we're not discriminated against. That's what Chapter 11 does. So he says that a company can sue a government and overturn a law. Yeah, because it's being discriminated against so as to benefit another company that may be domestically based. It's a trade barrier. It prevents competition. Preventing competition prevents people from getting the best quality and the best price and the best choices and products and how they want to live their lives. That's a good thing. Chapter 11 exists in Canada. The principles of Chapter 11 exist in Canada, whether we have NAFTA or not. NAFTA and Chapter 11 of NAFTA extends this virtue abroad because it protects Canadian companies in other countries so that we can do business and not be discriminated against. And I can't believe that a member can stand up in this House for 20 minutes and give a speech on something he clearly knows so little about.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I was quite surprised. I wasn't sure what I had smeared. Was it Wolfowitz being corrupt, or was it that he had engineered an illegal war? But I know it certainly touched a soft spot with my Conservative friend, and I'm not surprised that he's up defending Chapter 11 so blindly, because I think that's part of the ideological problem in this House. What I spoke about was the specific issues of how Chapter 11 is used again and again to basically undermine laws. He talks about how it gives us rights. Well, we have these rights before courts with our U.S. trading partners. What this does is it takes away our rights so that, again, we can have this company that's constituted in Ontario, a numbered company that can claim itself as suddenly an American, to take that outside the courts, to take that outside of a tribunal that's open, that's transparent, that actually allows for briefs and counterclaims to be made, and gives it to three trade negotiators whose word is final. If he thinks that that's democratic, well, it's probably in keeping with some of the direction that this Conservative government is going, but the New Democratic Party certainly doesn't think that that is democratic in any way, and we certainly don't think it's in the interest of the Canadian public.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Timmins for providing some light on this subject, because clearly after what we just heard, a lot of light is needed. In fact, it was interesting in the deliberations at committee, Mr. Speaker, there was reference to NAFTA and to Chapter 11, and it talks about the NAFTA and Chapter 11 and with Canada and even with the FTA with Chile. Most of our bilateral foreign investment protection agreements, or the FIPAs, and this agreement are kind of at parallel purposes, but the thing that's similar is what it does in terms of who gets to be heard. And the dispute settlement option that can be chosen by an investor is both the state of the investor and the host state of the investor, and they're party to this agreement. What is fascinating, however, Mr. Speaker, and that's to discern between these two kind of formats, that's the Chapter 11 method and the method that we're describing today, is the transparency. And what you don't get from the government is a clear indication of where the transparency is. So I guess I'd like to ask my caucus colleague, if you look at the trade agreements that have been passed, and you look at where these deals are done, and you look at what Canadians value, I think, more than anything, and that is transparency and accountability to Canadians. Why does he think this agreement is just going, this particular arrangement is going through so quickly when it's been around since 1966, and all of a sudden there's a need to have this in place? The previous Liberal governments, Liberals are now supporting it, didn't think it was something they needed to do. Now they think it's the greatest thing. This government thinks it's something we have to have. In his opinion, why does he think we're having to rush this thing through? Why is it that Canadians, and what are Canadians going to benefit from it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. Well, certainly I was asking myself for this panel's been around for 40 years. Why the rush now? Why are we suddenly at a great trade disadvantage? But I think the answer was actually given to us just a few minutes ago by my Conservative colleague. Because if you remember at the beginning of my speech, I said this whole scheme is predicated on two suppositions. One is that you believe that the World Bank is somehow an arbiter of international credibility, and secondly, that you believe that Chapter 11 and all its failings somehow will be transformed into something, to a bonus to help average Canadians. What we've seen with the Conservative response is, number one, they got their knickers in a knot over comments about Paul Wolfowitz, so clearly we are at a distinct disagreement about what the World Bank's role is, and secondly, we're being told back to our face, Chapter 11's great. You know, if you want to go dump toxic waste in Mexico and you're a corporation, your rights should be protected. If you want to go after a country that's trying to stop the toxic chemicals being sprayed on lawns, you should be protected. And if you want to go after a government in Canada to stop medically harmful additives in gasoline and you're a corporate investor, you should be protected. As for the rest of you folks back home, well, just sit back and lump it. That's the Conservative vision. It's actually being backed by the Liberals, and our friends in the Bloc seem to be saying, as long as we can sign on the treaty for the Parti Québécois, we'll sign on to anything. But I think folks back home will understand that a trade deal that takes away the ability of the public to participate, that takes away legal precedent in the country to examine and cross-examine, and a trade agreement that takes away any ability for appeal is not in the interest of folks back home, average people like you and me, neither is in the interest of our sovereignty as a nation.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments?
Questions and comments?
Surrey North, a short question and the guarantee of a short answer.
Thank you, Speaker. To the previous speaker, to my colleague, the question of appeal. I mean, I guess sorry, it wasn't a short question, but I'll shorten it. The question of the fact that nowhere in the appeal is a sovereign state where the investment is being made allowed to appeal on behalf of its citizens, and I wondered about my colleague's comment about the Conservative member earlier said, well, it's to protect companies that some country doesn't allow to invest there, and that would be discriminatory. On the other hand, we can discriminate against all the citizens who live there.
Member for Timmins James Bay, 30 seconds response.
Thank you. Well, clearly, look at the track record of the World Bank. Who have they targeted? You know, they've targeted for relief after Hurricane Mitch, privatizing telecom. They've gone after privatizing water systems in places like Tunisia. This is what they see as their role in trade. That is obviously something the opposite of what we see in trade, and so we will stand against this bill and continue to fight against this bill and work with non-governmental organizations who are looking to bring some democratic reform to these trade agreements.
Wellen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand today to speak to Bill C-9, an act to implement the Convention on Settlement of Investment Disputes between states and nationals of other states, which we refer to as ICSID Convention. This enactment implements the International Convention on the Settlement of International Disputes between states and nationals of other states, which was opened for signature in Washington way back on March 18, 1965. It, generally speaking, creates a set of rules for mutually agreed-upon arbitration hearings between investors and foreign state governments. It ensures that the courts in any of the signatory countries have the legal means to enforce any decisions in the ICSID hearings. As a trading nation, Canada and Canadian and international investors require protection, stability, and confidence. that should disputes arise, and they do, Mr. Speaker, it is essential that fair, equitable, and judicious treatment is available when necessary. The ICSID Convention is an international instrument sponsored by the World Bank to facilitate and increase the flow of cross-border investment. The Convention establishes a mechanism to resolve investment disputes between foreign investors and the host state in which they have made their investment. The ICSID Convention entered into force, as I said, on October 14, 1966, and my understanding is that 156 countries have signed the agreement, with Canada signing on December 15, 2006. As of January 2007, 143 states had ratified the Convention, making it one of the most ratified instruments in the world. The majority of Canada's trading partners are party to the Convention. Investment disputes brought under the Convention are administered by the International Center for the Settlement of Investment Disputes, located in Washington, D.C. In the last few years, the activity of the Center has soared due to increased flows of cross-border investment and the number of investment treaties that refer to ICSID arbitration. While the Center handled 110 arbitrations in total during the first 40 years of its existence, there are currently 105 proceedings underway. Since its inception, the Center has established itself as a reliable and effective organization for resolving investment disputes. Once ratified, the Convention will provide additional protection to Canadian investors abroad by allowing them to include in their contracts with foreign states the option of arbitration under the ICSID Convention. In addition, Mr. Speaker, Canadian investors doing business in the country with which Canada has a foreign investment protection and promotion and protection agreement will have recourse to ICSID arbitration for violations of that agreement as well. Becoming a party to the ICSID Convention will also make Canada a more attractive destination for international investors, and that will mean jobs for Canadians. The most significant advantage of the Convention is the enforcement of arbitrary awards. Unlike awards issued by other arbitral institutions, domestic courts cannot refuse to enforce decisions issued under the ICSID Convention. Rather, such awards are enforceable in any country that has ratified the Convention as if they were final judgments of the courts in that state. Mr. Speaker, the tremendous growth in investment and investor-related disputes has made Canada's failure to ratify ICSID the focus of attention by Canadian business, the Canadian legal community, and our trading partners. As I've indicated, to date, 143 states have ratified the ICSID Convention. The majority of our major trading partners are parties to it, except for Mexico, India, and Brazil. Ratifying the ICSID would bring Canadian policy into line with our OECD partners. In a survey conducted by the ICSID Center in 2004, 79% of the respondents and 6 of the respondents said ICSID plays a vital role in their country's legal framework, and 61% said ICSID membership has contributed to a positive investment climate. Those are significant numbers, Mr. Speaker. The ICSID regime provides several important advantages, and compared to other arbitration mechanisms, the ICSID regime provides better guarantees regarding enforcement of awards and more limited local court intervention. Any arbitral award rendered under the auspices of ICSID is binding, and any resulting pecuniary obligation must be enforced, as if the award were a final domestic court judgment. Moreover, all ICSID contracting states, whether or not parties to the dispute, are required by the Convention to recognize and to enforce ICSID arbitral awards. Investors often prefer to rely on such arbitrations rather than on local courts of the country whose measures are in dispute to ensure an independent resolution of the dispute. ICSID's relationship to the World Bank assists investors in obtaining compliance with the ICSID awards, and its roster of arbitrators gives investors access to well-qualified arbitrators at ICSID-controlled rates with extensive experience in international investment arbitration. ICSID also provides important institutional support for litigants. The ICSID Convention is a well-known tool for the settlement of investment disputes. Therefore, the interpretation of the Convention and its usefulness are predictable. Canada already has numerous links with ICSID. Provisions consenting to ICSID arbitration are commonly found in contracts between governments and other countries and Canadian investors. The NAFTA, Chapter 11, Canada-Chile Free Trade Agreement, and most of are bilateral foreign investment protection agreements, or FIPAs. Provide the ICSID as a dispute settlement option that can be chosen by, as an option, Mr. Speaker, that can be chosen by an investor if both the state and the investor, host state, for the investor are party to the ICSID. Obviously, Canada must become a party to the ICSID because Canada and Canadian investors cannot benefit from the choice if Canada is not a member. This is an increasingly important policy of supporting the use of alternative dispute resolution mechanism for investor-state disputes. Well, ICSID is less expensive and more efficient than current alternatives. It is not expected to lead to increased litigation against the government. Under a government whose recent record is one of stifling international participation by Canadian companies, it is important that we pass a bill that protects the rights of our investors in other jurisdictions. With hugely increased trade with emerging giants such as China and other countries with governance structures much different than our own, it is important, in fact, it is essential that Canada be part of the International Convention on the Enforcement of Investors' Rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting to note that what the member said in his comments, he talked about where the dispute would be settled. I guess that's the crux of our concern, is that this will take the decision-making out of really what used to be or would be, exists now, a dispute resolution within the confines of our own borders and really transferring that to the World Bank. That's fine, some would say, and I would concur if there was some measure of transparency that we would all agree with. And earlier in comments with one of his colleagues, he assured us that that was the case, that in fact you now have, as of April 2006, absolute transparency. Well, that's not the case, and I quoted from the Blues in committee where it was brought forward as witness evidence that it's not the case that you would have absolute transparency. It's contingent, Mr. Speaker. And the problem with this process is that there are so many contingencies here. It's contingent, when you get a tribunal together, that, what happens if you want to appeal? Well, we learn in this agreement that the appeal process isn't something that you or I would expect here in Canada in terms of being able to appeal the decision of a court. He actually intonated that in his comments, that these are, the decisions are final, that everyone has to abide by the decisions, and that's it. And I guess for many of us, when you're talking about transfer of decision-making, when you're talking about a lack of accountability, as I've already mentioned, when you're talking about these contingencies, and you underline the fact that there are countries presently that are not signatories to this, that the question is really what is a benefit for everyday Canadians. What would Canadians really get from this deal? And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, not a lot, but what they get is a lot of question marks. So my question to the member is, in light of the fact that we're handing over decision-making to a third party, in this case the World Bank, in light of the fact that all decisions aren't fully transparent, and in light of the fact that we're depending on a tribunal in Washington and not being able to have decisions made here in Canada, how can he support this bill?
The honourable member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We would point out that this is an option. Companies have the right to use this possibility, or they could sue within the country where the situation happened. I mean, there is a right of appeal, as other members have pointed out, Section 52, perhaps on very narrow grounds. A creative litigant could probably amplify those grounds. But the business community today wants an answer, and they want it quick. They're not about to be ground into submission after 10 years of litigation at huge cost, and they're prepared to use this procedure to get a quick and efficient decision and one that is enforceable. Admittedly, not all countries in this globe are part of this, signatory to this agreement, but I suggest that this will change as more and more people sign on and more ratification takes place.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to, I was wondering if the Speaker could speak just briefly or extensively as he wishes about Article 71, which is the termination article and the termination of contracts, if he could speak to why he sees that as being helpful and how that would work.
The Honourable Member for Welland.
Speaker, I'd just like to review Article 71, which states that any contracting state may denounce the convention by written notice to the depository of the convention. The denunciation shall take effect 6 months after receipt of such notice. If things do not work, as we anticipate they will, if it's not a positive outcome in becoming a signatory and having it ratified, then we have the ability to certainly to opt out. There is an escape mechanism, which I think is very prudent, very beneficial, but I would anticipate that we will not, this country will not exercise its rights under Article 71.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I guess it shouldn't come as a surprise to any of us that the Liberals are so enamored with this bill, C9, which has all kinds of flaws, dutifully pointed out by many in this House to date, and by organizations who are expert in this whole area. I guess it comes as no surprise given the fact that it was the Liberals who tried to slip through Parliament and into public policy the multilateral agreement on investment. And thank goodness there were Canadians who stood up and said this is dangerous and problematic. And thank heavens there was enough pressure to bear to stop the MAI. Now today we have this proposition before us through C9, which has problems of the same nature that we identified with respect to the MAI. And we also have on our plates the SPP, the Security and Prosperity Partnership Agreement, which evokes all kinds of images about lack of transparency and accountability and executive power and power by the international corporate elite. So my question is there a pattern here? Is it if the Liberals are in support, we're in support of MAI. In fact, they propelled that issue onto the public agenda, the multilateral agreement on investment. They're in support of C9, which is clearly problematic in terms of the power of the World Bank. Are they also in favor of the SPP?
The Honourable Member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, I respect my colleagues' comments on Liberals' position on MAI. Liberal Party is always open for suggestions and constructive comments. Following review of the possibility of entering into it, they withdrew it, and that was a good move. It suggests that the current agreement is in the same position, ratification of this agreement is the same as the MAI. I suggest not. I look at the business community, I look at the trading community, all of whom are very supportive of this agreement, and I would even suggest to you that given the option, the worker on the street, in the factory, if he has the choice between arbitrating disputes under this agreement or not having a job, I would respectfully suggest that he would welcome the assurance of stability in his employment and would also endorse it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Given what the member was just saying, that we don't want Canadian companies to be prejudiced overseas when they invest, does he believe that can create a lot of jobs in Canada? Obviously, Canada has investments around the world, creating jobs, and that he would like to give some certainty through this mechanism so that a lot of jobs, a lot of union jobs and a lot of other jobs are still maintained in Canada and not lost by some frivolous action that there wasn't a protection against.
The honourable member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly job creation and job maintenance are so important for this country. It's certainly one of the issues of the day. And it is my position, yes, that this would provide the stability, provide new jobs. We're a trading nation, and it will also protect existing jobs. And as such, I think we all should be endorsing this unanimously amongst the parties in this House.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat.
Debate. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, and it's interesting to note that we've heard the positions of all the parties on this bill, and our party has just taken the view that this bill isn't up to speed on where Canadians are at and how to protect Canadians, I guess, in terms of investment, institutionally speaking. I would concur with those who say this isn't, it's not the end of the world if this treaty goes through and other countries have passed it, and therefore it's just, something we can go ahead and agree to, and no problem, thank you very much. I'd agree with that it wouldn't be the end of Canada as we know it, and wouldn't wreck and destroy our economy. So let me start off with that. It's measured comments I have here. But we need to be very vigilant on what we're actually deciding and, what potential pitfalls there are. If you look at the International Center for the Settlement of Investment Disputes, it's one of those groups within the World Bank that's not very well known. Indeed, I think if you asked most of your constituents, Mr. Speaker, or if I went just out here on Bank Street and asked people if they were aware of what the IC SID is, they might look at you with, quizzically. And there's a reason. It's an investor dispute mechanism that provides multinational corporations with powers to sue governments when they impose domestic laws or regulations that have a significant detrimental effect on the corporate profit making. In other words, Mr. Speaker, what's critical here is to understand why this is in place, whom does it benefit, and then it comes back to us as legislators is what does it do for everyday people? I would submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that this is something that benefits multinational corporations, large investors, but I can't make the argument that this benefits everyday Canadians, and what it in fact does is has the potential of giving up our sovereignty. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, because this arrangement agreement has been around, as has been mentioned already, for more than 40 years. And we now have a rush, it seems, to sign on to this. And I find it a little strange and of concern that when we see, particularly here in Canada, a major sell-off of our resources, of companies that have been Canadian from the beginning, you might say, and certainly ones that have been around for more than 20, 30 years, you note that there isn't a problem in terms of foreign investment in Canada. The dilemma we have, Mr. Speaker, is making sure that we have some hold on the economic reins, that we in fact get to determine our financial pathway, that we are able to have an economy that is a mixed economy for sure, a pluralistic economy, absolutely, but one in which there's a balance. And when you take a look at this agreement, and you look at the fact that what this agreement will do is allow multinational corporations powers to sue governments when they believe that they've been wronged. We've already heard some examples of, from my colleague from Timmins about the perils of that. We know that the World Bank organized the international body in 1966, and historically, capital exporting countries have used a variety of these kinds of carrots and sticks to protect economic interests of their major corporations abroad. So what they do is they use this as a vehicle, as a tool, if you will. If they can't get what they want in a form that is agreed upon between states, they use this form. And while many might say, well, it's fine, if you look at some of the decisions I have that say, well, it was amicable and it was no problem, you also have to take a look at what are the potentials for this to be a negative situation for Canadians, Canadian investors for that matter. So when you get, for instance, the United States has a long history of using these kinds of tools to their benefit, you have to take a look at how the mechanism works. And what we find is that the way the tribunal is set up, you have really what is, I think, an imbalance in the structure. We know that the way that the panelists are chosen and that the way they're put forward is that they're agreed upon by members of the treaty. And that sounds fine until you get to the point of saying, well, what if there is a problem of a decision that has been made by the tribunal? We know that there isn't a satisfactory, in my opinion, appeal process. It has pretty finalized decisions once they're made, once you've entered into the process. The idea that someone can actually say, well, you know, I didn't think that was fair, and not all evidence was brought forward once the decision's made, unless you can prove that there was corruption, unless you can prove that there was absolute, if you will, smoking gun, then you can't have, and you're not allowed, and it's not permitted to have an appeal. In fact, if you look at according to Article 52, and it's actually, the appeal process, to be clear here, it's actually an annulment. So just to say, get rid of the whole decision. And that really is an appeal in my books, but anyhow. But Article 52 lays out the annulment. It kind of reminds me how the Catholic Church dealt with marriages at a time, where you couldn't recognize a divorce, you didn't have an annulment. It didn't happen. But the annulment may only be permitted if the following criteria. The tribunal was not properly constituted. Well, you agreed to the tribunal from the get-go, so you'd have to prove that somehow you didn't agree to that. The tribunal has manifestly exceeded its powers. Well, you agreed to the agreement, you agreed to the powers, you agreed to the decision-making. That would be hard to prove. That there was corruption on the tribunal. Well, my colleague from Timmins pointed out to the problems the World Bank has had in that area. I'm not sure they have a very, unjaundiced view of their own operations, and it's they who would determine that. That there was a breach in the rules of procedure. That would be when you filed and what time periods. And that the final criteria, Mr. Speaker, the award failed to state the reasons on which it was based. Well, it'd be very unusual when you have, at this level, and we're talking about agreements that are in millions, tens of millions of dollars here, that you would have an award that wouldn't state the reasons of which it was based. You would, both sides have lawyers, if not teams of lawyers, and they certainly would provide the reasons, the criteria for why they were in the dispute. So what you have here, Article 52, is a train to nowhere. It's not an appeal process, it's an annulment process. It doesn't allow a window in on the decision-making, and therefore, I think, is a flaw. And it's very difficult for anyone to be able to challenge things. We know that there's about 4 countries now who are trying to get out of this agreement. It's very difficult. One of the reasons it's difficult, Mr. Speaker, in Section 71, if I may turn to that, in terms of being able to get out of this agreement, it sounds good, you give notice and you're out of the agreement. The problem is when you have companies and corporations who have in fact signed on to these agreements and will tell their respective governments, oh no, well, if you pull out of this agreement, then this will harm us, and next thing you know, you will probably have some legal action from those corporations against their very own governments. And we're seeing this and sometimes corporations, by the way, that aren't centered in the respective countries, but have business in those countries. What does that mean, Mr. Speaker? It means that notwithstanding the fact that in Section 71 allows a nation-state to withdraw from the agreement, it's much more difficult than that. And this isn't unusual, Mr. Speaker. We know with some of the trade agreements we've signed on to, it's one thing to see that there's, if you will, an escape clause, if you will, to get out of an agreement that you don't believe is in your best interest. That's very easily stated in an agreement. It's another thing to actually do. Why? Well, simply put, when we get into these trade agreements, they become intertwined. Corporations do their business based on those. And if they feel that they are going to lose out, then their right is to take a respective government to court. So it's important to note that, and that there are states right now who are trying to withdraw from this treaty, and they are encountering challenges and difficulties. I think it's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that this isn't in isolation. Recently, we've had this government build on the work that was done in the previous government on the Security and Prosperity Partnership. And as I said at the beginning, I'm not suggesting that this treaty will be the end of our country or giving up all of our sovereignty. But, and I underline but, it is one of the threads that is undoing the fabric that we have to be a sovereign state, to decide how investment is done, and certainly how to challenge when unfair investment is taking place. And I would say the same with the Security and Prosperity Partnership, Mr. Speaker. It was really interesting when we saw the previous government brought forward the Security and Prosperity Partnership. The then Liberal government said this was something we had to do. We need to streamline procedures and processes, and don't worry, just trust us. This is something that will be good for Canadians. We've seen that partnership most recently extended when the SPP talks were held most recently not far from here, and with Mexico, the United States, and Canada. And the part that's disturbing about that agreement and about this particular treaty is that most Canadians are unaware of what the consequences are to them. And when you look at the Security and Prosperity Partnership, I've always said to people who said, well, it's a very dense kind of document, that little bit that's available. Why is this something I should be concerned about? And I simply say, are you concerned about what's on your table? Who decides the regulations around pesticide residue? Who decides the degree to which what kinds of additives are put into our food supply? Who decides what kind of security arrangements we have at our border? Well, if you're concerned about those things, you should be concerned about the Security and Prosperity Partnership. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, the government will tell you, and the previous government did the same. The Liberals said, no, we just want to streamline procedures and regulations. And this government does the same thing, is to say, why would you be concerned about bringing those changes and procedures to this place, to Parliament, to allow Canadians to understand what they are through members of Parliament? And I guess it's a matter of how you think government should work. Is it something that governments have a role in? Should they decide in an open forum how procedures of both food quality, security arrangements are done? Should it be done in the full light of day, or it should be done, behind closed doors? Well, if you believe the previous government, this government, they'd say, well, you elected us to do that, just trust us and don't worry about it. I guess, Mr. Speaker, when you look at this particular treaty and some of the pitfalls, and you look at the Security and Prosperity Partnership and the lack of transparency there, you come to the conclusion that our governments simply don't want to share this information with Canadians. I mentioned in this particular treaty, in Article 52, there's a problem, and in Article 71, there's a problem. you also have to evaluate what it is that Canadians are going to receive from this. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, at committee, when asked about what benefits would this accrue to Canadians, those even who were supportive of this treaty said, well, it's something that would actually help business. Fine, that's good. You want to have a healthy business sector, as I mentioned before, a mixed economy, one that creates investment opportunities. But I asked the question to one of the witnesses, is it something that we're lacking right now that we aren't receiving investment as a result of? And the answer was clearly no. I mean, this is not something that we have to in any way, shape, or form, entice people to invest in Canada. And you probably have noted by looking at the business pages of late, Mr. Speaker, you'll note two things. One is that the manufacturing jobs that have been the foundation of many of our communities are falling apart and falling into basically bankruptcy, or they're going down the highway. And the other thing you'll note is that the businesses that are doing well are those businesses that are taking our resources, be it bitumen in the oil sands, or our natural resources in the West Coast, be it forestry, etc., but not having that value added. And we're not getting the kind of investment, I would submit, that would help those in our cities and towns and villages to build a better life and a better community. Why? I think because our government's more focused on standing up for corporations and making things streamlined for them, and not really concerned, and let's be honest about it, about the investments that are going to help in the communities and villages and towns, cities across the country. I give you the forestry sector as an example, Mr. Speaker. This will not help the forestry sector in any way, shape, or form. The $14 billion in tax cuts, the great tax cut swindle that we had just this past fall, won't guarantee key investments in the forestry sector or in the auto sector. And in fact, we're waiting on this government to give some sense that they're there to help everyday Canadians, and they've said only if you pass our budget. These kinds of treaties, the SPP kind of process, is a clear indication to Canadians where this government stands, and I guess the previous government, I guess opposition parties on this particular bill, that it's more concerned about making sure things are nice and streamlined and fine, thank you very much, for multinational corporations. But when it comes to the person who gets up every morning, goes to work, does their best, contributes and builds to their community, sorry, we don't have much for you. And just ask those people who have been laid off, Mr. Speaker, in the forestry industry, in the manufacturing industry. There's not something there for them. All they've been given is, well, we've given you a cent off the GST, thank you very much. Well, that's just great, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure they're very thankful from their government for that. But when you look at the cost benefits here of this bill, you look at what this government has done for working families, for everyday Canadians, you have to say, not much. And Canadians understand that changing the dynamics and how we settle investment disputes through international tribunal process on lawsuits by foreign investors against governments over alleged violations and protections. They understand whose side this government's on, and I guess we can now say the Bloc and the Liberals, and who's on the side of Canadians. I think most Canadians would want their government to actually stand up and say, you know what, in the area of investment dispute settlement, what should matter is how it benefits our citizens. And I can guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, that just by passing this bill and saying to corporations, you now have a nice streamlined procedure so that if you need to sue someone, it's no problem, don't worry, be happy. They'll be happy. We heard it at committee. What hasn't been proven, or I haven't heard from government members, opposition members, is that old adage, what's in it for us? And I mean the us here as Canadians. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, there's not a lot. What seems to be there for everyday Canadians is essentially taking our accountability mechanisms and outsourcing them, in this case to the World Bank. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll end where I began. This isn't the end of our country and giving up all our sovereignty, but it is a thread, a very disturbing thread that we've seen from this government, we've seen it from the previous government, and when you add it up with the SPP, you add it up with some of these trade agreements, what it says to Canadians is, we're on the side of corporations, multinational, we're there for them, we saw it with their budget, and we see it with their bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for what he's added to this debate. I just had a quick question for the record. He mentioned, I think, 4 companies were trying to get out of this agreement. I wonder if countries. I wonder if he could just list those countries so we have it on the record.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, we have April of this year, mostly Central America, South America, Nicaragua, Bolivia, Venezuela, and there is one more, and I apologize, but I'll get that to him, who have presently put notice that they are trying to withdraw. As I said, this is not easy, it's difficult. And as I said in my comments, one of the reasons that we have concerns about this is notwithstanding Section 71 in the treaty that you can withdraw, put on notice, what some of these countries have cited and other commentators have suggested is that it's not just a matter of putting on notice. You have to understand the implications and the blowback, if I may use that word, from corporations because they have invested so much in their corporations themselves to use this mechanism. And they could go after governments if they decide to pull out. So I guess it's a matter of saying, yes, Section 71 says you can withdraw. I simply was noting that to say it's not as easy as just saying we give notice and that's it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague, and this issue of the credibility of the World Bank, that we're here to basically rubber stamp this forum when the damage that has been caused on the international stage by the World Bank's position again and again and again to use backroom trade pressure to undermine legitimate decisions by national sovereign governments. And I point to 2005 when Ecuador had parts of its $100 million loan held back by the World Bank in punishment. A punishment because they had the audacity to spend some of their own government money on health and education. That the World Bank thought that that was such an egregious abuse, of course, of the investors' rights of people who are looking for this global race to the bottom. And again, the World Bank has been the bully boy of destroying good attempts at development by national sovereign governments. So suddenly we're supposed to accept the principle in this House that it's the World Bank that will arbitrate in a fair and open manner. Of course not open because it'll be dispute mechanisms that will only be made public if both parties agree, that will only have binding third-party briefs if both parties agree, that will be completely separate from any appeal process. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if he thinks it's not a little bit rich that right now at this time in our history with, for example, Naomi Klein's book, The Shock Doctrine, with the incredible disgrace of Paul Wolfowitz, a good friend of the Conservative Party here, they've already risen to his reputation, that we're now being told that the World Bank is somehow an august, credible body in terms of international trade and fairness.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague from Timmins for his point, which I think needs to be underlined. And the question is, whose side is being represented here? And I can tell you just one of the things that I didn't include in my comments is that when you look at the ICSID's Administrative Council, it meets each year in the fall, It's at the same time as the World Bank gets together and the IMF and their annual meetings. And the council is chaired by the president of the World Bank. Now, I don't know about you, but when I watched the sad saga of Mr. Wolfowitz, the person who came in to say that he was going to clean up the corruption that was rampant in the World Bank, and then we turn out and find that he, in fact, it was very bizarre, it was strange and bizarre to watch Mr. Wolfowitz trying to, in some way, explain himself and what he was doing when he hired one of his friends and got her a contract. I mean, it was shameless. It was shameless. It was a little like that. And here we have, it's a matter of just trust us. So I go back to, why should Canadians put their trust in an institution that the World Bank itself has had problems with in deciding who's in charge, and when someone is found to be corrupt, had a really hard time getting rid of? And so I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians be better served dealing with things here in our own jurisdiction, and until the World Bank can get its act together, that we don't go that route, that we keep things as much as we can. We can't always do it, but in this case we're being offered. Keep them here. The one final thing I should mention, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting, my friends from Alberta might enjoy this, is the question as to why Alberta isn't signing on to this, because one of the provinces who hasn't decided to, you knew I was going to get to this, is that maybe there's some intelligence that they've gotten, received from Washington, I don't know, that this isn't something they want to get into because of this might hurt the oil industry in some way if they submitted their sovereignty to Washington and take it away from Alberta. I don't know, but it'd be interesting for my colleagues if they have a chance to answer the question why Alberta is one of the provinces who doesn't want to sign on to this protocol. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciated listening to my colleague's comments on Bill C-9, and he made a very interesting point, which is that, in fact, this bill on its own may not threaten Canadian sovereignty, may not lead to disaster, but it's part of a pattern. And the cumulative effect of these kinds of decisions is what's worrying Canadians and what is worrying other countries. I want to ask the member specifically about the impact of this approach, as we see in C9, on some third world countries, keeping in mind, of course, that this whole initiative is around helping developing nations, and specifically with respect to the role of the ICSID in challenging South Africa's affirmative action policies, and the role of ICSD in the economies of Nicaragua, Bolivia, and Venezuela, making them, in fact, withdraw from ICSD. I mean, we're talking about something bigger than has been suggested by the Conservatives and the Liberals and the Bloc. All of them seem to support this approach, and we're talking about some worrisome patterns. So I'd like the member to comment on that aspect.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague is right in saying that there is problems with it in terms of those countries who are trying to withdraw. The irony of this, Mr. Speaker, is that initially this was to be an arrangement that was to benefit the South, if you will, southern countries, southern hemisphere. You recall after World War II and Bretton Woods, the setting up of the IMF, the World Bank, was supposed to do the same thing. And I don't want to leave people with the impression that the New Democratic Party doesn't support the idea of these institutions. The problem is what happened to these institutions. And the problem is that they aren't working for people. And fundamentally, the difference we have with the other parties is that we believe that these institutions, in fact, government itself, should be working for people and not the other way around. Instead, what we have, and it's happened over a period of time, these institutions have been tailored and designed not to help people, but it's put corporations ahead. And it's very interesting in international law, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the rights of people versus the rights of corporations. And what we've had is that corporations are trumping people time and time again. The effects of this, of course, are devastating. They're anti-democratic. And instead of saying we believe in these institutions, reform these institutions, change them so that we can have trade deals that are going to help people and be fair, what we see is that people who are involved in the business of lobbying and international lawyers who look out for the best interests of corporations and certainly themselves have been able to change how these institutions work. And that's so very sad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. En conséquence,
Thus, the question is as follows. That this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise again today following the question that I asked on September 13th on the relevance of an action plan in forestry and manufacturing. We should remember that at the time the Minister of Finance said that everything was fine, that it was all rosy and that existing measures were quite sufficient. There was no need for more. The Prime Minister came to Rivière-du-Loup in that period and opened the door slightly to some further possibilities and potential announcements, perhaps even before the budget. In January, there was an announcement that $1 billion would be available to diversify the economies of those regions. Until now, we could have called it good news, but the issue is that there are two conditions or circumstances that are unacceptable. First, that's not enough, $1 billion for diversifying regional economies in Canada to help manufacturing and forestry is simply not enough. What made Quebecers very angry is that the Prime Minister decided to associate that assistance with the upcoming budget. We've been saying for months that it was important that the money be available very quickly, and now the Conservative government decided that the funding would become available if the budget was approved, approved by the House, and there would have to be an agreement with the province. Why couldn't that fund be made available as monies were in December? A fund was made available to reduce the GST. Other measures were provided for in the economic update. The parties cooperated and the update was voted in before Christmas. Why not take the same approach and help communities affected by the manufacturing and forestry crises? Why not help businesses and older workers? Why is the government not finding in itself that same flexibility? That's unacceptable. The Bloc Québécois would be ready to assist. We made suggestions which have not been upheld. We're back in the House on the first day, and the government has an opportunity to move forward and say that that they will introduce the bill, they will have debate, and see how much money there is in that plan. The Bloc Québécois is happy that we are back in the House and that at least an announcement has been made. We've had that success, but now it has to be both sufficient and reasonable, and it has to come into play quickly. So that's why I'm back here today on that subject. Can the Conservative government not take account of the anger that communities who are affected by those crises are feeling? Come back on its decision and announce that the money will be available quickly, introduce a bill in this House, and we can process it very quickly, as we have done in the past, for other measures we considered essential. It is certainly possible for parties in the House to cooperate on such issues as these, and the Conservative government should have no business associating that funding with the upcoming budget. Can the government not introduce a bill, allow debate,
and ensure that the funding is available as quickly as possible. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
I thank my friend, the honourable member from Montmagny-Lillier, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup, for the opportunity to outline the extensive support that this government has delivered for the manufacturing and forestry sectors. This government acknowledges that these sectors are important components of our economy, and we've advanced both broad-based and targeted tangible measures to demonstrate our commitment to helping these sectors succeed. Indeed, since 2006, we have provided over $9 billion in support for the manufacturing and forestry sectors. Measures include support for workers and communities, such as the recently announced $1 billion for the Community Development Trust. This important program will help provinces and territories assist one-industry towns facing major downturns, communities plagued by chronic high unemployment, or regions hit by layoffs across a range of sectors, including manufacturing and forestry. Reaction to this announcement has been very positive. British Columbia's Liberal Forestry Minister, Rich Coleman, has called the trust very good news. Manitoba's NDP Premier, Gary Doer, also praised the trust, remarking he was, and I quote, very pleased with the flexibility because it allows us to target in Manitoba some of the industries that are under pressure, end quote. And we've also moved to create a more competitive tax system to help manufacturing and forestry businesses be successful and sustain that success. Indeed, the tax reductions announced by this government, the majority of them broad-based, will result in over $8 billion in tax relief for manufacturers and processors over the period of 06-07 to 2012 and 13. This includes tax reductions totaling about $2.5 billion over this and the next 5 years in the recent October 07 economic statement, including reducing the general corporate tax rate to 15% by 2012, and Budget 07 measure that allows manufacturing firms to write off their investment in machinery and equipment much more quickly, and permanent, faster write-offs for computers and buildings used in manufacturing to better reflect the useful life of these assets. These are important measures that will go far in ensuring that our manufacturers can thrive in a competitive global marketplace. For instance, referring to this government's action to lower corporate tax rate to 15%, Jason Myers, who is president of the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters and chair of the Canadian Manufacturing Coalition, stated that the following, and I quote, "The reduction in the federal corporate tax is an extremely important step in sustaining Canada's ability to retain and attract business investment. It keeps us in the game as countries around the globe are lowering their tax rates to do the same. This reduction is important to the long-term competitiveness of the Canadian economy," and end quote. These are not Band-Aid solutions, but measures in the best interests of the economy and job creation. We're leaving more money in the hands of manufacturers to invest in new technology to become more productive and competitive.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillier, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the Premier of Quebec and Premiers of Ontario raised the issue that the money had to be available immediately, and they also pointed out more money was needed. The initial steps taken by the Conservative governments are inadequate. Tangible measures have to be taken soon so that the funding is available as quickly as possible for the municipalities and regions affected by the crises in the forestry and manufacturing industry. There must be no ties to the upcoming budgets. Can the Parliamentary Secretary ensure me that the government has moved on that and will introduce a bill quickly in the next few days so that the money in question can be available quickly to help the communities affected face the economic downturn we're seeing now and the crisis in the manufacturing and forestry sectors? In December, the Minister of Finance said yet again that everything was fine. In January, conceded there was a problem, but now it's time to admit that the situation is urgent, that the money needs to be available, and now we can discuss the amounts.
Future of the manufacturing and forestry sectors. It is important to pause and take note of the larger economic picture in Canada and indeed in Quebec. We have solid economic fundamentals demonstrated through our robust labour market. The unemployment rate is at a 33-year low. In Quebec alone, we've witnessed tremendous job growth. Jobs growth at 2.4% in 2007, well above the national average and the province's best showing in 5 years. Even in a CIBC World Markets report released just today, states that manufacturing sector job losses are being offset with higher quality, well-paid work in an assortment of sectors ranging from public administration, computer services, and oil and gas extraction, and many more. What's more, some observers suggest the long-term trends are for even tighter labour markets, indeed potentially labour shortages in Canada, especially in Quebec. According to a December 2007 Conference Board of Canada report, Quebec faces a worker shortfall of nearly 400,000 by 2030.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure donc ajournée.
Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.